Hello guys, and welcome back to the Shadow Manhwa Teller channel. As the story begins, our main character Jiaozhuan says, "Throughout my life, I gave love to everyone, but I gave the most love to my disciples. I poured everything I had into making them stronger. I gave them my time, my knowledge, my power, everything. To be honest, I used to believe that my disciples were the best in the entire world. That's why I never held back. I did everything I could for them, but that belief was about to be shattered. I once heard someone say, when your final moment arrives, people show you their true colors, and I learned that the hard way. As I was lying there, counting my last breaths, I saw their real faces. They didn't even wait for me to die. They stole everything from me and left me to rot. But you know what they say, don't be so cruel to someone that even the gods feel bad for them. And maybe, just maybe, the gods felt bad for me, because right when I had nothing left, I was given a power that made me invincible. Now that I've regained my strength, I'll take my revenge, and not just any revenge. I'm going to make it so terrifying, that even if someone dares to think about betraying their master from 50 miles away, they'll piss themselves just remembering what I did. My one and only goal now is to reach the very top of this world, a place so high, so powerful, that betrayal doesn't even exist, a place where no one will even have the courage to meet my eyes. So, let's begin the story. Our story begins in a crumbling house, where an old master is on his deathbed. His disciples have come to see him one last time. The master's name is Elder Jiao. His fifth disciple, Li Shan, anxiously asks, "What should we do now? Master is dying right in front of us." Another disciple, Manhwa, responds with frustration, "There's nothing we can do. We should go talk to the other elders, and ask to be accepted. Staying here won't help anyone." Meanwhile, the second disciple, Lin Han, is lost in thought. "If I hadn't exposed Master's martial arts technique to everyone, he wouldn't be dying like this." The third disciple, Wu Fang, grumbles, "This is a waste of time. When's this old man finally going to die? I've got a lot to do after he's gone." Then the fourth disciple, Wang Jin, stands up and says, "This is taking too long. I'm heading to the second elder. If he accepts me as a disciple, I'll be set. You know he has plenty of female disciples. I could really enjoy myself there." At that moment, a girl standing nearby yells at them, "You're all disgusting. If Elder Jiao hadn't accepted you five as his disciples, none of you would have made it this far. And now you've forgotten everything he did for you. I've never seen worse trash in my life." Angered by her words, Wu Fang walks up and slaps her. "You better watch your mouth. You're just a slave. Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Manhwa steps in. "Forget it. No point wasting our time here. If she wants to stay, let her. We've already taken everything valuable from this place. There's nothing left for us." The disciples leave, having looted their dying master's belongings. A useless master and a useless slave. What a perfect pair. One of them mocks as they walk out. Back inside, the girl, Miri, clenches her fists in anger. "They betrayed our master. They were the ones who did this to him." Just then, Elder Jiao weakly calls out her name, Miri. She rushes to his side. "Master, are you okay? Please don't worry about them. They were nothing but ungrateful cowards. They've forgotten everything you did for them. But I won't. I'll never leave your side. I'll take care of you no matter what." Elder Jiao looks at her sadly. "I brought you to Mount Tai, but I never officially accepted you as my disciple, nor did I ever allow you to train. Do you resent me for that?" Miri shakes her head. "I know my foundation in cultivation isn't strong. I couldn't practice properly anyway. If it weren't for you, I'd still be a slave somewhere. You saved my life. I could never be angry with you. What hurts me is how heaven allows such good people to die such painful deaths." Elder Jiao lowers his head. "I feel terrible. I should have accepted you as my disciple. This is all my fault. But now, it's too late. I'm about to die." Tears stream down Mary's face as she bows before him. "Please, Master, accept me as your disciple. I promise to train harder than anyone else. I'll kill all those traitors. If you won't accept me, I'll die right here with you." Elder Jiao chuckles faintly. "I may be dying, but I haven't lost my mind. If I officially accept you now, you'll only bring danger upon yourself." Mary pleads, "Master, please don't move. You'll hurt yourself even more." Elder Jiao coughs up blood, and a small bottle falls from his sleeve. "This is the last bottle of elixir I have. They took everything else, but this might still help you." "I don't have much more to offer," Mary quickly replies. "Please don't worry about me, Master. Just rest. I'm in no rush to become your disciple. Your health is all that matters." Suddenly, Elder Jiao coughs violently, and the elixir bottle slips from his hand. Mary cries out, "Elder Jiao, what's happening to you?" He thinks to himself, "My vision is fading." "Mary, stop yelling. Your voice is too loud now. Maybe this silence, this peace, is what death feels like." As he takes his final breath, he smiles. "My only regret is that I never accepted you as my disciple." And with that, Elder Jiao dies, still smiling. At that moment, a system notification appears. A true bond between master and disciple has been established. The apprentice system has successfully bound to the host. Elder Jiao suddenly wakes up, alive, What is this system? A glowing pill materializes in front of him. It's the infinite gold pill. It's equivalent to 10,000 essence pills. Extremely powerful. Not only does it help you break through, it can heal all internal injuries. Elder Jiao looks up at the sky. I've been in this world for 20 years. Finally, I've awakened a system. He begins to recall. 20 years ago, I lived on Earth. A car accident brought me to this world. I thought I was the main character. My background was great. My talent was exceptional. I reached foundation building before I was 10. I joined the Hongmen sect, but for the next 15 years, my cultivation stagnated. I became a laughingstock, but now, heaven has given me a second chance, and this time, I won't waste it, Elder Jiao asked. So this is the apprentice system, but what does it have to do with disciples? The system explained, if you give anything to your disciple, skills, knowledge, cultivation, the system will multiply your effort, and reward you accordingly. The stronger your disciple becomes under your guidance, the greater your rewards, Elder Jiao asked. So if I teach my disciple skills and share my knowledge, will that count too? The system replied, yes. If your disciple becomes stronger because of your guidance, you'll receive at least double the reward. For example, if you transfer 200 days worth of cultivation to your disciple, you'll gain 400 days in return. If you teach them a technique, and they reach the first level, you'll instantly be able to reach the peak of that same technique. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment. So if I give my disciple the infinite gold pill, will I receive a double reward? The system responded, no, you cannot transfer rewards given by the system to others. If you do, you'll receive nothing in return. Elder Jiao smirked. So, it's not that simple after all. I can't just give away rewards for easy benefits. Fine then. I'll consume the pill myself and level up. As soon as Elder Jiao swallowed the infinite gold pill, he broke through to the golden core realm. Outside, Miri was still sitting and crying. Master, please wake up. I don't care about becoming your disciple or taking revenge. I just want you to open your eyes. Suddenly, Elder Jiao gently placed his hand on her head. From today onward, you are my disciple. And remember one thing, if you ever seek revenge, make sure it's so terrifying that your enemy's soul trembles. Scene shifts to Wu Fang, who had reached the 6th peak of the Hongmen sect. He approached Elder Wang and said, please accept me as your disciple. In return, I'll give you every secret I've learned from Elder Jiao. I even brought you a gift. Elder Wang took the scroll and muttered, Elder Jiao really had talented disciples. What a shame. One of Hongmen sect's greatest geniuses died such a pathetic death. Then he added, if you want to be my disciple, you must complete a task. Here, take this law enforcement ruler. Using it, you can extract someone's spiritual roots. Go and extract the spiritual root of Elder Jiao. Do this, and I'll accept you as my disciple. But be careful, once blood stains the ruler, it's nearly impossible to remove without a special technique. Wu Fang nodded confidently. Don't worry, Elder Wang, no matter what, I'll complete this mission. Just then, an attack struck Wu Fang hard, leaving him seriously injured. The law enforcement ruler accidentally stabbed into his own body. Crying out in pain, Wu Fang screamed, no, this can't be happening. My cultivation journey hasn't even started yet, and I'm going to die here? Suddenly, Elder Wang growled, who dares interfere? In the sky, Elder Jiao and Miri appeared. Elder Jiao glared at him and said, Elder Wang, if you wanted my spiritual roots, why didn't you come for it yourself? Don't you have the guts? Elder Wang laughed nervously. Elder Jiao, why are you so angry? I was just joking around with your disciple. In his mind, Elder Wang was panicking. He was supposed to be dead, but here he is, alive and even more powerful than before. His aura, he's definitely broken into the golden core realm. Elder Jiao's eyes narrowed. You think this is a joke? I'm not in the mood for games. He activated his 1,000-sword technique, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Elder Wang's expression changed. That technique, I remember now. We joined the Hongmen sect together, and Jiao created this technique back then. It earned him great respect and countless cultivation resources, but I advanced faster, and left him behind. We wasted so many resources on someone we thought was trash. Elder Wang tried to stay calm. There's no need to be so angry. You can't harm me anyway. I've already reached the 2nd level of the golden core realm. Even if we fight, you won't be able to defeat me. But before he could finish, the 1,000-sword technique shattered his defensive shield. Elder Wang thought in disbelief. How is this possible? Elder Jiao said coldly, with such weak power, you dare to challenge me? You're not leaving here alive. Elder Wang smirked. We'll see about that. He barely dodged another blow and thought, what kind of power is this? It feels like he's already reached the 3rd level of the golden core realm. I can't keep up with him. Then, Elder Jiao slashed his arm, drawing blood. Elder Wang screamed, you can't kill me. If you do, the sect will hunt you down. Elder Jiao replied, is that so? Let's see what the sect does after I kill a traitor like you. Realizing he was no match, Elder Wang thought, there's no escaping this. I'll have to use my trump card. He activated his final technique and summoned a powerful spell shield to block Jiao's attacks. Elder Wang thought to himself, this is a mythical grade item, and I can only use it 3 times. The worst part, this is the final use. I had planned to save it to protect myself during my breakthrough into the Nansent Soul Realm, but I had to use it today, Elder Jiao said. Looks like you've made quite a fortune over the years. That would explain the powerful treasures in your possession. But let me show you a few techniques of my own. With that, he unleashed a powerful attack. Elder Wang yelled, "You dare attack me?" Elder Jiao replied firmly, "Why wouldn't I? I'm stronger than you." The force of Elder Jiao's attack was so intense that Elder Wang's mythical grade artifact shattered, causing a massive explosion that cracked the ground beneath them. Elder Wang's clothes were torn to shreds, and he begged, "Please, don't come any closer, spare me." Elder Jiao said coldly, "So, your mythical artifact didn't help you in the end?" Then he began explaining, "In this world, magical items are divided into 5 levels: human, mythical, earthly, heavenly, and the most powerful, immortal grade. Within each level, there are 4 tiers: lower, middle, upper, and absolute. In an ordinary sect, even a single mythical grade item is extremely valuable. Sometimes it's the greatest treasure of the entire place. I never imagined you'd have something that rare, Elder Wang. But regardless, your story ends here." With those words, Elder Jiao prepared to strike the final blow. But just then, a voice shouted, "Elder Jiao, please show some mercy." A figure arrived just in time and shielded Elder Wang from the fatal attack. Elder Jiao demanded, "Who dares stop me?" It was Zheng Yi, the sect master of the Hongmen sect. He said, "Elder Jiao, why are you so furious? Fighting among sect members is forbidden. If you continue this way, you'll be expelled from the sect." Elder Jiao pulled back his hand and deactivated his technique. Elder Wang, now crawling, pleaded, "Leader, you finally arrived. Please give me justice. This lunatic just killed my disciple, and was about to kill me too." Elder Wang smirked in his thoughts. Now that the leader is here, Jiao can't touch me. But to his shock, Zheng Yi slapped him across the face and barked, "Keep your nonsense to yourself." Then he said sternly, "Elder Wang, come with me to the Judgment Hall. We'll decide who deserves to stay and who doesn't." Elder Wang begged, "Please forgive me." But Zheng Yi turned to Jiao and smiled, "Congratulations, Jiao, you've finally made your breakthrough. I'm truly happy to see you enter the Golden Core realm." Elder Jiao bowed slightly, "Thank you, leader. If I hadn't broken through today, I would have been killed by that traitor, and possibly expelled from the sect as well." Elder Wang still tried to defend himself. "I told you it was a misunderstanding." He couldn't even take a joke. "I'll accept whatever punishment you decide. But please stop saying things that aren't true." Elder Jiao replied coldly, "You're lucky the leader arrived. Otherwise, I would have torn you to pieces. The only reason you're still alive is because of him." Then he glared at Wu Fang and added, "But that traitor, he won't be so lucky. I gave him everything as a master, and he betrayed me. He even came here today with the intent to kill me. Someone like him doesn't deserve to cultivate. He should be expelled from the sect." He declared, "From this day forward, Wu Fang is not allowed to take a single step inside this sect." Zheng Yi turned to Elder Jiao and said, "Since he's your disciple, it's your right to decide his fate." Suddenly, Miri stepped forward and said, "Master, you don't need to dirty your hands. I'll take care of this trash myself." Wu Fang growled, "I may be weak, but I'm not so pathetic that I can't kill garbage like you." He lunged at Miri, but she effortlessly deflected his attack. Shocked, Wu Fang shouted, "How is this possible? You were supposed to be useless. How did you learn the Thousand Sword technique?" The Elder Jiao watching said, "She was trash, but everything changed a few days ago." 3 days earlier, Elder Jiao was checking Miri's stats. He muttered in surprise, "She has an innate sword body." Miri asked, "Master, what does that mean?" Elder Jiao smiled, "It means you're gifted. You can learn swordsmanship." To demonstrate, he slashed down a massive tree and said, "This is the technique you must master. Use it to defeat Wu Fang." She immediately began training in the Thousand Sword technique. Thanks to Elder Jiao's guidance, she quickly learned the Thousand Sword technique. The system gives Elder Jiao Heavenly Slaying technique as a reward, a top-tier, mythical level skill. Elder Jiao watched and thought, "She's no trash. She's the true treasure for me." Back in the present, Miri stepped on Wu Fang's chest and said, "Master taught you this technique for days, and yet you couldn't master it. You truly are the real trash here." Wu Fang begged, "Please, don't." But Miri ignored his pleas, and stabbed the law enforcement ruler directly into his body, devastating his internal roots. She turned to Elder Jiao and said, "Master, I've destroyed his spiritual root. Please verify it." Elder Jiao reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll check it." Zheng Yi stepped in and said, "Elder Jiao, you've punished the traitor. I'll take Elder Wang away to handle the rest of the situation." But Elder Jiao stepped forward and asked, "Who said you could just walk away?" Zheng Yi frowned. "What are you talking about? You promised me you wouldn't take his life." Elder Jiao chuckled. "I did say I'd spare his life, but I never said I'd let him go for free. If he wants to leave, he'll have to pay the price." Just then, Elder Wang let out a laugh, and said that he understood what Elder Jiao was trying to imply. With a bitter smile, he handed over a pouch, and remarked that it contained all his fortune. According to him, it should be more than enough. Elder Jiao accepted the pouch, and commented that Elder Wang was a wise man. He thanked him for the generous gift, and said it was appreciated. He then turned to Miri and told her it was time to leave. As they walked away, Miri praised her master, saying he had handled things wonderfully. Elder Jiao returned the compliment, telling her she had done equally well. He then advised her to take the rest of the day off, and rest because their training would resume the next day. As they departed, Elder Jiao turned back and told Elder Wang to take care of himself, but Elder Wang was seething inside. He thought to himself that Elder Jiao could laugh all he wanted today, but he would never forgive him for what happened. The next day, seen at the 7th peak, Elder Jiao was seen examining Elder Wang's belongings. He noted that while the collection was decent, most of the elixirs were meant for Golden Core realm cultivation. However, the quality of these resources was average at best. He then discovered a few mid-grade techniques, and commented that one of them could be useful for building a solid primary foundation. Setting aside a sword and a bottle, he remarked that those were Elder Wang's most valuable items. Though, in truth, they weren't particularly useful to him, he decided it would be better to give them to Miri, thinking to himself that when it came to real treasures, the system always provided the best ones. Continuing the inspection, Elder Jiao found a large stash of special stones. He muttered that for someone considered a low-level elder, Elder Wang sure had over 100 special stones, something that would only be possible if he'd been looting others. He couldn't have amassed that kind of wealth otherwise. Elder Jiao smirked and thought, looks like I'm rich now. Maybe it's time I stopped living in this shabby hut, and built myself a proper house. Just then, Miri arrived and reminded him that he had promised to start her training 2 hours later. She asked if she could come in now. Elder Jiao welcomed her in and told her to sit beside him. He then began explaining the cultivation realms. He said that the first was the postnatal realm, followed by the innate realm, then the key refining realm, and then the golden core realm, which was his current level. Above that were the nascent soul realm, the separation realm, and the integration realm. Beyond them were the Mahayana realm, and at the very top, the transcendence realm. He explained that each of these realms was divided into 10 levels. In the postnatal realm, one uses energy to heal their blood vessels and muscles, so that their body becomes suitable for cultivation. The innate and key refining realms significantly increase physical defense. At the very top, after reaching the transcendence realm, one could even attain immortality, though no one had ever achieved that. People only spoke of immortals as part of legends. Elder Jiao then told Miri that he would be teaching her the primordial technique, and asked her to focus her mind. He informed her that he would be transferring some of his own ki to help her cultivate. At that moment, the system notified Elder Jiao that Miri was now officially registered as his true disciple, and that he had granted her 15 energy points. Surprised, Elder Jiao wondered what the system would give him in return. The system replied that he would receive around 50 to 60 energy points in exchange. He thought to himself that Miri was exceptionally talented at learning techniques, and that the only thing holding her back so far had been her lack of cultivation power. But now that he could supply her with his ki, she should be able to refine her bone marrow smoothly. With that, Elder Jiao transferred a large amount of energy to Miri, preparing her for the next phase of her cultivation journey. When Miri opened her eyes, she had already advanced to the 10th level of the postnatal realm. Shocked, she turned to Elder Jiao, and asked why he had transferred his ki directly to her. She pointed out that giving someone your ki could severely weaken your own cultivation, and even lower your realm. Master, please don't do this again. If something happens to your realm, you'll become far weaker than before. But Elder Jiao smiled calmly, and reassured her not to worry. Nothing is going to happen to your master. At the same time, the system notified Elder Jiao, you've transferred 100 days worth of cultivation to your disciple. As a reward, you'll receive a 5-fold return, 500 days of cultivation. Elder Jiao couldn't help but grin. Now that's more like it. He then handed Miri Elder Wang's bag, and said warmly, this may not have meant much to me, but these items will be of great help to you. Consider this my gift to you for becoming my true disciple. Miri, overjoyed, looked at him and said, Master, is all of this really for me? The system reported, you have gifted your disciple 1/3 grade yuan pill, and 10 second grade pills. In return, you will receive a 4th grade yuan pill as a reward. Miri looked deeply moved. Thank you, Master, you've saved my life. If there's ever anything you want me to do in the future, just say the word. I promise this disciple will never disappoint you. The system then added, you've given your disciple 17 martial technique. In return, you'll be rewarded 20 times over. Your reward is the 1,000-mile sword art, a heavenly grade, supreme rank technique. Elder Jiao said, you don't need to get so emotional. What's mine is yours. Now go and start practicing those techniques. Once you've begun learning them, come back to me and I'll give you some more ki. Miri was stunned. Master, you're going to give me more ki? The system then reported, you've granted your disciple the 5 elemental seal, an earth grade, intermediate rank weapon. In return, you'll receive the Wandering Gentle Sword, an earth grade, supreme rank weapon. Still concerned, Miri said, Master, you're giving me so much, it's bound to affect your body. This can't be safe for you. Elder Jiao simply smiled. I told you, I'm fine. If you still don't believe me, watch. I'll sit right here and cultivate for 3 days straight. After that, I'm certain I'll break through and reach the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm. Miri replied firmly, then I'll stay and protect you while you cultivate. I won't let anyone disturb you. Elder Jiao waved her off gently. There's no need to worry so much. Go on now and focus on your own practice. Miri nodded. All right, Master, I won't disturb you again. With that, she left the room. Once she was gone, Elder Jiao sat back and said, now, let's take a look at all the rewards I've received. He reached into his storage and pulled out a 4th grade yuan pill. Looking at it in awe, he said, I've heard so much about this pill, but this is the first time I'm seeing one in person. To refine something like this, you need someone at the Nansent Soul realm at least. Anyone below that realm wouldn't be able to refine it at all, and the materials required are extremely rare. I can guarantee that no one else in the entire Hongmen sect has something like this. Even if we sold the entire sect, we might only be able to afford 5 of these pills. But what excited him the most wasn't the pill. The best thing I have is the heavenly grade sword control technique, 10,000 miles. This is one of the top-tier sword techniques in the world. Very few techniques can even compare. He unsheathed his sword and gave it a try. With a single motion, his sword flew forward and shattered a massive boulder. Elder Jiao grinned. Not bad. My art of sword control is going to become incredibly powerful with this technique. If I manage to get even stronger swords, I won't need to worry about realms at all. I'll be able to cut down anyone using just my weapons. Alright, it's time to put the system's cultivation reward to use. Only with this can I break through. I'm confident I'll reach the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. The scene shifted to the Hongmen sect's trade market. Wang Jin was strolling with a group of girls. Meanwhile, some other girls were gossiping. Did you hear about the elder from the 7th peak? Apparently, he just had a breakthrough and entered the Golden Core realm. Another girl chimed in. I also heard he fought Elder Wang from the 6th peak and absolutely crushed him. It sounds like Elder Jiao has become incredibly powerful, the first girl added with a blush. And he's handsome too. Plus, he has a female disciple he cares for deeply. I even heard he gave her his own key. The second girl sighed dreamily. Yeah, I wish he were my master. Who wouldn't want someone so powerful and good-looking? Li Shan, who had been eavesdropping nearby, frowned and thought, they must be talking about Miri. But how could a former slave like her become a disciple? Just then, one of the girls walking with Wang Jin asked, Brother Wang, Brother Li, didn't you two used to be from the 7th peak? Why did you leave? Wang Jin told the girls not to pay attention to the rumors they had heard. He said the elder they were talking about was a total nobody, so worthless that not even a stray dog would care about him. According to Wang Jin, such a person didn't deserve any recognition, and only brought bad luck. Li Shan agreed with him, adding that the elder was a pathetic excuse for a master. Meanwhile, Lin Han had been listening to their conversation from a distance. He thought to himself that the old bastard they were insulting had actually broken through. Even Elder Wang hadn't been able to defeat him. Just a short while ago, the man was on the verge of death. How had he become so powerful so suddenly? I need to find out what's going on. The scene shifted to the 7th peak. A man had arrived to greet Elder Jiao, while Lin Han secretly observed them from behind a bush. The visitor was no ordinary person. He was the personal disciple of Leader Zheng. He respectfully addressed Elder Jiao and said, Master, I bring a message from Leader Zheng. In 100 days, there will be a grand martial competition involving all sect elders and their disciples. The leader expects you to prepare accordingly. He then hesitated before continuing, Elder Jiao, I mean no disrespect, but I have to say, you've chosen an extremely unqualified disciple. Her abilities are subpar, and I don't believe she's fit to represent our sect. She'll likely get badly beaten. Miri, who had been standing nearby, clenched her fists in anger. But Elder Jiao responded calmly, you must have something wrong with your eyes. If you're underestimating my disciple. The visitor raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you trying to say, Elder? Elder Jiao explained, 3 days ago, Miri was an ordinary girl without any cultivation. But in just 3 days, she has grown 10 times stronger. If she continues at this pace, even you won't be able to match her in the future. The visitor looked stunned. You're telling me she reached the peak of the postnatal realm in only 3 days? Elder Jiao nodded. If you don't believe me, Miri, show him your power. With that, Miri released her energy. The moment she did, the visitor was forced to admit, Elder, you're right. She really has reached the peak of the postnatal realm in just 3 days. But how is that even possible? Even Lin Han, still hiding nearby, was shocked. Elder Jiao turned and said with a smile, "This world is full of possibilities. Anything can happen." Meanwhile, Mary smirked and playfully taunted the visiting disciple. Lin Han, observing everything, thought to himself, she used to be trash. How did she reach the peak so quickly? Her qualifications were abysmal. This shouldn't be possible, unless Elder Jiao has been hiding a powerful treasure. If he has something like that, I need to get my hands on it. He made up his mind. Looks like I'll need to speak with my master. The scene shifted to the third peak. Lin Han had arrived at the residence of Elder Menu. Elder Menu listened closely as Lin Han explained the situation. So according to you, Elder Jiao defeated Elder Wang, and even took his fortune, and on top of that, he passed the peak-level supreme technique to his disciple? Lin Han nodded and added, "Master, you're a powerful and wise man. I've always believed you deserve more resources than you've been given. But because of Elder Jiao, you were denied those chances. He kept getting all the rewards, even though he's done nothing special." Elder Menu's eyes narrowed. "If that's the case, then go ahead and carry out your plan. If you succeed, I'll accept you as my personal disciple." Lin Han bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. I won't let you down." The scene transitioned back to the seventh peak. Elder Jiao asked Mary, "Are you ready? Today, you're going to break through to the innate realm. If everything goes as planned, your cultivation will improve tremendously, and soon, you'll become very powerful." Mary remembered the insulting words of the leader's visiting disciple. Her eyes burned with determination. "Yes, Master, I'm ready." Mary thought to herself, that elder disciple Ichin really underestimated me. Just wait, once I become stronger, I'll beat the crap out of him. Elder Jiao, meanwhile, reflected silently. Under the leader's influence, that kid Ichin has become completely spoiled, but perhaps it's for the best. Thanks to his insults, Miri has been accelerating rapidly. Honestly, this isn't a bad outcome for us. If everything continues to go smoothly, she could break through to an even higher realm. Alright, let's begin the process. They start the energy transfer. Miri gritted her teeth and thought, the pain is intense. This isn't as easy as I imagined, but, as I endure this, my body feels lighter, like something inside me is being cleansed. Suddenly, the system voice echoed in Jiao's mind. You have transferred 2 days' worth of cultivation to the disciple. Her aptitude has increased by 70 points. As a feedback reward, your cultivation will be doubled. You will receive 400 points of cultivation energy, and unlock the water sword technique, a low-rank technique from the earth grade. Elder Jiao watched with satisfaction. It's done. This gentle flowing energy, like water, feels incredible. Elder Jiao checked and said, I've reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Mary opened her eyes and said, I feel amazing. I think I've stepped into the Foundation realm. Am I finally strong enough to fight Ichen? Elder Jiao nodded. I'm confident you can defeat him. And once you do, I'll introduce you to other geniuses. Battling them will help you grow even stronger. Mary's eyes lit up. Seriously, Master? I can really do all that? Just then, someone knocked at the door. A disciple from outside called, Elder Jiao, your disciple was found seriously injured. After venturing into the medicinal valley to collect herbs for your treatment, please come quickly. Elder Jiao frowned. Something's off. He's definitely planning something. Mary also felt suspicious. Master only has one disciple right now, and that's me. So who is he talking about? Elder Jiao opened the door, and there stood Lin Han. Elder Jiao said with concern, Han, what happened to you? Lin Han, flanked by Elder Menu and another disciple, stepped forward and said, Master, I went to the medicinal valley to collect life-saving dragon grass for your treatment. Please, take it. I brought it back for you. Mary snapped. You traitor. You aligned yourself with the 3rd peak, and now you dare return here? Acting innocent, Lin Han replied, You've misunderstood me. I only joined the 3rd peak to get help in finding the life-saving grass to heal Master, and look, I succeeded. The disciples accompanying him defended him. You people are being unfair. Brother Han nearly lost his life collecting that grass, and now you accuse him? Elder Mengyu also stepped forward, adding, Yes, Elder Jiao, what Lin Han is saying is true. He bowed before me for 3 days straight, begging for help. Even I was moved by his sincerity. Still enraged, Mary shouted, Enough of this nonsense. This scumbag betrayed us. I'll never believe he's a good person. He's just trying to manipulate everyone again. The elder intervened. Mary, that's enough. There's no need for you to say anything more. I'll handle this. Then Elder Jiao turned to Lin Han and asked, You've already joined the 3rd peak, so why did you come back? Are you hoping to return to the 7th peak? Lin Han knelt down and said, Master, I've made many mistakes. The biggest was leaving your sect. I know I don't have the right to call you my master anymore. All I ask is that you accept this dragon grass. I want nothing else. The other disciples whispered among themselves. Elder Jiao looks perfectly healthy. It doesn't seem like he needs the grass at all. One of them added, It's such a shame. Brother Lin worked so hard for a master who refuses to acknowledge him. and his cultivation has deteriorated. He'll need at least a 4th grade yuan pill to recover. Another disciple turned to Elder Jiao. We've heard you have a 4th grade yuan pill. If Lin Han was injured for your sake, shouldn't you give it to him? Another agreed. Yeah, it's only fair. But Lin Han quickly refused. No, I don't need it. Just then, an idea sparked in Elder Jiao's mind. He stumbled slightly and said, "Who told you I've recovered? My body is still weak. I do need the dragon grass to regain my strength. Isn't that right, Miri?" Miri picked up on the act and replied, "Yes, Master's condition is serious. He was only pretending to be fine in front of you all to save face." Everyone else exchanged awkward glances. One muttered, "That was some terrible acting. That whole scene just ruined the mood." Even Lin Han was stunned. He wasn't like this before. He's become completely shameless. Still, he reasoned to himself, well, dragon grass doesn't have much value anyway. If I can get a 4th grade yuan pill in return, it's actually a good deal. Aloud, he said, "Master, if your condition is really that bad, please accept the dragon grass. I brought it back for you. Keeping it to myself would be a waste." Elder Jiao eagerly took the grass, and thanked him with a satisfied smile. "Thank you, Lin Han." Elder Jiao turned to Miri and said, "Since we've obtained the dragon grass, let's celebrate with a feast." At the same time, the system announced, "You've given dragon grass to your disciple. As a result, you will receive 5 times the reward. Your reward includes a 2nd grade herb, dragon blood herb." Feigning excitement, Han exclaimed, "That's amazing. I'm glad I could finally help Master." The 2 bystanders commented, "Brother, you really are something. You spent all your savings just to save your master, and how did he repay you?" "He left you for dead," Elder Menu added. "Right now, saving a life is what matters most. This disciple is dying, and as elders of this sect, we can't let that happen. If word gets out about your behavior, no one will want to become a disciple of the 7th peak. You'll end up alone." Elder Jiao responded calmly, "Why are you all jumping to conclusions? Han and I were once master and disciple. How could I just stand by and watch him die? Besides, you're only talking about a 4th grade pill. I can refine one myself, but the pill I have is of a much higher level. You won't be able to cultivate it on your own. It'd be better if I helped refine it for you. That way, you'll absorb it with ease and your body won't suffer under the strain," Elder Menu said. "Elder Jiao, you're truly a kind man." Meanwhile, Han was thinking, Elder Jiao used to possess many rare techniques. If he's sharing them with his disciples, this might be a great opportunity for me. I need to observe carefully and make the most of it. Elder Jiao then turned to Han. "You were willing to give your life for me. Compared to that, a mere pill is nothing." With that, Elder Jiao activated a silent technique, rendering Han unable to speak. Then, he began destroying Han's meridians. Han was in immense pain but couldn't cry out. The 2 bystanders grew concerned. "Elder Menu, what's going on here? You said there'd be cultivation, but Brother Han looks like he's in serious trouble." Elder Menu reassured them, "My dear disciples, don't panic. Elder Jiao warned us that difficulties may arise. This is just one of them." Han thought desperately, "No one's giving me any skills or helping with my cultivation. Instead, they're destroying my meridians and draining my power. The worst part is, I can't even speak." Elder Menu is standing right there, "But I can't ask for help." Elder Menu gave Han a thumbs up and whispered, "You did well." Moments later, Han collapsed, his condition visibly worsening. Elder Jiao explained, "I used an extremely powerful technique to fully heal Han. Perhaps his cultivation was too weak to endure the process. You can take him away to rest. He'll recover after a while. I'm also completely drained. Healing Han took a lot out of me. I probably won't be getting out of bed for a few days. I'll go rest now." Elder Menu laughed. "Of course, please take your rest." But as he watched Jiao leave, he thought, "I didn't get to see the technique itself, but there's no doubt his power has greatly diminished. He must be much weaker now." With that, Elder Menu launched a surprise attack on Elder Jiao, but Jiao easily deflected the blow. "Elder Menu, how could you do this? I just saved one of your disciples, and you know I'm still recovering, yet you attack me now?" Elder Menu thought, everything was going according to plan. So how is this bastard still so powerful? His strength keeps increasing. Jiao retaliated, sending Elder Menu flying through the air. Menu's disciples rushed in to protect their master. Elder Jiao scoffed. "So now the dogs attack." The 2 disciples ran to Elder Menu's side. Helping him up, Elder Jiao said, "Let's go eat some chicken. I'm exhausted." Lin Han, watching them, snapped, "What are you idiots doing? Go attack Elder Jiao." One disciple pulled out a hidden needle. "This is Elder Menu's secret weapon. He gave it to me with full confidence that I'd complete the task. No smell, no trace. If I throw this, there's no way Elder Jiao survives today." But as he launched the needle, Elder Jiao swiftly dodged it. "Something's off about that needle. Good thing I took the golden pill earlier. My senses are sharper than ever. If I hadn't, I'd be dead right now. But now, none of you are getting away." The 2 disciples were shocked. "He dodged it. No way he'll keep dodging. We'll hit him next time." Elder Jiao turned to Miri. "I've taught you the Kanlan sword technique. Now's the time to use it." Mary immediately drew her sword and dashed forward, destroying every needle mid-air. The system announced, "Your disciple has successfully learned the first form of the Kanlan sword technique. As a reward, you've received the Spirit Dragon armor, an Earth-grade, mid-rank weapon." Elder Jiao was impressed. This girl really does possess the innate sword body. I only taught her the basics a few days ago, and she's already mastered it. The two attackers were stunned. How is this possible? She's still in the innate realm, yet she destroyed needles that even a golden core realm cultivator couldn't detect. As Lin Han fled, he shouted, "These people have become way too powerful. We need to get out of here. Now." Miri, furious, called out after him, "Lin Han, you betrayed us, and now you've come back to kill us? You're not getting away this time. I could have forgiven you the first time, but a second betrayal? There's no forgiveness for that." With that, she unleashed a deadly attack on Lin Han. The blow destroyed his cultivation entirely. Meanwhile, Elder Mengyu and the remaining disciples warned him, "Stay away from us." Elder Mengyu added, "If you come near me again, the sect master himself won't let you off." The disciples argued, "But we're at the Foundation realm, and master, you're in the Golden Core realm. Why should we fear this girl?" Elder Mengyu snapped back, "Are your eyes broken? We're not afraid of that girl. We're terrified of the monster standing behind her. He could annihilate all of us in an instant." Mary turned to Elder Jiao, "Master, there's no need for you to get your hands dirty. I'll handle this trash myself." Elder Jiao replied solemnly, "Mary, always remember, death is far easier than life, and it's better to eliminate your enemies than to show mercy." The two disciples panicked, backing away. "Don't come near us." But Elder Jiao calmly approached them. "What's the matter? Are you scared now?" Scene shifted to the first peak. Elder Mengyu and Elder Jiao arrived, both looking grim. Elder Jiao addressed the group, "A lot went wrong today. Elder Mengyu brought several people with him, including my former disciple, Lin Han, that traitor. Without any real reason, they provoked us, and a fight broke out. I didn't do anything wrong. I only tried to protect my disciple. In the process, Lin Han died, and the other two disciples were crippled. I hope the sect understands and doesn't punish us." Sect leader Jingyi responded coldly, "Elder Jiao, this is not the first time. You killed Wu Fang just days ago, and now Lin Han? I understand they betrayed you, but you can't go around killing people at will. If this continues, I won't be able to defend your actions." Elder Jiao lowered his head. "Sect leader, please forgive me. I admit I made a mistake. It won't happen again." Elder Mengyu interrupted furiously, "Sect leader, he killed my disciples, and you're not saying a word? Everyone knows you're biased toward Elder Jiao. He roams free, killing people for no reason, and you just let it go. I came to him peacefully, and what did he do? He murdered my disciples and betrayed the sect. He's broken the rules again and again. He should be expelled." Elder Jiao scoffed, "Don't spout nonsense. Lin Han wasn't my disciple. He was yours. His life or death doesn't concern me. And why did you bring him to the 7th peak in the first place? If you hadn't, none of this would have happened. Also, why did you bring so many men with you? Did you think you could fool our leader?" Elder Mengyu stammered, "That's not what I meant. I never said the leader was a fool." Just then, the sect leader shouted, "Enough, both of you, be silent." He turned to Elder Mengyu, "You made a serious mistake. You deliberately provoked Elder Jiao, hoping he'd retaliate. Under sect rules, you must be punished." Elder Mengyu yelled, "Then punish him too. Don't let him go free." The sect leader declared, "This matter ends here." Elder Mengyu is sentenced to 3 months of stone gazing. He will not be allowed to turn his head even once. That is your punishment." The elders bowed in thanks. Moments later, the guards arrived to escort Elder Mengyu away. As he was taken, Elder Mengyu muttered under his breath, "Jiao Yuan, you made a huge mistake today. I won't let this go." Scene shifted to the training room of the 7th peak. Miri was practicing quietly when Elder Jiao entered. He asked gently, "Miri, how's your training going?" She looked up, checking his condition. "Master, did the sect leader scold you?" "I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. I was the one who charged forward to attack Lin Han. If anyone should be punished, it's me. Please, don't take any blame for my actions." Elder Jiao smiled, "You're worrying for no reason. No one can lay a finger on you as long as I'm your master. That's my eternal promise. And remember this, if anyone ever offends you, even a god or an emperor, your masters will never let them go. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." Moved to tears, Miri knelt and whispered, "Thank you, master." Elder Jiao smiled and said, "You don't need to do that. Miri, you can always tell me anything." She hesitated, then said, "Master, I've been hiding a big secret from you. My real name isn't Miri, it's Lin Ji. I'm the daughter of the Lin family, the rulers of the southwest region." Elder Jiao was shocked. "You belong to the Lin family from the southwest? That's one of the most powerful clans." In his mind, he recalled the tragedy from 10 years ago, when the entire Lin family was massacred overnight. Mary then began to explain her past. She said that a decade ago, her family had discovered a mine filled with rare, powerful stones. These stones could significantly enhance cultivation, and with them, their family could rival even the Hongmen sect. Her father, who was the family head at the time, had ordered everyone to keep it a secret. If word got out, other sects would attack them for the mine. Everyone in her family was loyal, except for one man, her uncle. Out of greed and jealousy, he had sold information about the mine to the Luyan sect, believing that their family was not giving him his due. As a result of that betrayal, the Luyan sect launched a surprise attack one night, and wiped out the entire Lin family. I watched everyone die in front of me, nearly 100 corpses, all family. My father died protecting me, and because of him, I was able to escape. But her escape wasn't the end of her suffering. She ran into a group of bandits who robbed her of everything, and sold her into slavery, and that's when you appeared. Master, you saved me. If it weren't for you, I would still be a slave somewhere. Hearing this, Elder Jiao couldn't hold back his tears. He said he had no idea she had suffered so much, and asked why she had never shared any of this with him. Now I understand your hatred for traitors, because it was one traitor who destroyed everything. He told her not to worry anymore, and promised to take her somewhere, to the base of the mountain. Mary was confused. The base of the mountain? Why? Elder Jiao smiled and said that since she had begged him to become her master, he now had a responsibility to repay kindness, and take revenge on those who wronged them. He revealed that the ones responsible for her family's death were none other than members of the Luyan sect. It's time to make them pay. I will personally destroy them. Overwhelmed, Mary hugged him tightly. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, "You don't need to do that. I want you to live a peaceful life. There's nothing left in revenge. Please, let it go." Jiao sighed and nodded. "All right, we won't go now, but maybe someday." The scene shifted to the outskirts of Luyan City's forest. Two children were barely alive among a field of corpses. The boy, Bai Luo, said through gritted teeth, "I didn't know it was you. You sacrificed your own people for money. You let them die so our energy would be drained. Only scum like you could do something so vile." The man standing before them belonged to the Sun and Moon Ghost sect. His name was Zheng Yi. He laughed and said, "So your elders used disciples. Impressive. You wiped out all my men with ease. Your dual sword techniques are extraordinary, but no matter what you try, you can't defeat me." With that, Zheng Yi moved in to finish them off. Bai Luo and his companion, Qi Lin, prepared for death, but suddenly, an attack hit Zheng Yi from behind. Zheng Yi roared, "Who the hell dared to strike me from behind?" Mary stepped forward. "Master, I messed up." Elder Jiao scolded her. "I told you to stay focused, but your concentration is awful. Because of you, our enemy nearly escaped." Zheng Yi glared at her. "You little brat, how are you going to pay for disturbing me?" But Mary wasn't intimidated. Furious, she stepped up and warned, "Old man, mind your tongue. I'm young enough to be your daughter." Zheng Yi attacked before she could finish. He struck her so hard that she was thrown backward. "You're too weak to fight me. Run back to your master. That's the only place you belong." Even Bai Luo and Qi Lin shouted, "Be careful." But Mary stood her ground. "You're trash, and my master doesn't need to waste his energy on you. I'll handle this myself." She unleashed her thousand sword technique strike, hitting Zheng Yi directly. Moments later, he lay defeated. Mary said, "Master, I brought his storage bag. Nothing valuable inside. Just some special stones." Elder Jiao replied, "Whatever's there, keep it. None of it is of use to me." Bai Luo and Qi Lin stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you so much for saving us. We're disciples of Elder Zhu of Hongmen Sect's second peak. May we know your name?" Jiao smiled. "So your Elder Zhu's disciples. I am Jiao Yuan of the seventh peak, and this is my disciple, Miri." Both gasped. "You're Elder Jiao? It's truly an honor to meet you." Elder Jiao told them not to be so formal. He already knew what they were doing there, and reminded them that this place wasn't meant for kids. He then questioned why the Sun and Moon sect was after them. Had they offended them somehow? Bai Luo explained that the Sun and Moon sect had always been hostile toward their Hongmen sect. The elders of that sect seemed to enjoy tormenting them. He said they were attacked because of a rare plant, an old, low-grade thousand-year heartless grass. It was a valuable material, and that's what drew Zheng Yi after them. "My master always taught me that we should repay kindness, and never forget to take revenge against our enemies. Elder Jiao, you saved our lives. Please accept this grass." Elder Jiao replied that they were indeed worthy disciples of Elder Zhu. "You're just like her." He accepted the plant and promised to use it to refine some foundation building pills, which he would also share with them. The two disciples bowed in gratitude, but Elder Jiao told them there was no need to thank him, because their work there wasn't over yet. He suddenly grew serious and said, "Someone's still watching us, and anyone spying on us has to die." With that, he slashed down a tree behind him, revealing two hidden figures. Bai Luo and Qi Lin were shocked. They hadn't even sensed the two. The hidden individuals stepped forward. One was a young man named Qin Yangji, at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. The other was a woman named Bai Yanji, at the 3rd level. Qin Yangji sneered, "You dare kill my disciples?" "Luckily, we were nearby. Otherwise, you'd have gotten away." Elder Jiao recognized them. "So you two are the infamous dual elders of the Sun and Moon sect. I've heard of your soul techniques. Quite well known. They call you the Yin Yang elders." He narrowed his eyes and declared, But no matter your reputation, in a few seconds, both of you will be kneeling at my feet." He thought to himself that they were far weaker than him. Before coming out, he had concealed his true aura, luring them in to attack him carelessly. King Yangji responded with a smirk. "You know so much about us and still dare fight? Let's see what you're made of, boy." With that, he launched his attack. Elder Jiao easily blocked it. King Yangji raised his chain weapon and bragged, "This chain has tasted the blood of thousands. Even Nansent soul cultivators turn to ash if it touches them. You're nothing compared to that." But Elder Jiao only smirked inwardly. This fool just revealed his greatest secret. All I have to do is not touch the chain. Suddenly, spectral skeletal hands emerged, grabbing Elder Jiao. Bai Yangji stepped forward, using a hammer infused with 1,000 trapped souls. "Now that I've caught you, there's no escape." Elder Jiao laughed. "You two sure love to tag team your victims. I'll admit, your coordination is impressive." Bai Yangji snapped, "Say whatever you want, you're not getting out alive." As Elder Jiao struggled, the disciples watching began to panic. Miri shouted, "Master, be careful." Summoning his power, Elder Jiao unleashed a powerful counterattack. Bai Yangji staggered back. "He actually escaped my grip." King Yangji scowled. "It doesn't matter what tricks he uses, he's not getting away from us today." Elder Jiao's sword was speeding toward King Yangji with incredible force. King Yangji couldn't dodge entirely and was struck. Bai Yangji gasped, "How is that sword so powerful?" "It's just a spirit weapon." Miri pointed and yelled, "Master, look, that girl is running away." Bai Yangji was retreating in fear. Her thoughts were racing. This boy's techniques, they're not normal. Even top-level experts can't use power like that. Even a Nansent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to harm him. He's terrifying. But Elder Jiao wasn't going to let her get away. He shouted, "Trying to run? You won't escape." He launched another attack, but Bai Yangji activated her formation barrier to shield herself. She shouted toward her soul spirits, "Protect me." Meanwhile, Elder Jiao analyzed the situation. All the skeletons in her formation had been bound using souls. If he could just destroy that formation, the souls would be released and turn against her. He did exactly that. Once the formation collapsed, all the skeletons broke free. They turned toward Bai Yangji in fury. She panicked. "What are you all doing? I'm not your enemy." "He is." But the undead didn't listen. They swarmed her, biting and tearing. Moments later, all the skeletons had ripped Bai Yangji apart. Elder Jiao stated that the spirits trapped here had been bound for 1,000 years, and now, they were finally free. Qi Lin and Bai Luo were left speechless. They couldn't believe what they'd just seen. Elder Jiao is unbelievably powerful. He just defeated 2 high-level Sun and Moon sect elders in only 2 moves. They began to wonder, is Elder Jiao already in the Nansent Soul realm? Even our master doesn't have this kind of strength. Miri ran over and reported, "Master, just like you said, I looted both of them. I've taken everything they had." Elder Jiao praised her. "Well done. You're becoming a true disciple, more confident and capable than before. You used to panic so much. You can keep Xingyi's storage bag, but hand over the rest to me for now. Most of it won't be useful to you yet." Bai Luo and Qi Lin were stunned. Elder Jiao is such a kind man. He gave everything to his disciple without keeping a single thing for himself. Miri examined a ring and said, "Master, there are 1,000 special stones inside, and lots of elixirs too. Can I use them for myself?" Elder Jiao nodded. "I gave them to you. Use them wisely." Then Elder Jiao checked his own rewards. The system notified him, "You've given Miri 6,872 spirit stones, 4,600 of which are medium grade, and 36 top grade. You've also obtained many rare pills as rewards, a 4th-level immortal nourishing pill, a 15,000 cubic meter spatial storage ring, a 5,000-year-old heartless grass, and 2,000 top-grade special stones." Elder Jiao explained aloud, "There are 4 grades of stones, low, upper, middle, and absolute. I just got 2 absolute grade stones. That's equivalent to 2 billion low-grade stones. Incredible. It feels amazing to become rich all at once." Meanwhile, Miri showed off her new storage bags. "I've got some really good quality bags now, and a few extras. Can I give them to Bai Luo and Qi Lin? They might find them useful." The 2 disciples were shocked. "These are really expensive. We can't accept them. Storage bags cost a fortune. Normal cultivators can't even afford one." Elder Jiao spoke firmly. "I already gave them to you. Do whatever you want with them. I won't stop you." With a smile, Miri handed the storage bags to the 2, who were so touched they began to cry. "Thank you so much," they said gratefully. Both of them thought, Elder Jiao and senior sister Miri are amazing. We wish we had a master like them, so powerful, so generous, and so beautiful. They regretted joining the 2nd peak. If only we had joined the 7th peak instead. Later, Elder Jiao and Miri arrived at the alchemy room in Luyan City. Miri asked, "Master, what are we doing here?" Elder Jiao replied, "We found that 1,000-year heartless grass. I plan to refine it into foundation building pills. But before we can make good medicine, it has to be properly refined. Once that's done, we'll head to the Luyan sect. But first, we work here." As they got started, a girl nearby named Sumuhan overheard them. She thought to herself, "This man's talking about refining foundation building pills. You need to be at least in the golden core realm to do that. But he looks so young. Is he really a golden core cultivator? If so, that's impressive." Elder Jiao began refining, but moments later, there was a small explosion. Mary asked nervously, "Master, do you actually know how to refine pills?" Elder Jiao admitted, "I've never learned to refine foundation building pills," the narrator explained. Although Elder Jiao is a genius who has refined many pills, he wasn't in the golden core realm before, so he couldn't refine foundation level pills. Just then, Sumuhan walked over, laughing, "Young master, let me help you. Refining this pill requires a lot of precise energy control, and you failed at the first stage." The onlookers whispered, "Miss Su is teaching him for free? He's so lucky." Elder Jiao observed her closely. "This young lady is a second-level alchemist," he said. "Miss Su, thank you for your kindness. Let me compensate you. Whatever the market price is, I'll pay you double." Sumuhan simply smiled and started refining the pill. The process filled the room with powerful energy. Moments later, she said, "It's done." Elder Jiao accepted the pill and offered her a reward, but she declined. "There's no need. I helped you for free." Just then, some people rushed past them shouting, "Come to the second floor. The auction has started. They've got an earth-grade sword up for bidding." Sumuhan said, "I'm heading there. No need to accompany me. I really did help you for free." Elder Jiao watched her leave and thought, "So there's an auction going on, with an earth-grade sword up for grabs." He looked at Miri. "She doesn't have a good weapon yet. It's time I got her one. And who knows, maybe there'll be even more treasures at the auction that I can buy for her. She'll grow stronger, and I'll profit too." Elder Jiao turned to Miri. "Would you like to participate in the auction?" Miri grinned. "That sounds like fun." They made their way to the second floor of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, where the auction was already underway. The host announced, "Next up is a 1,000-year-old iron whip, extremely strong. After adding a spiritual energy core, this becomes a powerful lower-tier mystical weapon. Starting bid, 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones." Excited, Miri stood up and declared, "I'll bid 100,000 spiritual stones." Gasps echoed through the room. Several cultivators grumbled, "Where did these master-disciple come from? They've bought every single item so far. We haven't been able to win a single bid." Another added, "They're overpaying for basic artifacts. There's no way we can match their bids. They must be filthy rich." Meanwhile, Sumuhan watched from the crowd, visibly stressed. The host then presented the next item. This is a high-grade treasure known as the Core Fire Lotus. It's of extraordinary quality. Starting price, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Sumuhan's expression turned serious. "I must get that lotus. That's the whole reason I came here." Just then, Miri stood up again and shouted, "I'll pay 2 million. Sumuhan's heart sank. "I don't even have that much money. How can I compete?" Others in the room murmured among themselves, "It's a nice item, sure, but not that special." These people are driving the prices up so high that no one else can buy anything. The bidding ended, and the auctioneer called out, "Congratulations. The Core Fire Lotus goes to the young lady in the front row." Miri looked thrilled. "It's beautiful." Sumuhan realized the ones who had just bought the lotus were the same pair she'd helped earlier in the alchemy room. "Should I go ask them for the lotus? Would they even give it to me?" She slowly approached. Miri noticed and said, "Hey, isn't that the lady who helped us refine the pill earlier?" Sumuhan respectfully bowed. "Young master, my name is Sumuhan. My father was once a powerful cultivator, but a mistake during cultivation destroyed his dantian. The only way to save him is with the Core Fire Lotus. I beg you, could you give it to me? I can pay you for it. If you hand over the lotus, I'll do anything to repay your kindness. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Just please, save my father." Miri turned to Elder Jiao and asked softly, "Master, what should we do?" The system suddenly prompted, "Host has given the Core Fire Lotus to his disciple. As a result, the host receives a 5-fold reward. Host has obtained a 5th-grade Core Fire Lotus." Elder Jiao smiled and said, "My dear disciple, I gave you that lotus as a gift. It's yours now. What you choose to do with it is up to you. If you want, you may gift it to her." Miri smiled warmly. "Master, you really are the best." She turned to Sumuhan. "Of course I'll help my sister." Just then, a whip attack flew toward them. Miri blocked it and shouted, "Who dares attack us?" The crowd buzzed with shock. "Is a fight breaking out?" A man standing on the upper platform called out, "My young master desires that Core Fire Lotus. He's willing to pay 3 million for it. Hand it over now." Whispers erupted from the crowd. 3 million? That's insane. The man who had made the offer was none other than Wang Rang, the son of the city lord of Luyan City. Wang Rang stood up arrogantly and declared, 3 million is nothing. For such a beautiful lady, I'd pay any price." Sumuhan's expression turned anxious. "That scumbag again." Miri's eyes narrowed. "Something feels off here." In a corner, some men whispered, "Isn't that the city lord's son? He's here to harass Sumuhan again." "Yeah, that bastard's been bothering her ever since she became head of her family." I feel bad for Sumuan. She's such a kind and innocent girl, but this jerk won't leave her alone, and we can't do anything. He's the city lord's son. The arrogant lackey continued shouting. Hey commoners, can't you hear me? My young master is trying to buy that lotus from you. Why are you ignoring him? Are you full of yourself or something? Mary stepped forward and said sternly. So, you want to buy it? Well, we don't want to sell. I don't care how much you're offering. Take your ugly face and get out of here. Sumuhan quickly stepped in, urging, Miss, please don't be so impulsive. You shouldn't offend this man. He's extremely powerful. I made the same mistake once. Elder Jiao looked at Sumuhan and asked, Miss Sumuhan, it sounds like you know this man quite well. What's the connection between you two? Sumuhan explained. He's the son of the city lord. In this city, people hold him in high regard. He once came to my home and proposed marriage, but I rejected him right to his face. Since then, he's been harassing me constantly. My life has become a living hell because of him. She then bowed and said, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this mess. Please, accept these 50,000 spirit stones as compensation, and allow me to leave. Elder Jiao thought to himself, everything she's done is for her father, even with the city lord's son in front of her. She doesn't panic, and she's a second-level alchemist at such a young age. She might just be a perfect candidate to become my disciple. Elder Jiao spoke aloud, Miss Su, don't go. I can give you the fire core lotus. I can even help you deal with your troubles with the city lord's son. But I have one condition. Startled, Sumuan asked, what kind of condition? He smiled, you must become my disciple. Relieved and overjoyed, Sumuan nodded eagerly. From today, I will be your disciple. I'm willing to do anything to save my father. This is a small price to pay. Master, please accept my formal greeting as your disciple. Elder Jiao smiled proudly. You're a worthy disciple. From now on, you're my second true disciple. Stand up. We have a lot of work to do. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You've received a new disciple with the Heart of Alchemy talent. This human-level Heart of Alchemy increases pill-making efficiency by 30% and doubles rewards. However, the one gifted to the host is of Earth level, with a 70% success rate. All details of the new disciple are now available. System data displayed. Name, Sumuan. Comprehension, 60. Aptitude, 50. Special talent, human-level Heart of Alchemy. Needs a third-level elixir to improve. Elder Jiao reviewed the data. Her attitude and comprehension are average, just like Miri. I'll need to give her a personal upgrade path. He turned to Miri with a smile. You know what to do, right? Miri smirked. Yes, master. I just need to deal with some wild dogs. She strode forward confidently to attack. One of the men laughed mockingly. You people sure are arrogant. I won't let you off so easily today. Before he could finish, Miri launched a powerful kick, slamming him into a wall with a single strike. Even Wang Rang, the city lord's son, was visibly shaken. Miri glared at him. I hate scum like you, Wang Rang stammered. Don't even think about hitting me. My father is the city lord. He won't spare you. Miri replied coldly. I don't care who your father is. I'm going to beat you so badly, he won't even recognize you. Terrified, Wang Rang shouted, Nameless, help me. If anything happens to me, my father will destroy you. Just then, Nameless appeared and blocked Mary's attack. Mary looked at him carefully. He seems strong. Elder Jiao observed from afar. She won't be able to handle him alone. Wang Rang laughed nervously. Getting violent? Where's all that courage now? Nameless, please help me. She was bullying me. Teach her and her master a lesson. Nameless replied calmly. Master, I am your bodyguard, assigned only to protect you. If this becomes a personal fight, I cannot interfere. You'll have to handle it yourself. I'm not a hired fighter. Suddenly, the host of the auction arrived. Bringing a group of guards, he shouted, This is not a battle arena. This is an auction hall. You are not allowed to cause trouble here. The guards surrounded Elder Jiao, Miri, and Wang Rang. One of the guards announced, No one is allowed to fight inside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. If you insist on fighting, you will be killed. If you value your life, leave now. We do not welcome unruly guests. Wang Rang turned to leave, grumbling, Consider yourself lucky, you escaped this time, but if I see you again inside Luyan City, you're finished. Miri burned with anger. Elder Jiao placed a hand on her shoulder. Miri, calm down. For now, we need to leave this place. Miri protested. But that guy is a total scumbag. He can't just walk away like that. Elder Jiao replied with a smirk. Who said he's getting away? He won't escape. Meanwhile, outside the hall, one of Wang Rang's guards asked, Master, are we really going to let them go? Wang Rang growled, They're not getting away. We may be inside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets now, but once they leave, we'll ambush them and kill them. Wang Rang laughed coldly and said, We're going to kill this guy, and hang his body at the city gate. That way, no one will dare to offend us again. And as for those two girls, well, they're so beautiful. We're going to have a lot of fun with them, once we get our hands on them. One of his men glanced around nervously. Master, they're not coming out. Could they have run away? Just then, we see Elder Jiao hiding off to the side. Without warning, he launched a powerful sword attack. Nameless sensed it and tried to block it using his own sword, but his sword shattered, and the attack struck Wang Rang directly in the neck, killing him on the spot. The guards shouted in fury, "You bastard! You killed our young master, right outside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. You broke a sacred rule." Elder Jiao replied calmly, "You're making baseless accusations. I waited until you were all outside the tower before launching my attack. I haven't broken any rules of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets." A guard snapped, "We won't let you leave the city alive." Nameless stepped forward, releasing his sword. "That guy may have been foolish and weird, but I was paid to protect him. As his bodyguard, I must stay loyal. If you kill the man I was hired to protect, then be ready to die by my hands. I'll take your heads back to the Wang family. Maybe they'll forgive me. If I don't, they'll kill me instead." Elder Jiao chuckled, "Your sword is already broken, and you still want to fight me? Boy, think carefully." Nameless began transforming his body. "I possess beast blood. My body is far tougher than it looks. Your weapon can't harm me. I only used that spiritual sword for fun. It was never really necessary." Elder Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then let me test just how strong your body really is." He struck with his sword once more. Nameless caught it mid-air and snapped it with his bare hand. "Your weapon is worthless against my body." Elder Jiao narrowed his eyes. "I used 7 spiritual sword in my attack, and 1 is still left." Suddenly, his main sword attacked from behind. Nameless barely managed to block it, gripping it tightly with both hands. It was much harder to resist, and he struggled, but finally block it too. Elder Jiao recalled his sword and said, "You've blocked them all. Boy, you're strong. I'll give you that. But your hand is badly injured. How will you keep fighting me now?" "No matter, I'll attack again with the same move. Let's see how long you can last." Nameless unleashed a burst of beast energy. "Your technique is impressive, but my beast bloodline is superior. I can use it to heal myself." Elder Jiao thought to himself, "This boy has a variety of techniques. I'll need to be cautious." Nameless blocked another incoming sword. "If your main power lies in sword, then you'll never be able to kill me." Still, he was growing tired. This guy's sword techniques are incredibly strong. I've only been blocking his weapons, and I'm already exhausted. If he launches another big attack, I don't know if I can handle it. Nameless gritted his teeth. "I don't have many tricks left. Looks like you're also running low on techniques. This fight will be over soon." Elder Jiao nodded silently. "He's right. If I rely only on finger techniques, I can't do much. I'll just keep attacking, and he'll keep blocking. Neither of us will win like this. Ordinary swords are weak, but if I let this one absorb the power of Core Fire Lotus, it could evolve into something far more powerful." With that, he activated Fire Lotus and infused it into his sword. Instantly, the weapon began to glow with overwhelming power. Elder Jiao said confidently, "This is no ordinary sword. This is an extraordinary blade. With this weapon, I can kill anyone, and no one can stop me. I truly like this sword. From this moment on, I'll call it Joy of Fire." With that, he hurled the sword toward Nameless. Unable to block it, Nameless took a deep gash across his hand. Nameless gritted his teeth. "This sword is infused with pure fire energy. I can't fight this head-on. It could seriously injure me." He quickly summoned his energy, and created a barrier around himself. "But this shield isn't very strong. It won't hold him off for long. I need to find a way to escape. This guy is practically invincible." Elder Jiao sneered. "This isn't over yet." He called his spiritual weapon back to him, and the recoil from the force caused Nameless' barrier to rupture. "You're not getting out of here alive," Jiao declared and launched a flurry of spiritual sword attacks. Nameless struggled to defend. "I can't beat this guy. I may have no choice but to accept defeat." He lowered his head and said quietly, "I admit defeat. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I can't stop you anymore." Elder Jiao laughed and suddenly recalled all his swords. Nameless looked up, confused. "What are you doing?" Elder Jiao replied, "Defeating you is easy, but killing you won't benefit me in any way. That's why I'm sparing your life." As he turned to leave, Elder Jiao thought to himself, "He may have lost, but this guy was tougher than I expected." He looked back and said, "My name is Zhao Yuan. If you ever want revenge, you're welcome to come find me. I'll be waiting, but for now, survive. Because a lot of people will be after you. You'll need all the luck in the world to make it out alive." Nameless clenched his fists. "The Wang family won't let me go that easily." Elder Jiao spoke to the others. "Our work here is done. Let's head to Sumuhan's home so we can treat her father." Sumuhan bowed respectfully. "Thank you, master." Miri added proudly, "My master is the greatest in the world." Nameless, still standing off to the side, thought to himself, "This guy may be young, but his accomplishments are extraordinary. He's definitely a rare talent. For now, I have to escape, but if I survive, Jiao, I promise I'll return to see you again, not as an enemy, but for a proper, friendly duel." Meanwhile, Elder Jiao arrived at Su Mansion. Miri looked around and commented, Looks like Junior's sister comes from a pretty wealthy family. This house is amazing. Su Muhan explained. This mansion was built by my father back when he was head of the family. During that time, our clan grew strong and wealthy, but ever since I took over as the family head, things have only gone downhill. We've lost most of our wealth, and now our situation is extremely dire. To be honest, you shouldn't have killed Wang Rang. His father is Wang Wencheng, the city lord. But the real problem isn't just that he's the city lord. He's also an elder of the Luyan sect, and some say he's the right-hand man of the sect leader himself. He's the type who'll stop at nothing for revenge. You've provoked him by killing his son. He won't rest until he's destroyed us all. Mary clenched her fists and snapped. If they dare come after us, they won't leave alive. We didn't come here for nothing. Our real goal is the Luyan sect, and we won't leave a single one of them breathing. Su Muhan nodded. Then we're on the same side. We share the same enemy. Just as she opened the gate, her second uncle, Su Hong, appeared before her. You've become a disgrace to the family. Su Muhan, you're not worthy of our bloodline. How dare you return to this home? Su Muhan stepped forward and asked, Second uncle, why are you here? And why are all the clan elders gathered? What are you all doing here? The elder Jiao glanced at everyone. None of these people look trustworthy. They must be here to strip Su Muhan of whatever she has left. Then, we see Su Muhan's third aunt, Su Ran, step forward. How dare you question why we're here? If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known. You were selling off the Su family's property behind our backs. You're a disgrace. You used your father's injury as an excuse to liquidate our assets. That's despicable. We also heard you went to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. They're having an auction there today. You probably went to have fun, didn't you? Meanwhile, your father is bedridden, and you're out enjoying yourself. Su Muhan defended herself. I didn't do anything for fun. I sold that property to buy a core fire lotus to save my father's life. Every decision I made was for his sake. Su Ran snapped. Then where's that fire lotus? Right then, Su Muhan took out the fire lotus and held it up. I brought this back with extreme caution. It cost me a fortune. Second uncle stepped forward, handed over. As he reached out, his aura flared. He was at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Su Muhan tensed. Second uncle, what are you doing? Just then, Elder Jiao stepped forward to protect her. As long as I'm standing here, no one lays a finger on her. Anyone who tries, dies. Second uncle hesitated. This man's power, I can't take him head on. He turned to flee. But Elder Jiao's spiritual swords were already in pursuit. One of them pierced second uncle's robe, and pinned him to the wall. Second uncle muttered, I'm trapped. Su Ran ran toward him, panicked. What happened to you? He shouted. Don't come any closer. Those swords are dangerous. Su Ran turned to Su Muhan, furious. What are you doing? He's your own uncle, and you brought outsiders in to attack him? Shame on you. Su Muhan, flustered, tried to explain. It's not like that. Miri interrupted coldly. Don't waste your breath on trash like them. Su Ran now glared at Miri. Who even are you? This is a family matter. Get out of here. If you want to fight, fight me. I'll kill you myself. But Elder Jiao calmly sent a sword towards Su Ran, knocking her to the ground. If anyone else takes even one more step forward, my spiritual swords will finish them off. I have eyes, but my sword does not. The room fell silent. One of the elders finally stepped forward. Su Hong, Su Ran, why are we fighting among ourselves? No matter what, we're still family. Another chimed in. We shouldn't be turning on each other like this. Su Muhan laughed bitterly. Family? Su Ran stepped in again, this time more emotionally charged. We raised you for 20 years, Su Muhan, and this is how you repay us? You really turned out to be a disgrace. Tears welled up in Su Muhan's eyes. You're all disgusting. You think I don't see through you? You've destroyed our family from within. My father lost his mind trying to advance his cultivation, and now that he's helpless, you're all here to loot what's left. She stepped forward with fury. Every person in this room is alive because of my father, and now you come here, pretending to care, while plotting to steal everything we have? Mary joined in angrily. These so-called relatives are nothing but parasites. They show up only when there's something to take. You people aren't even human. You're beasts. Elder Jiao placed a hand on Su Muhan's shoulder. You're my disciple now. Let me teach you your first lesson, one you must never forget. When you're dealing with leeches, who throw stones at you and steal your fortune, you must learn to speak up. If you don't, you'll lose everything. He looked into her eyes. Say the word. If you want them dead, I'll end them right here. I can wipe out the entire Su clan, and none of them can stop me. Everyone in the room froze in terror. Please don't kill us. We were wrong. Su Muhan shook her head. Please, master, don't kill them. That would destroy the Su family completely. Just cripple their cultivation. Let them live, but as worthless trash. That way, I can finally live in peace. Elder Jiao nodded. Go and save your father. I'll handle this mess. Su Muhan burst into tears. Thank you, master. Mary helped her up. Let's go. Master will take care of the rest. As Su Muhan walked away, she looked back at Elder Jiao with a soft blush. Elder Jiao turned to the others. Now, let's begin. The real punishment starts here. First up, Su-hong. He raised his hand and sent a sword flying towards second uncle. Su-hong cried, "No, please, spare me." But Elder Jiao struck without hesitation. Su-hong's cultivation was completely destroyed. Gasps echoed through the room. Looks like Su-hong is done for, and we're probably next. Su-hong collapsed, clutching his stomach in agony. Elder Jiao spoke firmly. "I don't have time to waste. Who's next?" Panic swept through the room. People scrambled toward the exits. Elder Jiao said coldly, "If you think you can run, think again." His spiritual swords flew again. "It's time to do what needs to be done." His swords struck one after another, erasing the cultivation of everyone present. Cries of pain filled the air. Watching the chaos, Su-muhan clenched her fists. "None of them ever helped me. All they cared about was my father's property. They're not my family. No matter what it takes, I will save my father." Su-muhan quietly entered her father Su-ji's room. She sat near him, visibly anxious. Moments later, Miri and Elder Jiao walked in. Miri said cheerfully, "Master crippled all of their cultivation." Watching them scorn was so satisfying. Su-muhan bowed slightly. "Master, thank you so much." Miri stepped forward. "How's your father doing?" Su-muhan replied, "Still worried. I gave him the fire lotus, but he still hasn't opened his eyes. He's just lying there motionless. I'm scared he may never wake up." Elder Jiao moved closer. "Let me take a look. Maybe I can help." He examined Su-ji's condition carefully. There's no sign of demonic possession, but his meridians have weakened significantly. That kind of damage doesn't happen on its own. It had to be caused by an external force. Someone launched a dangerous attack on him. If your father wasn't so skilled in medicine, he'd already be dead. His condition is extremely critical. I'm not sure we can fully restore him. Su-muhan clutched her father's hand. "Master, what exactly happened to him?" Elder Jiao replied, "Don't worry, for now, his condition is stable, but we'll need to repair his meridians completely. If we can't restore them to their original state, saving him will be almost impossible. Fortunately, I recently developed a new technique that allows me to control 1,000 swords. With the right energy, I can manipulate internal systems and even repair meridians. It's become second nature now." With confidence, Elder Jiao placed his hands on Su-ji and began the healing process. In moments, Su-ji stirred. Su-muhan cried, "He's reacting. He might survive." Su-ji opened his eyes and whispered, "My lovely daughter, Su-muhan," she exclaimed tearfully. "Dad, you're awake. How do you feel?" Su-ji groaned slightly. "I can't feel much, just a terrible headache." Then his expression turned grave. "Su-muhan, where's your second uncle? Did he do anything to you?" She frowned. "I'm fine, Dad. But why are you bringing him up? Did he attack you?" Su-ji nodded slowly. "For years, I've been developing a pill called the resurrection pill. Just a few days ago, I finally had a breakthrough and perfected its recipe. It's a powerful pill that doesn't require rare materials, but still offers high-quality effects. But to refine it, I needed help, someone capable. I asked Su-hong to assist me, thinking my cultivation level wasn't high enough. I had no idea he would betray me. He struck me from behind and poisoned me. I barely survived. We never had any disputes, no rivalry. Our family lived in peace. But I never imagined he'd hate me enough to try to kill me. This is all because father chose me to lead the family. He believed I was more capable than my elder brother. That's what triggered all of this." Su-muhan clenched her fists in fury. "So it was second uncle. I won't spare that traitor." Elder Jiao thought to himself. Su-muhan's anger is rising fast. She needs a third-level pill to advance her cultivation properly. How about we create a third-level pill to help her? Then he asked Su-ji, "Have you written down the recipe for the resurrection pill? May I take a look?" Su-ji blinked. "And, who are you?" Su-muhan stepped in. "He's Elder Jiao from the Hongmen sect, and he's also my new master. He accepted me as his disciple and was the reason I could save you. If it weren't for him, the rest of the family would have abandoned me completely." Su-ji looked at Elder Jiao with deep gratitude. "Master, thank you. You saved both me and my precious daughter. I'll never forget your kindness. I'm truly relieved that my daughter has found such a great mentor." He turned and knocked on a hidden compartment in the wall. A small chest slid out. Su-muhan asked in surprise, "Dad, when did you make this?" Su-ji smiled faintly. "That recipe is our family's secret. I hid it here to keep it safe. No one else knew about it." He handed the recipe to Elder Jiao. "We've never shared this formula with anyone before, but for you, it's different, as you can see. I even made some improvements to it." Elder Jiao studied the recipe. "You've noted quite a bit here. Did it help?" Su-ji admitted. "I'm not that skilled. I just tried to improve it a little, nothing more." But just when I was about to finish the pill, that bastard Su-hong stabbed me in the back. Elder Jiao reassured him. "Don't worry, the formula is solid. All we need now is one thing, Tianhuan cow grass." The moment he mentioned it, Su-muhan's eyes lit up. She understood the full potential of the formula. Then a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, your second disciple has successfully improved 3 pill formulas. The revival pill has now reached the mystic realm tier. As a reward, the host's heart of alchemy has been elevated to heavenly level. With a 99% success rate, pill comprehension has increased to 30%. Elder Jiao was silently reflecting to themselves, realizing, my comprehension has improved so much. I genuinely feel amazing. It's like my entire mind has expanded, and is now filled with clear, powerful thoughts. I can actually see myself creating even more advanced pills now. Suji turned to his daughter with a warm look. Sumuhan, you've worked so hard, holding together a broken family on your own. That must have been incredibly difficult. I can only imagine what you've gone through. Sumuhan replied earnestly, Dad, it was my responsibility. I had to do it, but I made a huge mistake. I took out a loan from the Su family pharmacy to pay for your treatment, and now, we're basically on the brink of ruin. We've lost everything. Elder Jiao spoke up confidently. Actually, I have a great idea, something that could help you earn a lot of money, and even take back control of the pharmacy. We'll establish a complete pill emporium, we'll recruit a wide network of alchemists, and have them sign lifelong contracts, ensuring none of our formulas ever get leaked. Afterward, we'll give them advanced alchemy training. If anyone breaks their contract, they'll lose their ability to cultivate permanently. Everyone around them was stunned into silence. They couldn't quite believe what Elder Jiao was proposing. Elder Jiao grinned. We're about to become incredibly powerful, without anyone even realizing it. This is going to be exciting. As he turned to leave, he ordered, no time to waste. Sumuhan, focus on your alchemy training. Miri and I will go deal with Su Hong. That traitor won't get away this time. Miri waved goodbye to Sumuhan as she left. Suji looked at her and commented, your master, he's incredibly powerful, and quite intense. Sumuhan nodded. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The scene shifted. Su Hong was now in chains. He shouted in protest. What are you planning to do? I didn't do anything wrong. Let me go. Elder Jiao stepped forward, stern and composed. Miri, you're my student, and I'm a powerful sword master. You should have already mastered Thousand Sword technique by now. Today, you're going to learn, and you're going to demonstrate it. Miri stepped forward and nodded. Understood, Master, I'll try. She began forming spiritual swords with precision while Elder Jiao kept count. After a while, he nodded with approval. Good, all 1,000 are complete. You've done an excellent job. Miri, if you keep progressing like this, I'm sure you'll become a powerful sword master someday. I believe in you. Miri smiled. If you believe in me, then I'll believe in myself too. With that, she gathered all her spiritual swords, and combined their power into a massive one. I did it, Master. I've finally mastered the supreme technique you taught me. Elder Jiao beamed. Indeed, this is an incredibly powerful technique. With it, we'll be able to handle the Luyan sect with ease. Su Hong shouted from the sidelines. What are you all doing? If you just wanted to train, you could have done it somewhere else. Why am I being held here? You're not planning to kill me, are you? At that moment, Miri placed her sword against his head. Su Hong panicked, crying, Don't, please don't kill me. Elder Jiao spoke coldly. Your fate was sealed the moment you tried to kill Sumuhan. You thought you'd become the family head, and claim everything for yourself. Bet you never imagined you'd meet your end at my hands. He turned to Miri. Attack him and end this miserable life. She said calmly, Yes, Master, then struck, but Su Hong narrowly dodged. They are trying to kill me. Someone save me. Miri, frustrated, snapped. I missed my target. Elder Jiao advised calmly. Don't rush. Aim carefully before attacking. Miri nodded and struck again, but Su Hong managed to dodge once more. Elder Jiao corrected her. You're not doing it right. Go again. Keep trying. The training continued with repeated attacks. Then, about an hour later, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, your disciple has unlocked a new technique. Thanks to the host's guidance, she has successfully mastered the Thousand Sword technique. As a result, the host is being rewarded with enhanced comprehension of Boundless Sword technique, deeper understanding of spiritual intent, and the rare artifact, Soft Sword Fingers, a masterpiece from Earth level. Elder Jiao was overwhelmed with joy. I've gained new powers. Now I can truly control spiritual threads with ease. Incredible, I've become much stronger than before. With this level of comprehension, I'll be able to grasp Ki even more clearly. Cultivation will be far easier now. Elder Jiao stated firmly. Now that we've taken care of Su Hong, our job here is complete. We should head over to Sumuhan. She might need our help. Miri nodded. Yes, Master, you're right. The scene then shifted to the city lord. A tense moment unfolded at the city gate where several guards arrived, carrying the body of their young master. They were visibly shaken. One of the guards reported, Our young master, he's dead. The city lord's expression twisted in rage. You useless trash. Why do I even pay you if you can't protect my son? If my own son couldn't survive, what good are any of you? Maybe I should just kill all of you right now. He looked around, seething. And where's the head of that bastard who killed my boy? You mean to tell me you didn't even manage that? Another guard stepped forward, trembling. "The one who killed young master, it was none other than Jiao Zhuan. He's an elder from the Hongmen sect. Even Nameless, our top guard, was defeated with ease. We couldn't do anything. He was far too powerful." The city lord's fury exploded. "Then die, all of you." Without hesitation, he launched an attack at the guards. They begged for mercy. "Please, city lord, have mercy." But the city lord ignored them, his mind racing. So Nameless was easily defeated. This Jiao Zhuan, he must be terrifyingly strong. If he crushed Nameless like that, then his strength is beyond anything we expected. I can't face him head on. Still seething, the city lord stepped forward and kicked one of the fallen guards. "Get out of my sight." Then he muttered to himself, "If I want revenge, I'll need the help of the Luyan sect." He turned to his attendants and barked, "I'm heading to the Luyan sect. Send out banquet invitations to all the prominent families in the city. And don't forget the Su family." His voice dropped to a cold growl. "I'm furious. Jiao Zhuan, you won't escape. I'll tear you apart with my own hands." The scene then transitioned to the Su family. A formal invitation from the city lord had just arrived. Su Muhan looked over it and said, "They've invited us to a banquet." Mary frowned. "They're definitely not inviting us with good intentions. I can feel it. This is a trap. Master, we should leave the city entirely. If we go beyond the city borders, Wang Chen won't be able to touch us. He's the city lord of Luyan City, not ours. He holds no authority there." Elder Jiao shook his head. "They sent the invitation with great sincerity. How can we refuse? Say what you want." "But I'm going," Mary protested. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Elder Jiao smirked. "Just talk, nothing more. But word has it, Lin Yinqing will also be attending the party." He gave Mary a pointed look. "And you know who he is. You know your connection to the Lin family. My dear disciple, don't you want revenge too?" Mary's expression twisted in anger. "That bastard Lin Yinqing. He's going to be there too." Her aura flared with rage. Su Muhan, noticing this, asked, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Elder Jiao replied, "This is a rare opportunity. All our enemies are gathering in one place. It'll be far easier to eliminate them all at once than hunting them down one by one. It'd be boring to chase them across the continent anyway." He turned to his disciples. "So, what do you say? Shouldn't we turn this little banquet into something unforgettable, like a legendary Hongmen-style party?" Mary smiled darkly. "Master, your word is final. We'll do exactly as you say." Su Muhan, however, looked uneasy. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Something dangerous is going to happen, and it's going to be very hard to handle." Elder Jiao changed the subject. "By the way, how's the pharmacy I helped you open doing?" Su Muhan brightened a bit. "It's doing really well, Master. The Su family had 17 medical stores, and we've regained them all. I followed your advice and offered the promotion you suggested. After that, customers flooded in. We sold 50 bottles in a single day, and made a profit of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Elder Jiao frowned slightly. "Only 50 bottles? That's too low. Do you know why the sales are still that limited?" Su Muhan said she didn't see anything wrong with the pill. According to her, their revitalizing pill was selling just fine. It significantly improved one's focus and enhanced the flow of internal energy. She insisted that if they didn't sell it, how would they earn profits? Just then, Elder Jiao took out some scrolls from his robe. He said, "I've come up with 3 new pill recipes. I want you to craft them and try them in the market. Bring me the customer feedback. Let's see how these pills perform." Excited, Su Muhan gratefully replied, "Master, you're giving me new recipes. You truly are a generous person." She examined the scrolls and realized one of the pills was an improved version of the golden pill. Its healing effect was said to be 10 times more potent, strong enough to save even a dying cultivator. She commented that the pill was incredibly effective. Elder Jiao, meanwhile, was thinking how they were making a fortune, and he barely had to lift a finger. He admitted to himself that he was feeling quite satisfied. Later that night, the scene shifted to the city lord's mansion. Guests were arriving, and the city lord personally greeted Suji. The city lord said warmly, "Master Suji has arrived, and with some very important guests as well. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I heard you were ill, Mr. Suji. I was genuinely worried, but seeing you healthy again, and knowing your family's pharmacy has recovered, I must say, luck is back on your side." Suji politely thanked him for the concern. At the same time, Elder Jiao thought to himself how disgusting these people were. They were smiling while luring them into a trap. The city lord then greeted Elder Jiao formally. "So you must be the one who healed Suji and helped Su Muhan achieve her breakthrough. You're truly an extraordinary master." Elder Jiao modestly replied, "You're giving me too much credit. I'm not worthy of such praise." Among the guests was a member of the Lin family, who was watching closely. He thought, "So this is Elder Jiao, the reason Lord Wang arranged all this." He knew Lord Wang had summoned over 30 Golden Core Realm experts from the Luyan sect just to eliminate Elder Jiao and the others. He smirked, thinking this banquet was going to be entertaining. As his gaze moved, he noticed Marion was stunned. "She looks exactly like the young miss. She used to look like that in her childhood." "But that's impossible. I saw both father and daughter fall from that cliff with my own eyes. No one could survive a fall from that height, the city lord then announced. We've been talking long enough, let's move inside. Suji nodded in agreement. The scene transitioned to the banquet hall. Everyone was eating and drinking. The city lord spoke again. Elder Jiao, I heard you're already at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. That's incredibly impressive at your age. Most people your age are still in the Foundation realm. And now you have 2 disciples with remarkable talent. I'm sure all of you have a bright future ahead. Other guests began to praise Elder Jiao as well, especially noting how talented and promising his disciples were. Elder Jiao smiled, pleased with the compliments, and said, let's not overdo it. In the joy of the moment, he began drinking quite a bit. Eventually, Elder Jiao laughed and admitted, actually, I'm not at the 5th stage. I'm only at the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm. You know why I seem so powerful? It's all thanks to my incredible sword. It's a priceless treasure I stumbled upon by pure luck. Without it, I wouldn't have dared leave the mountains. Mary whispered to him, Master, you shouldn't be revealing your secrets like this. Why are you even drinking so much? Suddenly, the city lord spoke. It seems you're planning to leave. Let me call someone. The city lord was watching Elder Jiao closely, thinking, this man is trying to escape. If he gets away, I won't be able to do anything. I must stop him now. Moments later, a large box was brought into the hall. The city lord opened it and said with a smile, Elder Jiao, I offer this to you. Elder Jiao's eyes widened. Spirit stones. And so many of them. This is an incredible gift. Elder Jiao laughed and said, I used to be broke. I borrowed some money in Hongmen sect just to attend the auction. I used every coin they gave me to buy everything there, but none of it was truly mine. Now I finally have real wealth. Thanks to you, Lord Wangchen. All my hardships are over. I can finally enjoy life. The city lord responded with fake enthusiasm. It was my pleasure. But inside, he was scoffing. You must be from a powerful clan with deep pockets and an impressive background. Or so I thought. Turns out you're just a mud enjoying wealth that isn't even yours. You're nothing without your sect. Standing up, the city lord addressed the crowd. I've heard Elder Jiao is an exceptional master. Why don't we have a friendly sparring match between your disciples and mine? Everyone here would enjoy the show. As a reward, I'll give spirit stones to the winner. What do you say? Elder Jiao chuckled and replied, no problem at all. Let's begin. Mary will go first. Mary nodded. Master, I'll do as you say. City Lord spoke up. Young Master Jiao, you're very generous. Since you're willing to give so much, I should contribute too. If Elder Jiao participates, I'll offer 10 million special spirit stones as a bonus. Elder Jiao grinned. Since you've already put so much on the line, I can't sit idle either. If this is a bet, I'll wager something of my own. My sword, its value matches that of the spirit stones. The city lord nodded and said, yes, the value of this item is indeed high. I accept it as a valid bet. The attendants quickly placed a protective barrier around the wagered items. The city lord then declared, this is now an official bet. Until the outcome of the competition is decided, no one is allowed to touch these items. Elder Jiao agreed. That's perfectly fine. He then turned to Mary and told her, please don't embarrass me in front of everyone. Fight properly. Mary smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, Master. I promise I'll give it my best. Sumuhan added, sister, take care of yourself. The city lord called out, Little Black, you'll be going next. Little Black stepped forward respectfully. As you command, city lord. Soon, Mary and Little Black were facing each other in the arena. Spectators whispered among themselves, convinced Mary would lose. She looked far weaker than Little Black. But Mary struck first, launching a special attack with her spirit sword. Little Black summoned his sword to block, but to everyone's shock, his weapon shattered on impact. Mary's summoned sword surrounded him completely. Admitting defeat, Little Black dropped to his knees. I surrender. I can't fight anymore. City Lord, please forgive me. I've humiliated you. Elder Jiao scolded him. You turned out to be unbelievably weak. You couldn't even handle a single strike from my disciple. You're worthless trash. The crowd began murmuring that Elder Jiao was behaving disgracefully, stirring up trouble after drinking too much. A member of the Lin family clenched his fists, thinking, my turn is coming soon. I won't go easy on them. This guy's arrogance will end soon. The city lord stepped in to calm the atmosphere. Everyone, don't get so angry. This is just a friendly competition. In every fight, there's a winner and a loser. Let's not take it too seriously. Privately, the city lord reflected. I already knew Elder Jiao's disciples were powerful, and this would happen. Still, even though they're strong, I believe I can defeat them. There are many masters here who are stronger. Elder Jiao spoke up. City Lord, since we're already betting, let's raise the stakes. So far, I've wagered my sword, but now I'll add everything my family owns, all our treasures. I'm not holding anything back. The city lord watched him with amusement, thinking, this fool is doing exactly what I wanted him to. He then announced, the next match is Melodies. Melody stepped forward confidently. The city lord watched her closely, thinking, Melody is extremely powerful, my niece. I know her skills well. In swordsmanship, no one can defeat her, no matter how strong they are. But then something unexpected happened. Mary summoned her spiritual sword, and its aura completely overwhelmed Melody. She staggered backward, stunned by Mary's strength. Mary warned her, you're about to lose. And with that, she launched a devastating strike. Melody gasped, that's way too powerful. I can't handle it. I surrender. She dropped to her knees and admitted defeat. You're so young, yet your sword transformations are at such a high level. I have no shame in losing to you. You're a true genius. Mary bowed and said, thank you for the compliment. Spectators were buzzing with excitement. That girl's incredible. She's defeated multiple fighters already. Others commented, look at her face. She's completely exhausted. There's no way she can continue fighting. As the betting continued, Elder Jiao and his allies were raking in a fortune. Elder Jiao laughed and declared, I don't care about anything else. I just want money. And now I have plenty of it. I'll never be poor again. Let the fights continue. This is getting fun. A Lin family member sneered, thinking, this guy's shameless. City Lord thought, but he's right. Mary is young and already at the peak of the transformation realm. She's clearly a prodigy. Anyone would be lucky to have someone like her. But then, just as things seemed to settle, a surprise attack struck from the shadows. A girl emerged from the crowd and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Mary. Elder Jiao's eyes narrowed. That technique, it's from the Luyan sect. He rushed forward and caught Mary before she could fall. She looked up weakly and whispered, Master, I'm sorry. I lost. Elder Jiao reassured her, it's all right. You did very well. He began to suspect the city lord had been saving this attacker as his trump card all along. The mysterious girl stepped forward and proclaimed, you've lost. My name is Elder Niu, and I'm an elder of this city. As the boxes of wagered items were being taken away, Elder Jiao shouted, those belong to me. Don't take them. If I lose everything, what will I say to my sect? He turned to the city lord. Can I challenge again? The city lord replied, I see no issue with that. You've lost everything and are now trying to rebuild your fortune. That's fair, Elder Jiao said confidently. I still believe in my luck. Let's restart the bet. The spectators jeered. Elder Jiao's insane. He's practically asking to be killed. Still, watching him die will be entertaining. The city lord laughed and said, so you're challenging us again? Don't blame us for what happens next. He watched carefully, thinking, let's see what this man can do. He has no spirit weapon. He's powerless without it. But Elder Jiao stood tall. Don't worry. I still have plenty of techniques. He raised his arm and summoned a massive spiritual blade. Then, he turned to the city lord. You're asking me to take responsibility? Fine. But can you take responsibility, especially if I win? Because if I do, you'll have to hand over your entire fortune. Everything will be mine. Even Elder Niu was shocked. This man, he's powerful. Elder Jiao launched a direct attack. You harmed my disciple. You won't leave here alive. Elder Niu raised her weapon to defend herself, but it was instantly shattered by Elder Jiao's spiritual blade. A deep, bloody gash appeared across her body. She collapsed, gasping, he's so young. How is he this powerful? Defeating him would be nearly impossible. That sword of his, it's a divine weapon. With it, he could defeat even a peak Nansent Soul Realm cultivator. Compared to that, I'm nothing. If he strikes again, I'll be finished. Just what is this man? Just then, Elder Jiao launched another attack on Elder Niu, aiming directly at her with lethal intent. The city lord called out urgently, Junior sister, take care of yourself. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and caught her in his arms. Are you okay? He asked again and again, clearly shaken and worried for her safety. Elder Jiao snarled, I'll kill you. That alone will give me true satisfaction. The city lord turned to his subordinates and barked, what are you all waiting for? Help me, now! At his command, several powerful masters stepped forward. One of them said, watching this fight was starting to get boring. Finally, it's our turn. The Su family won't be spared today. Let's finish off Elder Jiao and the Su family once and for all. Su Ji trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Su Muhan looked at the unconscious Mary and whispered, what do we do now? Even Sister Mary has passed out. Elder Jiao commented calmly, they're all coming to fight me? Seems like the city lord prepared well for this. He's brought a whole group of Golden Core Realm masters just for me. He laughed to himself and said, I must be really important to him. Well, that's fine. Today, I'll get the rare opportunity to personally take down 30 Golden Core cultivators. This kind of chance doesn't come often. It's a blessing. He then activated his full power. Among the 30 masters, one of them frowned and muttered, he's dangerous. He's standing right in front of death, yet he's still smiling, as if we're nothing. Where does this arrogance even come from? The city lord stepped forward and said, your timing is perfect. I knew you'd come down from the mountain, so I spoke with the Grandmaster in advance and borrowed the illusionary cloud sword. It's a powerful divine weapon. I'll use it to kill you myself. Gasps erupted from the crowd. That's a heaven-grade divine sword. Our sect master spent years refining it to completion. It's far more powerful than even mystic iron. One whispered, I've heard it rivals the colossal swords. No, it is a colossal sword. It has enough power to crush anything. Elsewhere, Miri, barely conscious, looked at the sword and murmured, that's our Lin family's sword. I remember it clearly. The Luyan sect stole it from us. That's our ancestral weapon, Ambroise sword. The Lin family protected it for generations. Her memory flashed back to the day the Lin family was slaughtered. The blood of her family members had been used to refine the sword, which made it immensely powerful. It had absorbed the essence of countless Lin family warriors. She had never forgotten its energy flow, intense, familiar, and now it was calling to her, resonating with her bloodline. She whispered, they renamed our family's sacred sword and called it the illusionary cloud sword. No, this is our Ambroise sword. These people are truly vile. Sumuhan ran to her side and asked, Sister, are you alright? You don't look well. Elder Jiao, observing all this, remembered what his system once told him, that Miri possessed an innate Ambroise sword. Back then, he hadn't understood what it meant, but now it all made sense. So this is the true Ambroise sword. Suddenly, the city lord launched an attack on Elder Jiao. You won't survive this. You're unbelievably arrogant. First, you killed my son, and now, even after that, you show up and continue acting high and mighty? This is your punishment. As the Ambroise sword slashed through the air, it headed directly toward Elder Jiao's spiritual weapon. He responded swiftly, unsheathing his own blade. Elder Jiao exclaimed, thanks to you, the Ambroise sword will return to its rightful owner. It belonged to us in the first place. It will finally go back to where it belongs. At that moment, Elder Jiao revealed his sword. Elder Jiao said calmly, if two swords of equal power clash, it will make for a beautiful sight. City Lord looked on in disbelief. How is this even possible? Elder Jiao has another sword of the same level? Or is it a paired weapon? Elder Jiao thought to himself, this Ambroise sword, it's overwhelmingly powerful. Its aura is suppressing everything around it. I've never seen a weapon like this. But I have my own sword, a rare and refined blade, crafted alongside a master of swords. And I, too, am a master of swordsmanship. If our powers combine, no one here will be able to defeat us. As Elder Jiao shouted, he struck with his sword. His blade clashed directly against the Ambroise sword's attack, creating a violent explosion of power. Energy surged through the air, and the resulting shockwaves caused powerful tremors across the mansion. The sword that had previously been tossed away began returning to its spot as Elder Jiao smirked and declared, it's over for all of you. I've thoroughly enjoyed crushing you here. One by one, their allies fell. Every fighter on their side was wiped out. The city lord, watching in disbelief, thought, how is this even possible? We lost everyone. I have to escape now. Just as he turned to flee, Elder Jiao unsheathed his sword and taunted, trying to run? Do you really think you'll make it out of here alive? With that, he sent his sword flying toward the fleeing city lord. Seeing the attack headed straight at him, the city lord panicked. Please don't. Spare my life. His scream echoed, and moments later, the city lord fell, dead. Not long after, a member of the Lin family slowly stood up amid the wreckage. He looked around, shocked. Master Wang is dead? How could this happen? As he tried to process the devastation, Miri and Elder Jiao approached him. Lin Yunqing stared at them, confused and afraid. Who are you? Why are you coming toward me? Please, don't kill me. Elder Jiao replied calmly. I'm not the one who will kill you. She will. The man turned to Miri, writhing in pain and grabbing his leg. Please, my leg hurts so much. Let me go. But Miri narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Uncle, don't you remember me? How could you forget the girl you tried to kill with your own hands? She took a step closer and added, if it weren't for my dear father sacrificing his life to protect me, I wouldn't be alive today. The man's eyes widened. Did you just call me uncle? That means, you're Lin Ji? No, that's impossible. I killed you with my own hands. How could you still be alive? Without another word, Miri slashed him down the middle. Her voice was cold as steel. Ask the devils in hell how I survived. Elder Jiao nodded in approval. You did well. Miri, if you ever go out to kill an enemy, don't hesitate. Never hold back. Finish them completely. Miri bowed her head. Thank you, Master. Because of you, I was finally able to kill the traitor who destroyed my family. If I hadn't ended him today, I could never have forgiven myself. Su Ji stepped back in shock. She's terrifying. No one should dare provoke her. Su Muhan agreed. Yes, father, you're right. She's a very serious person. Elder Jiao began discussing their next move. The city lord gambled everything he had and lost it all to me. Now, it's time to return home with the sword. We put in a lot of effort to acquire it. Next time, we'll head to the Luyan sect. We'll make them pay. Because this Ambroise sword, it wasn't even the real one. The true sword is still in their possession. Su Muhan nodded and said, Master, you're right. Our target now is the Lin family's true Ambroise sword, and it's locked away in the Luyan sect. The scene then shifted to the Luyan sect, where the current patriarch, Wen Yuan, was shown attempting to draw out the real Ambroise sword. He muttered to himself, it's been 10 years. 10 years of trying to claim this sword, but it still refuses to accept me as its master. He looked at the blade and said bitterly, this sword, it's waiting for its true master, but no matter what, I will make it mine. Saying this, he launched another attack at the sword, breaking all the restraining chains around it, but as soon as he did, the Ambroise sword unleashed a burst of raw energy and blasted him backward, staggering to his feet. When Yuan muttered, it still doesn't recognize me as its master. No matter, I'll just keep trying. There are no Lin family descendants left anyway, so eventually, this sword will be mine. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. Master, we have a serious problem. The soul lamps of Elder Nyo, Elder Wang Cheng, and Lin Yuncheng have all gone out. When Yuan's face turned pale as he stepped outside. How is that even possible? At the same moment, the Ambroise sword began to glow, because outside the Luyan sect, Miri was channeling her energy into it. Elder Jiao said, this ancestral sword from the Lin family must have been activated using Lin family blood. It's incredibly powerful now. Miri, are you saying you can sense the sword? She nodded. Yes. Because I possess the power of the bloodline, Elder Jiao replied. Then it's certain, you're about to receive a legendary treasure. Elder Jiao asked urgently, Mary, what exactly is going on? She calmly replied, I've sensed the sword. None of the members of the Luyan sect were able to claim it, but I've already inserted my key into its core. Once we retrieve it, the sword will be mine. Elder Jiao smiled. That's excellent news. I believe it's time we enter the Luyan sect ourselves. Maybe we'll find some adventure along the way. Back inside the Luyan sect, 3 soul lamps were extinguished. When Yuan, now furious, shouted, that bastard Wang Qing lied to me. He told me some random cultivator killed his son and begged me for revenge. That's why I gave him a copy of the Ambroise sword and even sent 30 of my men with him. But now, he and all of them are dead? How could this happen? He clenched his fists and growled, I need to find out who's behind this. Who dared to slaughter our men? A guard nervously responded, Master, we don't have much information yet. All we know is that Elder Wang hired 30 high-ranking cultivators from the Golden Core realm, but every one of them was wiped out. When Yuan's anger intensified, how? Even with so many strong warriors and the Ambroise sword copy, how could they lose? He turned and ordered, increase the sect's defenses immediately. Whoever this mysterious enemy is, they're powerful. There's a chance they might even show up at our doorstep. The guard bowed. Yes, Master, I'll handle it immediately. Outside the gates of the Luyan sect, Elder Jiao examined the protective formation. This is an extremely high-level barrier. Breaking it won't be easy. Miri asked, Master, what should we do now? Should we break through by force? Elder Jiao replied, we could, but if we do, the entire sect will know we're here. We can't let anyone discover us before we retrieve the ancestral sword. Fortunately, I have a plan. Elder Jiao approached the gates in faked concern. Something terrible has happened. Elder Wang and Elder Lin were attacked. Soon, when Yuan appeared with his men, what are you doing here? Why have you come? Elder Jiao bowed, tears in his eyes. This girl here is Lin Yuncheng's daughter. I am her loyal guardian. Last night, our master didn't return home. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him. Then we thought, maybe he went to the city lord's residence. But when we arrived, everyone there had been slaughtered. When Yuan raised an eyebrow, you're saying, this girl is Yuncheng's daughter? He stepped forward and without warning, made a small cut on Mary's shoulder, collecting her blood and placing it on an ancestral token. He thought to himself, this is the ancestral token. If she truly shares the bloodline, the token will glow. And sure enough, it glowed brightly. Shocked, when Yuan thought, so it's true, they're telling the truth. This girl shares the same bloodline. She and Yuncheng are definitely related. Then he asked, why have you come all the way up the mountain? Elder Jiao explained, we heard about a mysterious master, someone powerful enough to kill 3 top elders in a single strike. We were afraid that person might come for you as well. So, we came to inform you, and ask if you might allow us to stay. We have nowhere else left. Miri added, Master Wen Yuan, I've heard from my father that you've struggled to control the Lin family's ancestral sword. That's why I've been trying to find a way to tame it. I'm not sure if my father ever told you this, but our Lin family has a secret technique, sword defining. It's specifically designed to tame the ancestral sword. If you use it, you can claim the blade as your own. She paused, then added, our bloodline has the power to control the sword. If someone is injured by the sword's energy, Lin family blood can heal them quickly. That's the power of our bloodline. Master Wen Yuan thought to himself, this girl definitely belongs to the Lin family. She knows everything about them. Master Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, alright then, prove everything you just said, but don't try any tricks. If you do, you won't leave here alive. Miri began to release her energy and replied, I'm not lying. Our bloodline truly possesses this power. When Yuan looked on in surprise, this energy, it's incredible. It even healed my recent injury. She's definitely not lying. This effect is real. Meanwhile, Elder Jiao and Miri exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, our plan is working. We've fooled them. As Elder Jiao and Miri were escorted into the sect, Master Yuan said, I had gone down the mountain because some important guests had arrived. But remember, Don't open the mountain gate for anyone without my permission, otherwise, everyone's life could be at risk. Also, prepare accommodations for these two, so they can rest properly. Elder Jiao thought to himself, this is a great opportunity, we have to seize it no matter what. Later that night, Elder Jiao transfers his key to Miri. She advanced to first stage of the foundation building realm. The system voice echoed, host has donated 200 days of cultivation, 3 times rewards granted. As a bonus, host receives 600 days of cultivation. Elder Jiao praised her, you've worked hard, you've reached the first stage of the foundation building realm. Once we retrieve the Ambroise sword, it'll unlock your innate sword body ability, and your cultivation will grow even faster. Miri asked curiously, innate sword body? What does that mean? Elder Jiao laughed, it's nothing to worry about, just focus on your progress, everything else will fall into place. Later that night, Elder Jiao said, no one's around, let's search for the Ambroise sword. Miri replied, don't worry, master, I can sense where the sword is. Elder Jiao nodded, good, then tell me where it is. They stepped outside the main hall, where a guard was asleep at his post. Miri whispered, master, someone's stationed here. Elder Jiao reassured her, no need to worry, I've concealed both our auras. Other than soul-level cultivators, no one can detect us. They finally reached the Ambroise sword's resting place. Miri whispered in awe, I've finally found you. Elder Jiao instructed, sit down and begin refining the sword. I'll protect you, no one will touch you while I'm here. Miri nodded and sat down, beginning the refinement process. As she infused her energy into the sword, it began to glow intensely. She thought to herself, there are Wenyuan's marks on this sword, that's why I'm having trouble refining it, it's resisting me. Just then, a guard walked in and shouted, who are you? What are you doing here? He immediately activated a divine signal to alert the sect. Elder Jiao scowled, looks like our plan is ruined, we can't fool them any longer. But no matter, it doesn't change anything. If they want to fight, let them come. Miri is ready to cut them down with her sword. Outside the sect, Wenyuan sensed something. Someone's tampering with the Ambroise sword. An enemy must have infiltrated. I won't let them get away. Soon, dozens of sect members rushed in, shouting, who is the bastard that dared to trespass into our Luyan sect? We'll make sure you die a horrible death. Seeing the angry crowd, Elder Jiao muttered, looks like they're all coming, but no one's allowed near Miri without my permission. He drew his sword and launched a wave of attacks toward the incoming cultivators. The Luyan sect members quickly raised their shields. We're all Golden Core Realm cultivators. Your weak sword tricks won't work against us. But just then, Elder Jiao's wave of powerful attacks broke through their defenses. The shocked sect members cried out, how is this possible? He broke our barrier and even injured us. Elder Jiao smirked, last time, I only killed 30 of your men. I thought they were the weak ones. But it turns out, you're just as pathetic. One of the sect cultivators panicked. What did you say? You killed 30 Golden Core cultivators by yourself? You must be joking. Jiao replied coldly, I don't joke. I'm Jiao Zhuan of the Hongmeng sect, and if we retrieve the Ambroise sword tonight, you can bet that Luyan sect will experience the same destruction you brought upon the Lin family. We'll wipe you out. The cultivators gasped. He's from the Hongmeng sect? That's the only sect within a 10-mile radius that rivals us. No other sect has that kind of power. They rallied together. Everyone, kill this bastard. We won't let him walk away alive. Jiao smirked. Your timing is perfect. Now, face the wrath of my sword. He unleashed a devastating wave of attacks. The enemies screamed as they were overwhelmed. What's happening? We can't even move. After taking them all down, Elder Jiao said mockingly, what happened? Weren't you all supposed to be powerful? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Why isn't anyone daring to attack me? One cultivator gritted his teeth. You damned insect from Hongmeng sect. Our clan leader will crush you. He won't let you get away. He'll tear you into a million pieces. Elder Jiao laughed. I'm waiting for him. Tell him not to take so long. He's late to the party. At that moment, Wenyuan arrived and shouted, what's going on here? All of you, stop immediately. Elder Jiao said, you arrived sooner than expected. Seems you're in quite a hurry. Without another word, Elder Jiao unleashed a barrage of powerful sword strikes. But Wenyuan calmly blocked them with ease. Then, using raw force, he shattered Elder Jiao's swords. Wenyuan stepped back and scoffed. So, the Hongmeng sect really thinks they're bold enough to invade our territory and attack us? Elder Jiao replied coldly, the Luyan sect has grown weak. This is no longer the powerful sect it once was. I've already defeated all your elders with ease. Now, the rest of you are just waiting to die. Are you going to fight me next? He sent another sharp strike forward. Wenyuan smirked. So you've learned a few new techniques and now you think you're hot stuff? Let me show you your place. Elder Jiao thought to himself, this guy's technique is incredible. If he hadn't wasted so much effort refining that sword, he'd be at the peak of Nansent Soul Realm by now. Constant blood sacrifices for that weapon have badly damaged his foundation. That's why he's unable to break through right now. His combat ability surpasses most Nansent Soul cultivators, but his cultivation base is far behind. Fighting him is proving to be much harder than I expected. I can only hope Mary finishes her task soon. Elder Jiao launched another barrage of swords, countless flying blades. When Yuan's eyes narrowed, this guy, he's not normal. He's controlling over 10,000 swords, and they all belong to the heavenly realm. Controlling this much power at once is definitely not something an ordinary cultivator can do. This technique must be an ancient or forbidden skill. If things continue like this, I might have to retreat. Suddenly, Elder Jiao slammed his sword into the ground, releasing a massive surge of energy. When Yuan shouted, "Activate the mountain formation. I'm the leader of the Luyan sect. I won't lose to anyone from Hongmang." Using the formation, when Yuan attacked Elder Jiao directly, Elder Jiao smirked. So the rumors were true. The Luyan sect does possess a powerful formation. Seeing it now, I have to admit, it's impressive. It can probably destroy most enemies in a single strike. But he quickly realized something. All of my spiritual nodes, they've been shattered. I'll need to focus if I don't want to get trapped here. Just then, Miri arrived beside Elder Jiao. He smiled. "You're my best disciple. You came at exactly the right time," the system announced. The host's disciple has awakened her innate sword body, classified as Earth Tier. As a result, the host receives 10x reward. Host also receives a heavenly rank innate sword body. Elder Jiao grinned. "So that's why I felt this power. Thanks to Miri's sword, I'm finally able to break through." When Yuan watched in disbelief, what the hell is going on? He's breaking through in the middle of a battle? When Yuan quickly activated more formations around him and declared, "I'm done waiting. I'm going to destroy you right here." But just as he was about to strike, the arrow formations around the mountain began to vanish. When Yuan gasped, "What's going on?" The mountain's protective arrow formations, they're disappearing, and they're not responding to my commands. Elder Jiao mocked him. "What an idiot. Who made you the sect leader?" As power surged from within the crumbling formation, Elder Jiao revealed, "You had one of the most powerful protective formations, but you didn't even know it required a legendary item to stabilize it. That item was this legendary cloud sword. It's been here for 100 years, and you fools never even found it. While you wasted your time trying to refine Lin family's Ambroise sword, I claimed your sect's most powerful treasure. You sacrificed blood over and over for this sword, and in the end, I reaped the rewards, and so did my disciple." Elder Jiao grasped the sword and declared, "From now on, the legendary cloud sword belongs to me. And as for you, who destroyed the Lin family, you won't be spared." He unleashed a devastating sword strike, splitting the ground and blowing away everything in its path. A massive crater opened in the ground. The surviving Luyan sect cultivators trembled. What kind of power was that? He just split the mountain in half. Elder Jiao turned to them coldly. "Anyone who had a hand in destroying the Lin family, destroy your cultivation and crawl away. Don't wait for me to make a move. If I do, you won't survive it." One cultivator fell to his knees, crying, "Please, spare me. I know we made terrible mistakes. If I have to sacrifice my cultivation to protect my family, so be it." Saying that, he destroyed his own cultivation base, and the rest of the group began to flee. Elder Jiao watched them and thought, only now that death stares them in the face do they understand the pain they caused the Lin family. These people didn't care when they slaughtered others. Humanity can be truly selfish, only caring about their own. Miri ran up, smiling brightly. "Master, look at this. The Ambroise sword fully accepted me. I even gave it a name, Ink Blade. After taming this sword, my cultivation has become much easier. My body feels so much lighter than before. I used to struggle controlling my sword energy, but now, it feels like it's a part of me." Elder Jiao smiled. "You've done a great job." He thought silently, "I'm willing to bet that the changes Miri is experiencing come from the legendary awakening celestial sword technique." Miri laughed and said, "Master, we really pulled off a huge victory today." Elder Jiao nodded. "Yes, we avenged the Lin family. We destroyed the Luyan sect, and now this entire sect is ours." Miri blinked in surprise. "Wait, you mean we own the Luyan sect now? Don't tell me, you're planning to become the grandmaster of the entire sect?" Elder Jiao spoke up. "Not everything needs to be said out loud. I don't want anyone's position or title here. What I want is money. With money, we can live comfortably. Come on, Miri, this is how we should live. Besides, I just came up with a brilliant business plan for after we return to Luyan City." After returning, Elder Jiao helped the Su family take control of the entire city. The Wang family was furious but couldn't do anything. They had no money left, no influence, and no power. They were utterly helpless and had lost everything to Jiao. Without another word, they admitted defeat and left, weeping. With all the resources of the Luyan sect now under them, the Su family became incredibly powerful and took full control over Luyan City. Thanks to Elder Jiao, a new business venture was launched, transportation. This transportation system gave Luyan City a massive economic boost, making travel easier than ever. It quickly became popular among the people, accelerating the city's development. Whenever they had free time, Elder Jiao would pass on his cultivation skills to Miri and Sumuhan. But to do this, a sacred ritual was needed, the transmission of empowerment. At present, both disciples are in the foundation realm. Miri has reached the double foundation building stage, while Sumuhan is currently in the first stage. Scene shifts. Elder Jiao is seen casually eating grapes. Sumuhan tells him, "As soon as we released your recipes into the market, our pills started selling like crazy. Every batch we make sells out instantly. Demand is skyrocketing, and from the looks of it, the future of our pills is really bright. We're almost ready to start selling 10 bottles a day. That alone could bring us 100,000 crystals in profit daily. Once we launch our premium pills, the profits will multiply." Elder Jiao continues munching on grapes, thinking, "Looks like I made the right move. It feels like I've hit the jackpot. Money's rolling in, life is good, and I'm living in luxury." Suddenly, eldest disciple arrives flying in. Elder Jiao looks up and asks, "What brings you here? How's the sect leader doing these days? Hope his health is fine. Come, have some fruit with me." Eldest disciple bows and replies, "I'm here with a message from Master." I'll read it in his exact tone. Elder Jiao, "I heard you've taken over the Luyan sect. Are you planning to establish your own sect now? If so, please let us know." Watching his dramatic delivery, Elder Jiao chuckles, "What an actor, you did a great job. I thoroughly enjoyed your performance. Go tell your master that my loyalty lies with the Hongmen sect. Always has and always will. As for Luyan sect, I only took it in since it was on the way." Eldest disciple nods, "Understood. I'll pass the message along exactly as you said. By the way, don't forget, there's a competition in 3 days. I mentioned it before, it'll be a good way to publicly affirm your loyalty." Elder Jiao replies confidently, "Don't worry, I'll be there right on time, that's a promise." Stretching with a yawn, he says, "Alright, everything's done, I'm exhausted. Girls, get ready, we've got a tournament to fight." Miri turns to Sumuhan and says seriously, "Sumuhan, listen to me carefully. Our 7th peak has many enemies, and you need to stay alert. I know you might not believe me, but some of Master's former disciples actually betrayed him. They left him to die and even looted all his artifacts. Some of them died, but a few are still alive, and they're definitely plotting against us. I have a plan, let's teach them a lesson." Sumuhan responds, "You're right, we must teach them a lesson. Our master is a good man. How could anyone betray him? Whoever did must be utterly heartless. They're not even worthy of being called human." Scene shifts again. To the 6th peak, we see Elder Wang. He announces, "The competition is about to begin. Elder Jiao will be returning soon. Are you both ready? It's time to crush that bastard. I need to settle a score." Standing beside him is his 4th disciple, Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng steps forward, "Master, forgive me for saying this, but to fully master the technique you're teaching us, we need the essence of a spiritual beast. I can't help but feel like this technique is pushing us toward demonic cultivation." Enraged, Elder Wang suddenly attacks Wang Cheng. "You little bastard, you're nothing on your own, and now you're accusing me of teaching you something wrong? Do you even know how many techniques exist in our Hongmen sect? You dare question your master without knowing a damn thing? You're an utter disgrace." Wang Cheng drops to his knees. "Master, please forgive me. I made a terrible mistake." But in his mind, Wang Cheng thinks, "This guy is insane. He's teaching us fake demonic techniques. I won't fall for it." Turning to another disciple, Elder Wang asks, "Chiel, how's your progress?" Chiel replies, "Just as you instructed, Master. I've mastered the technique, and I've reached the 5th level of the foundation realm. My strength has increased significantly." Elder Wang grins, "Well done. Disciples like you are my pride. Once you master the 3rd level of this technique, no one in the younger generation will be able to defeat you. You'll also get access to abundant resources. What matters most is the upcoming Hongmen sect grand competition, and we cannot afford to lose. The ultimate prize is the purple key, a heavenly treasure we must not miss. Legend has it that our ancestors from the Hongmen sect used immortal techniques derived from the purple key. After reaching the transcendence realm, they left their energy behind. Every 5 years, the Hongmen sect hosts this competition, and the winners from each mountain peak are rewarded with purple key. Listen to me carefully, each victory means more purple key. It's an incredible treasure, I must have it. The ultimate winner will also receive the purest form of ultimate key, so don't lose even a single match. If you do, don't bother showing your face to me again." With that, he slams the table, crushing it effortlessly. "Just like I crushed this table, I'll crush you both if you fail me." Chiel and Wang Cheng bow. "We understand." Both of them think silently. If we had known how dangerous this place was, we would have never come here. The 7th peak was much better. Betraying Master was a terrible mistake. Suddenly, a man in a cloak arrives and says, "Send these kids away. I need to speak with you privately." "Well, tell us, did you complete the job?" Elder Wang nods proudly. "Don't worry, after hours of effort, I've dismantled the mountain's protective formation. You can now enter and exit freely. No one will be able to detect you." The cloaked man grins. "Good, so, Are you keeping an eye on the person we discussed? Elder Wang confirms. Of course, everything's been taken care of. The cloaked man chuckles darkly. Perfect. It's time the entire Hongmen sect learned the true meaning of fear. The scene shifts, showing the day of the competition. Stadium was filled with people entering from all sides. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, their energy infectious. Spectators were chatting among themselves, expressing their thrill. Some were saying that this was the best day of the entire year. After all, the grand tournament only happened once annually. It was a day to celebrate, cheer, and witness the most exhilarating battles. Many in the audience remarked that they were ready for an unforgettable experience. Others commented on the abundance of talent this year, wondering aloud if Hongmen's sect might even reach the level of the Heavenly Sword sect. One man pointed toward Lady Zhu and whispered to his friend that she was from the Hongmen sect, and looked even more stunning than before. Another man, older and with a mustache, noted that people from many different sects had arrived just to watch this year's fighters. According to him, no one could say for sure which peak would come out on top. It was anyone's game. Someone else confidently stated that the first peak would surely win again. Just like every other year, for several years now, no one had been able to beat them, and why would they? Their elder, Qin Feng, was one of the strongest cultivators in the entire Hongmen sect. He was a true source of pride for them. As the camera panned over to the conversation, Qin Feng himself was seen calmly seated nearby, confirming his identity. He was indeed the first peak's elder and held a formidable reputation. He had already reached the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm, and mentored a team of genius disciples, all of whom were already in the Foundation realm. The only person with the potential to defeat him was Elder Zhu Xuantian, the goddess of the 2nd peak. She had recently made a breakthrough and was now also at the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm. Her disciples, especially Qin and Ji, were also exceptional. Both wielded dual swords and had remarkable strength. Still, the mustached man reminded him that they were forgetting someone, Grandmaster Zheng Yi. Another person asked why there were only 6 elders present and where the 7th elder, Jiao Zhuan, had gone. The first man scoffed and said that Jiao Zhuan was probably too ashamed to show up. He hadn't even reached the Golden Core realm, so how could his disciples be strong? Just then, the announcer stepped forward and addressed the crowd. He explained the rules of the grand competition. Each round would feature fighters from different peaks. The winner of each match would continue forward, while the loser would have to start again from the bottom. A fighter could only stay in the competition as long as they hadn't lost 3 times. The more decisive the victory, the better the rewards and artifacts granted to the winners. With the crowd now roaring in anticipation, the announcer declared the first round, a match between the 6th peak and the 7th peak. Just then, a fighter from the 6th peak stepped into the arena. It was Wang Jing. Everyone gasped. They recognized him as a former disciple of the 7th peak. Why was he representing the 6th now? People speculated that he must have switched allegiances. The crowd murmured that this match was going to be intense, especially because the fighters from the 7th peak would be furious. One of their own had betrayed them. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Zheng Yi was seen looking around, asking if Jiao Zhuan had arrived. Eldest disciple shook his head and confirmed that he hadn't. Zheng Yi sighed and muttered that Jiao Zhuan seemed to have truly abandoned them. The audience broke into laughter, mocking the 7th peak for not sending anyone to fight. They speculated whether Jiao Zhuan would enter the arena himself, since he apparently had no disciples left. The announcer was about to declare Wang Jing the winner by default when suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Wait! Everyone turned as Elder Jiao Zhuan appeared, walking toward the center. He apologized for being late, explaining that he had overslept, and assured the crowd that they were in for a thrilling battle. He promised them a performance they wouldn't forget. Wang Jing sneered and muttered that the old man still hadn't died. He was especially irritated to see that the slave Miri was now Jiao Zhuan's disciple. He thought to himself that 2 pieces of trash couldn't possibly make a difference. Still, he noticed a new female disciple standing beside them and smirked at her beauty, his perverse thoughts showing on his face. Wang Jing suspected that Jiao Zhuan had only recruited disciples based on looks. All of them were just pretty faces with no real strength. Elder Jiao turned to his disciple and said, Sumuan, this is your chance. Go fight. This will be a perfect opportunity to show them what you've learned. You've trained well, and I'm confident you'll do great. Sumuhan nodded and started to head toward the battlefield. Before she could go far, Mary grabbed her arm. She warned her with a serious tone that Wang Jing was one of the traitors, one of the very people who had abandoned their master and left him to die. Mary told Sumuhan not to hold back under any circumstances. He doesn't deserve mercy. Make him regret ever betraying us. Sumuhan was thinking to herself that this was a golden opportunity. It was her first time stepping into the sex arena, and she had the chance to fight someone who had betrayed Elder Jiao. Her eyes burned with determination. She vowed that this was the moment. She would break Wang Zheng's legs right here and now. As she stepped forward, she began releasing her energy. Her thoughts were firm. She would give her absolute best and make sure her master never had to bow his head in shame. Watching from the sidelines, Grandmaster Jingyi was silently impressed. He observed that this girl was incredibly talented. Despite her young age, she had already reached the first level of foundation building realm. For the first time, he began to understand why Jiao had disappeared for so long. He had clearly gone searching for disciples, and it seemed he had finally found one worth the effort. Wang Zheng, now standing across from Su Muhan, smirked and addressed her with mockery. He commented that as a disciple of Elder Jiao, she probably didn't know a thing, since her master was nothing but a failure himself. According to Wang, someone that useless couldn't possibly teach anything worthwhile. He then tried to persuade her to abandon the 7th peak and join the 6th peak instead. Su Muhan's response was cold and resolute. She said her master had taught her one fundamental rule: never show mercy to traitors. From where she stood, Wang Jing was nothing but a disgrace, a man who had betrayed his own master. She questioned what kind of pathetic human would do that, and asked how he even had the audacity to call himself her senior. She told him his title meant nothing, and that he was a stain on the very idea of seniority. Wang Jing snapped back, saying she was just like her master, and told her to get ready to die. With that, he launched an attack. As he advanced, he bragged about his sword technique, claiming it was so powerful that even Elder Jiao had once praised it. But before he could finish his move, Su Muhan effortlessly grabbed his sword mid-air. Wang Jing was stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening. Su Muhan calmly told him that while his sword techniques were impressive on the surface, the real problem was his weakness. He wasn't even worthy of wielding a sword. In fact, he should be sitting on the sidelines, wearing bangles. He was never born to be a warrior. Wang Jing panicked. He couldn't understand how she was overpowering him. He mumbled that this kind of power was unreal. Accepting his defeat, he backed off and said he gave up. He couldn't fight her anymore. But Su Muhan wasn't finished yet. Still crackling with energy, she reminded him of the competition rules. Students weren't allowed to kill each other, so instead, she invited him to hit her with a punch. She wanted to clash fists, to let her power speak for itself. Wang Zheng, in disbelief, warned her that no matter how powerful she thought she was, she couldn't possibly be stronger than him. As they clashed fists, the resulting blast echoed across the arena. Wang Zheng's arm was badly injured. Shocked and in pain, he gasped that she was already in the foundation realm. He couldn't believe it. How could a girl like her reach that level so fast? He admitted her cultivation was remarkable, but questioned why someone like her would choose to follow a master like Elder Jiao. Su Muhan looked him in the eye and said that just half a month ago, she was only at the initial level of key cultivation. Now, she stood in the first level of foundation building realm, all thanks to Elder Jiao. She said confidently that she would never have advanced this far without his guidance. Her master had used the transmission of empowerment technique to enhance her core muscles, and boost her cultivation far beyond her limits. She couldn't understand how people like Wang had been foolish enough to betray someone like that. Wang Zheng, now shaking with anger and regret, muttered that Elder Jiao was a bastard. He had all these techniques and never taught them anything, and now, he was freely giving everything to these new disciples. Wang swore under his breath that Elder Jiao deserved a terrible death. The announcer then stepped in and declared the match over. The 7th peak had won the first round. The crowd erupted in surprise. As Su Muhan began walking back, Chiel stepped forward. He challenged the 7th peak to another fight. The audience buzzed. People whispered that Qiuhan, who everyone called Chiel, had issued a direct challenge. It was clear the man had guts. One bald spectator noted that according to the rules, if a disciple is directly challenged, they can't refuse. They had to fight. However, it would be up to the elder in charge to decide which disciple would take the stage. All eyes turned to the 7th peak. Whispers spread through the stands that they didn't stand a chance. Qiuhan was known to be incredibly powerful. He was already at the 5th level of foundation building, and it was unclear if anyone on the 7th peak could match that. Qiuhan confidently asked Elder Jiao to stop wasting time and send his disciple. Elder Jiao said, "Su Muhan, come back now. This time, Miri will be the one to fight." Miri nodded and assured her master that she wouldn't let him down. Elder Jiao smiled gently and told her to take care. Qiuhan sneered at Elder Jiao and mocked him for sending a slave into the grand competition to fight. He asked sarcastically if Elder Jiao was insane. Elder Jiao replied calmly, telling Qiuhan that Miri was stronger than he realized, and he'd find that out soon enough. He told him to focus on the fight instead of running his mouth. As Qiuhan continued to taunt them, Miri suddenly attacked. Her strike was quick, sharp, and it left a cut on his cheek. Elder Jiao shouted from the sidelines, telling Miri to break his jaw. "He talks too much." Miri nodded. "As you wish, Master." Qiuhan, now furious, released his energy and swore that they would all die by his hands. Behind him, a fiery phoenix rose, a symbol of his immense power. Elder Wang, watching from a distance, commented that Qiuhan was a powerful cultivator. he was sure to defeat Miri. Mengyu, smirking, said he was eagerly waiting for the day Elder Jiao would lose. Seeing him arrogant and confident made him hope someone would finally humble him. But before he could finish, the fight erupted again. Miri launched another devastating attack. Qiuhan commented that Miri was surprisingly brave, but his expression changed the moment her strike shattered his sword. He was visibly shocked and couldn't believe it had happened. He muttered in disbelief, wondering how it was even possible. Miri calmly replied that she was merely using a Feiyan sword technique, a skill not particularly powerful. She reminded him that he had been training at the Master's Academy for over 5 years, and yet, despite all that, he couldn't even withstand such a modest move. Miri continued, saying that she had only begun learning these techniques, and hadn't even mastered them fully. According to her, if such a low-level technique could break his sword, it was reason enough for her to sheath her own blade. She added that this was the moment to back off. However, she admitted that she didn't want the match to end just yet. With that, she handed Qiuhan one of her own swords, saying she still wanted to fight. Furious, Qiuhan insulted her, calling her a bitch and yelling at her for underestimating him. The moment he attacked, Miri dodged effortlessly. She told him he was far too slow. Then, in a swift motion, she cut his arm. Qiuhan clutched his injured hand, clearly in pain. She reminded him that earlier, he had asked who she really was. She answered now, declaring herself to be trash that he could never hope to equal, no matter how many years he trained. Qiuhan, angered, accused her of spouting nonsense. In response, Miri tossed several swords before him and gave him a choice: surrender or fight. She warned him that even if he managed to land a single scratch on her, it would be the greatest achievement of his day. The audience was confused and amazed. They murmured about how strange the scene was. A girl giving her opponent a weapon mid-fight? Many noticed that all the swords she laid out were Earth grade. Someone remarked that the 7th peak seemed to have some seriously impressive weapons. Others, from a different peak, whispered among themselves. They noted that their entire sect only had 5 swords of this quality, and here, a single disciple had several. Elder Jingyi silently thought that Jiao Zhuan had truly redeemed his name. He was proud and impressed, thinking to himself that Jiao Zhuan was indeed a capable man. Elder Jiao commented that the wealthy truly lived differently. Everyone wished to be rich these days, but few actually achieved it. Suddenly, Qiuhan started laughing. Miri paused, wondering what he was doing. Qiuhan admitted that at first, he hadn't believed it, but now, he was convinced. The magical tools and weapons present in the field had all been provided by Elder Jiao. Hearing this, the audience was stunned. Elder Jiao began to worry. He observed that Qiuhan's energy flow was completely unstable. It looked like he was about to lose control. He feared he was going mad. Qiuhan continued ranting. He claimed that trash like Miri had only become strong because Elder Jiao had tampered with something, maybe some forbidden technique that turned waste into warriors. He declared that someone like her was not worth the resources spent, and now, regardless of what it took, he would destroy her. He announced that he had only one real skill, the flying sword technique, taught to him by Elder Jiao. This technique was a masterpiece, one of the best known to their sect. Furthermore, he now considered himself a student of Elder Wang, who had given him additional elite techniques. Using these, he vowed to defeat Miri. He mocked her for following Elder Jiao Zhuan, claiming that Jiao Zhuan could never offer the kind of training Elder Wang could. Miri laughed and replied that if that was the case, then she didn't even need a sword to defeat someone like him. She could take him down with her bare hands. As for his so-called great technique, she casually revealed that she had the same one too. With that, she summoned her own phoenix, a brilliant, fiery manifestation of her skill. She taunted him, saying that the only reason he had failed to learn was because he was lazy, useless, and too quick to blame others, especially his own mentor, for his shortcomings. That was the real problem with him. Meanwhile, Qiuhan slumped down and started questioning his life. He realized that Miri hadn't even trained for a full month, and yet she had surpassed him. He wondered if he had wasted his life, and if maybe Elder Jiao had truly been a good mentor all along, while he himself had simply been a bad student. Miri stepped forward and warned him. If he admitted defeat now, he might still walk away unharmed, but if he even tried to keep fighting, she would unleash everything she had and show no mercy. He wouldn't survive her next move. Qiuhan muttered that he had lost everything, and for what? Was he really about to lose to someone like her? No, he shouted. He couldn't accept this loss. Saying that, he released a huge burst of energy. Elder Jingyi looked on in shock, realizing he was losing control. He recalled a time when someone had done something similar, and gone completely insane. He shouted for the fight to be stopped immediately. The announcer declared that the match was over, and ordered the field to be cleared for rest. As Miri began to walk away, she glanced back at Qiuhan and said he was lucky. If things had continued, he wouldn't have survived her next move. Qiuhan snarled that she was trying to run away and said he wouldn't allow it. He lunged at her with a sudden sword attack. Miri smirked and said this was exactly what she wanted. He had been bragging about the flying sword technique in others, so now, she would show him something far beyond his understanding. She announced that the power she was about to use was a heavenly rank sword art, gifted to her by her master. It was one of the most powerful techniques in existence. As she began her attack, Kyuhan panicked. He realized this wasn't just any skill, this was a technique so powerful that no one present should have even been able to use it. Elder Jingyi shouted at Mary to stop. He warned her that if she accidentally killed Kyuhan, she would be forced to leave the sect. Elder Jiao added gravely, "Mary, you know what you must do." Mary told Elder Jiao not to worry. She knew exactly what she was doing. She reassured him that she wouldn't kill anyone. As her attack landed, the force was enough to slice off Kyuhan's hair. The word loser appeared across his forehead. Kyuhan looked stunned and asked aloud if he was dead. The crowd around him burst into laughter. Someone commented that Mary was incredible. She had practically redesigned Kyuhan. The entire scene had taken on a comedic tone. Kyuhan stood there, confused and humiliated, wondering what exactly had just happened. He couldn't understand why everyone was laughing. After all, he had simply lost the match. He hadn't done anything particularly foolish, or so he thought. Meanwhile, Mary held up a small mirror to Kyuhan and told him she'd put in a lot of effort. She hoped he'd appreciate it. She explained that the others certainly seemed to enjoy it. She'd always wanted to be stylish since childhood, but nobody had ever understood her vision, so she'd decided to use him as her canvas. When Kyuhan looked into the mirror, he was horrified. He asked what she had done to his face. Mary calmly replied that it wasn't her fault. The mark on his face had appeared due to the sheer speed of her strike. She added with a smile that she had used her power to give him a stylish haircut, and frankly, she thought she had done a great job. As Mary walked away, she said that Kyuhan should be grateful. In this lifetime, he would never be able to match her. She warned him that every time he picked up a sword in the future, he would remember her. She told him not to be arrogant, because the truth was, he was nothing. He had lost, and badly. His value had plummeted. The audience erupted in admiration for Mary. Whispers spread that the seventh peak was dangerously powerful. No one could match their strength, and they possessed the best weapons in the sect. Sumuhan praised Mary, calling her incredibly skilled and talented with blades. Even Elder Jiao admitted he hadn't expected her to be capable of such a performance. Elder Jingyi spoke up, asking if Ichin remembered that long ago, he had expelled a traitor from the sect. He recalled how that person had warned him before leaving, that one day, Jingyi would regret it. Ichin nodded and said he remembered clearly. The person expelled had been Elder Wang Gan, the brother of Elder Wang from the sixth peak. Rumor had it that he'd joined a rival sect known as Ghost Sect. Ichin then asked Jingyi if he suspected that the sixth peak was secretly cultivating their students down a forbidden path. Jingyi responded cautiously. He hoped he was simply overthinking, but the energy Kyuhan had released during the fight had been eerily similar to that of Elder Wang Gan. He instructed Ichin to investigate immediately and check whether Wang Gan might be hiding nearby. Just then, the announcer declared the next match, 7th Peak versus the main peak. Jingyi turned serious and said it was now their turn. Ichin asked what he should do, and Jingyi instructed him to accept the challenge. He warned him not to underestimate Miri. She had become extraordinarily powerful, but this could be a good chance for Ichin to test his own limits. Ichin nodded and agreed. Then both Miri and Ichin stepped into the arena. The announcer shouted for the match to begin. Miri remarked that she had never expected to face someone like him in the first round. Ichin replied that she should use every technique she had. He truly wanted to see how much she had improved. Miri smiled and laughed. Without hesitation, she began pulling out a series of high-grade artifacts. She asked playfully, since he was curious about her techniques, what exactly she should show first. Because she had a lot to choose from, Ichin was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could she possibly have so many artifacts? The spectators around the field gasped in awe. They exclaimed that Miri wasn't just a fighter, she was practically leading an army of artifacts. With such an arsenal, it would be impossible to defeat her. Miri boldly declared that he should go ahead and attack. Why wasn't he moving? What was he waiting for? Ichin stood frozen, thinking about how he was an elite disciple, yet when it came to treasures, all he had was a third-rank sword. Meanwhile, Miri had dozens of top-grade artifacts. Frustrated, he threw down his sword and wondered aloud what he was supposed to do in a situation like this. He silently questioned his master. Was Master Jingyi just going to sit there and watch, or would he say something? Jingyi responded calmly. According to the rules, weapons were allowed in the arena. It was true Miri had many, but she couldn't use them all at once. She had to use them one at a time. Hearing this, Miri agreed. If that was the rule, then she would fight using only one weapon. Ichin smirked and said now it was getting interesting. He advanced to attack. He told himself that even if he had just one sword, and Miri had a divine weapon, he could still win if he stayed focused. He asked his master not to worry, he would finish this quickly. At that moment, Mary activated her shield artifact. She explained that it was extremely powerful, strong enough to block even her senior brother's attacks with ease. Ichin attacked with all his might but was surprised. The shield didn't break. Mary called out to him, questioning why. With all his strength, he couldn't even break her shield. If he couldn't handle the shield, how could he hope to defeat her? She taunted him, saying that if he used 10 times the force he was currently applying, he might break it. She challenged him to try. Her words infuriated Ichin. Ichin stood on the battlefield, smirking. He declared that she had no chance of escaping this time. With confidence, he said he would use 10 times his strength if needed. No problem at all. He was determined to break through her defenses with his full power. As he finished speaking, he launched a powerful attack, slicing through Mary's shield and cutting it cleanly in two. With pride, he shouted, "See, I destroyed it." But before he could celebrate, Mary calmly pulled out another shield, just as strong as the last one. Ichin's face contorted in disbelief. He muttered, "What is this? How is it even possible?" Frustrated and growing increasingly agitated, he yelled that she had been a constant thorn in his side. No matter how many shields she brought out, he would break them all. True to his word, he slashed through one after another. Time passed, and the battle dragged on. Ichin looked exhausted. Dozens of broken shield fragments lay scattered across the field. Meanwhile, Mary sat down behind a fresh layer of shields, resting comfortably. Finally, drained and out of energy, Ichin admitted defeat. "I give up. I can't fight anymore." The announcer raised his voice. "The winner of the first round, 7th Peak's Mary. She has not lost a single match so far." The spectators were stunned. "I can't believe it. She didn't even fight back, just used magical weapons to win." Another added, "Ichin tried so hard, he destroyed dozens of magical tools. We couldn't have lasted a second against her." One disciple shouted, "Our senior is amazing." Elder Jiao approached Mary with a proud smile. "You performed brilliantly. I especially liked your sneaky traps. Very clever." Sumuhan beamed. "Sister Mary, you fought so smart. It made me so happy to watch, and I learned a lot from you." Elder Jiao seemed confused. "You don't like Ichin? You could have easily defeated him, so why didn't you fight?" Mary calmly replied, "He used to be far stronger than me, but now, his cultivation is only at the 10th level of the innate realm, while I'm already at the 2nd level of the foundation realm. Fighting him now would be bullying, and that's not my way." Sumuhan objected. "What are you saying? Everyone here knows Sister Mary loves bullying people." Elder Jiao chuckled, but Mary's expression turned serious. "I'm not the same Mary I used to be, someone anyone could push around. With my guardian masters by my side, I have a new goal, to fight real geniuses and defeat them. I want to become a legend in martial arts, someone no one will ever forget." Elder Jiao nodded. "Now that's the kind of talk I like to hear. You're going to be incredibly powerful one day. Come on, everyone, let's rest. Tomorrow's the 2nd round." Elder Wang added, "I never expected Mary to be so talented. She's a true genius." Elsewhere, Jing Yui sat watching, commenting quietly, "That was a fantastic competition." Nearby, a master named Weiju observed the match. "The Hongmen sect is impressive. They have real talent." Jing Yui nodded. "I came here to investigate something. That girl who fought just now? She was just an ordinary person a few months ago, no cultivation at all. She was Elder Jiao's senior disciple." After she arrived, Elder Jiao went to Luyan City and single-handedly wiped out their top experts and many elders. Then he stormed Luyan's sect and annihilated everyone there, including the sect leader. Now both Luyan City and Luyan sect are under his control. No one dares challenge him anymore. His power is unbeatable. I know many don't like the Hongmen sect, but it's still standing strong. I believe Elder Jiao is powerful enough to rule over the entire cultivation world, and we've been looking for a genius like that. I think the one we've been searching for is right here." Weiju raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like you're quite taken with him. Are you planning to recruit him?" Jing Yui smiled faintly. "If they win this tournament and earn the purple key, I'll consider it." Meanwhile, back at 7th Peak, Elder Jiao sensed the wind shifting around them. "This is the power of the Hongmen purple key. It's the sect's greatest treasure, distributed each year during the competition." He turned to the disciples. "Those who've trained hard will receive larger portions. I want you all to earn this power and become stronger. Rumor has it that whoever ranks first this year will receive the highest grade purple key." Sumuhan looked amazed. "I've never even heard of Hongmen purple key before, and now I find out it's this incredible?" Elder Jiao chuckled. "We were shocked too when we first learned about it. Who knows? Maybe the Hongmen sect was once the most powerful in the world. Maybe no other sect could match it. Whatever the case, our job now is to study the purple key and learn how useful it truly is." As they walked deeper into the garden, Mary took a deep breath. "The air here is so dense with energy, cultivating here could double our progress." Sumuhan's eyes landed on a tree up ahead. "That's a legendary tree. Its essence can be refined into an elixir of immortality. Why is something so rare growing here?" She looked around in awe. These fruits are precious. This place is incredible. The Hongmen purple key must be responsible. Soon they found an area full of fire core lotuses. Mary's eyes lit up. These are amazing. We could use them to enhance our spell formations. Just like Master's techniques, Elder Jiao stepped forward. Let's keep going. There's still a lot more to explore. As they advanced, Elder Jiao explained, this place, this entire house, can transform itself. Did you know the Hongmen sect is built on top of a mountain, and it can change size and shape? Head to your rooms now and get some rest. Tomorrow is the second day of the tournament. We can explore more later. We're not short on rare items here. Meanwhile, Elder Jiao stood silently, deep in thought. All of this, it's because of the system. Everything I have now, the power, the resources, it was all given to me by the system. The next day, the scene opened with Wang Jing in the middle of a duel against a female opponent. During the fight, Wang Zheng's sword slipped from his hand, leaving him vulnerable. The girl, unfazed, mocked him. She said she recognized him from when he had visited their master, begging to become a disciple. Since he didn't find a place there, she suspected he had gone to another peak instead. She pointed out that he clearly had no interest in swordsmanship, and accused him of learning it only to win their master's favor. She added that she'd heard him say the second peak had many girls, but warned him none of those girls would be interested in someone like him. Trash, as she called him. She went on to say that she'd heard a lot about Elder Jiao, once considered a swordsmanship genius, and had expected his disciples to be similarly talented, but Wang Jing had turned out to be utter garbage. She felt insulted that her time had been wasted on such a weak opponent. Then the announcer declared the match over. The girl from the second peak had won, while Wang Jing had now lost 3 times in a row. His tournament journey was officially over. From the crowd, Elder Wang scoffed, muttering that if he might be raising donkeys, they'd be more useful than disciples like Wang Zheng. Elder Wang turned to the person beside him and said, "Go find Elder Wang Gan and deliver a message. Even though the 6th peak had lost today, they must not lose hope. If they couldn't win Purple Key fairly, they would take it by force. Once the grand competition ended, the 6th peak would make their move to seize it." The disciple acknowledged the task and promised to deliver the message. The tournament resumed the following day, and it was Mary's turn to fight. Her opponent addressed her as they stepped into the arena. He said he'd been eager to challenge her because she'd become so famous in just one day, but he hoped she wouldn't use her magical artifact. If she did, he admitted, he wouldn't stand a chance. Mary calmly responded that she only used her artifact against strong opponents, not the weak. The young man smirked and charged forward, eager to test her strength for himself. Mary, meanwhile, reflected on how everything had changed since she received the Ambroise sword. Her entire technique had evolved. She felt different, more powerful. She didn't know why, but it was as if she could now see her opponent's weaknesses clearly. With a sudden burst of movement, she advanced and struck, disarming her opponent in one clean move. The crowd gasped. Her opponent acknowledged her skill with grace. He praised her swordsmanship and conceded defeat, admitting he had lost fairly. The announcer declared the winner. 7th peak. 2nd peak had lost this round. In the crowd, a young girl watched in admiration, whispering that she wished she could become Elder Jiao's disciple. Mary hadn't even been a cultivator just days ago, and now she had become so powerful. The girl believed it was all thanks to Elder Jiao, who she thought was not only a great master, but also incredibly handsome. She even said she wouldn't mind if he accepted her as his maid. Elder Jiao approached Mary after the match, praising her for her precise strike. He said he thoroughly enjoyed the match. At that moment, Elder Zhu Zhuantian arrived and greeted Elder Jiao warmly. She said it had been a long time since they last met. His health seemed greatly improved compared to before. She asked him what his secret was. Elder Jiao chuckled and returned the compliment. He said that she too had changed, becoming far more powerful than before. He suspected her recent travels had greatly benefited her cultivation. It was revealed through their conversation that both Elder Jiao and Elder Zhu had once joined the Hongmen sect together. Back then, Elder Jiao had been progressing in cultivation rapidly, earning admiration from many disciples, who considered him a hero. Elder Zhu, however, viewed him more as a rival, but when Elder Jiao's progress suddenly stalled, the others surpassed him. During that tough period, only Elder Zhu continued to support and encourage him. Without her, Elder Jiao admitted, he might have given up on cultivation altogether. He sincerely thanked her for standing by him. He also mentioned that he now had 2 disciples who were both doing very well. Then, changing the subject, he asked how long she planned to stay this time. Elder Zhu smiled, saying she would stay longer than last time. Back then, she had only been able to visit briefly, but now she intended to remain for a few days. She'd heard from her disciples that Elder Jiao had saved their lives, so she had come to thank him in person. Elder Jiao waved it off. He said there was no need for thanks. After all, she wasn't an outsider. She was like family. She then remarked that Elder Jiao had won 1st place and would be awarded Purple Key. With it, his cultivation would advance rapidly. Elder Jiao, ever humble, said it wasn't just about him, they were both progressing well in their own ways. From a nearby cliff, Elder Wang watched the entire exchange from a distance, his expression darkened. He muttered to himself that their time had come. Then, turning to his men, he ordered them to prepare for an attack. Without hesitation, his subordinates moved to carry out the command. Meanwhile, inside the sect, a pair of guards stood on duty. One lamented that they were stuck there instead of watching the competition, the other agreed, saying they were unlucky, but this was their duty. After all, suddenly, both felt a surge of demonic energy. They weren't the only ones. A group of demonic cultivators launched an attack on the sect. Leading them was none other than Wang Gan, a nascent soul realm cultivator. He sneered as he stepped forward and confronted someone named Zheng Yi. "You bastard, still alive?" Grandmaster Zheng Yi, standing defiantly, responded that Elder Wang Gan was a disgrace who had been expelled from the sect years ago. He accused the traitorous ghost sect of harboring Wang Gan and demanded to know why he had returned. Wang Gan arrogantly proclaimed that he had now reached the nascent soul realm, while Zheng Yi was still stuck at the peak of the golden core realm. He demanded Zheng Yi kneel and beg for mercy, claiming he might spare his life and that of his disciples. Zheng Yi refused to back down, saying Wang Gan was severely underestimating the strength of the Hongmen sect. He warned that though Wang Gan had managed to enter their territory, he would never leave alive. He revealed that the mountain protection formation had been prepared just for this moment and activated it instantly. The moment the formation activated, it devastated the demonic cultivators, causing chaos among their ranks. Elder Wang Gan, shaken, admitted he had heard rumors about the formation's power, but now, witnessing it firsthand, he had to concede it was even stronger than expected. Still, he smirked and noted that the formation was beginning to crack. Onlookers began to panic, asking how the formation could be breaking. There was no one present who should have had the power to destroy it. Grandmaster Zheng Yi realized something was wrong. He noted that the core of the formation was set atop First Peak, and wondered how the enemies had managed to reach that location so quickly. He feared there was a mole or a breach somewhere. He concluded that the Sun and Moon Ghost sect had likely been preparing this attack for a long time. Urgently, he told the elders to hold the front lines while he rushed to First Peak to restart the formation. Acknowledging it would take time, he urged them to defend the Hongmen sect at all costs. In his absence, Elder Zhu, who commented that it had been 10 years since she and Elder Jiao last fought side by side. Elder Jiao recalled those days vividly. He mentioned how they had once locked their master inside his home, so they could sneak out and watch a play at the foot of the mountain, only to be chased down later. Elder Zhu chuckled and said his memory was as sharp as ever. Then, without warning, she charged forward and launched a powerful attack. She shouted that because they had dared to attack the Hongmen sect, none of them would be spared. They would all die there. Her power overwhelmed the enemy. With just a single strike, she devastated most of the invaders. Elder Jiao, watching her, commented in awe that she had grown incredibly strong, and her blue and purple staff technique had improved greatly. He declared that he couldn't fall behind and launched an attack of his own. Just then, disciples from the second peak arrived to join the battle, proclaiming that they wouldn't be left out. They started striking down the intruders as well. Mary surveyed the battlefield and noted how skilled the second peak cultivators were with their techniques. She turned to Sumuhan and told her to prepare herself. They couldn't afford to lose here. They had to give it everything they had. Sumuhan replied confidently, telling Mary not to worry. She declared she'd clear the path for them and immediately charged forward, slaying every enemy in her way. Mary praised her for her efforts, and then unleashed a powerful strike of her own. Sumuhan, slightly out of breath, said all she needed was one energy pill, and she'd be able to control even more weapons. She swore she would see who dared to stand in their way now. As she spoke, she began controlling a massive number of magical weapons. The second peak disciples, witnessing the spectacle, were stunned. One of them remarked that countless Earth-level weapons were floating in the air. Another commented that the seventh peak must have been holding back their power all this time, and if they had used their full strength earlier, they might have crushed their enemies in an instant. Meanwhile, Elder Wang began moving in to attack Elder Zhu. He was thinking to himself that the Hongmen sect was far more powerful than he'd expected, and that he couldn't rely on Wang Gan alone to win this. He would have to act himself. Elder Jiao, seeing the danger, shouted for Elder Zhu to be careful. Elder Wang was attempting a sneak attack from behind. Elder Jiao reacted just in time and launched an attack of her own at Elder Wang. Elder Wang, leaping back, cursed Elder Jiao for interfering again. He had almost defeated Elder Zhu, and now his plans were being disrupted once more. Just then, Elder Zhu pushed forward to face Elder Wang directly. As she advanced, Elder Wang cried out for help, calling to his brother to save him. Elder Jiao and Wang Gan engaged in a furious battle. Wang Gan, clearly frustrated, accused Elder Wang of being worthless and mocked him for failing to control even a single woman. He muttered that it seemed he would have to handle everything himself after all. Wang Gan drew out his soul flag, and immediately, a swarm of evil spirits burst forth from it. He announced confidently that these were his ghost soldiers, and that now it was time for them to show their true power. Countless spirits materialized around him and began launching fierce attacks on the disciples from the Hongmen sect. Elder Zhu accused Wang Gan of being utterly despicable, saying he wasn't even human anymore. He had formed a contract with ghosts and sold his soul. Wang Gan simply laughed and admitted she was absolutely right. He said that he was no longer human, nor a ghost. In her eyes, he was just filth. He reminded her that back then, she and the others never valued him. He had always followed her, infatuated, but she treated him like a dog, and never once acknowledged his feelings. A flashback followed, showing Elder Zhu practicing martial arts while Wang Gan secretly watched from a distance. Sect members nearby mocked him, calling him trash who did nothing but ogle women. In the present, Wang Gan continued his rant. He said that just to win her approval, he forced a breakthrough in his cultivation, risking his life in the process. But in the end, he lost his spiritual powers and failed. After that, he turned to dark magic. Everything he had become was because of her. Meanwhile, his skeletal army surged forward and began attacking her. Elder Zhu warned Elder Jiao, "Be careful, these skeleton spirits are all at peak golden core realm. If you lose here, you won't make it out alive." Elder Jiao replied firmly that he understood. Elsewhere in the crowd, Weiju was battling the ghost soldiers. Jing Yui watched and remarked that it seemed like the Hongmen sect didn't need their help after all. Weiju disagreed, saying that all the elders of Hongmen sect were trash. When Wang Gan unleashed his soul flag, most people were terrified, except for two individuals, one boy and one girl. They kept fighting, unfazed by fear, though unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to challenge Wang Gan's immense power. Weiju added that Wang Gan was not just a powerful demonic cultivator, he was the second most powerful in the entire ghost sect, just below their leader. No matter how hard Hongmen sect tried, there was no escaping defeat today. Back on the battlefield, Elder Jiao and Elder Zhu faced a massive skeleton army. Jing Yui, still observing, thought to herself that if everyone died here, there would be no one left to help. She wasn't concerned about the entire group, but two stood out to her, Zhu Zhuantian and Jiao Zhuan. She considered them extremely talented, and believed recruiting them would be a great advantage. She then turned to Mr. Weiju and suggested they wait a little longer to see what happened. But she made it clear, if Zhu Zhuantian or Jiao Zhuan were in serious danger, they would intervene. Mr. Weiju agreed to follow her lead. On the battlefield, Elder Zhu used her purple and blue dual sword technique to slash through the ghost soldiers. Weiju, watching in awe, said he had heard that Hongmen sect possessed a low-grade dual sword technique, but mastering even a single sword style was already incredibly difficult. To master a dual sword technique was a major feat. He was certain this girl had done just that. If anyone beneath the Nansent Soul Realm were fighting her, they wouldn't stand a chance. She was truly powerful. Suddenly, the ground beneath Elder Zhu cracked, and a skeleton grabbed her ankle. She realized its hands were laced with poison, rendering her leg immobile. More skeletons advanced, chains in hand, and easily restrained her. She struggled and thought, "I can't break free. What do I do now?" Then a massive skeleton, far larger than the others, appeared behind her. Wang Gan taunted her, saying she had once been the goddess of Hongmen's sect, unmatched in talent and growth, but all her lifelong efforts would end here, dying a humiliating death at the hands of garbage like him. He asked mockingly how it felt to fall like this. Just then, his giant skeleton launched an attack on Elder Zhu. Seeing this, Jing Yui declared it was finally time to act. "Mr. Weiju, we can't let her die here." Elder Weiju nodded and prepared to move, but before he could step in, a sword slashed through the massive skeleton from behind. It was Elder Jiao's sword. Everyone turned in shock at Elder Jiao's reappearance. Weiju exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Elder Jiao stepped forward and said, "I've returned. No one lays a hand on Elder Zhu." He then thought to himself that his innate sword spirit body had awakened, which had massively improved his 10,000 sword technique. Previously, he had needed to channel a massive spectral hand just to control one sword, but now, spiritual sword runes had formed on his body, allowing him to command his swords directly and more efficiently. Because he was now using less energy to manipulate them, his attacks were both smoother and far more powerful than ever before. Wang Gan sneered and said the boy was far too arrogant. He mocked that the boy had only taken down one of his skeletons, and didn't realize that he had many more. "You think you can kill all of them?" Before summoning a whole horde of skeletons and commanding them to attack Elder Jiao. Elder Jiao, calm and composed, replied that he wasn't acting arrogantly. It was simply the nature of a ruler. Someone who wields absolute power must be prepared to crush anything in their path. As he spoke, he effortlessly shattered every skeleton that came his way. Seeing Elder Jiao's overwhelming strength, Wang Gan was shaken. His mind raced, wondering just what kind of power he was witnessing. Even the disciples nearby began to panic, murmuring amongst themselves that the power was too immense, it was physically pushing them back. Meanwhile, Mary quickly set up a barrier and told Sumuan to stay behind her. Elder Jiao is releasing intense energy. If it comes in contact with you, it could seriously hurt you. Weiju observed the battle with disbelief. There were 100 ghosts at the Golden Core realm here, and Elder Jiao destroyed them all with a single strike. Jing Yui whispered to herself in awe, "This man's power is incredible. We need him on our side. If he joins us, the Thousand Dove Festival will be nothing. We'll win easily." As Elder Jiao stepped forward, he declared that the battle had already been decided. "Wang Gan, you've lost, but I'll give you one last chance. Let go of your obsession with senior sister Zhu, and release the people you've captured. If you do, I'll let you live." Wang Gan, eyes filled with rage, shouted that he would never forget Zhu, especially on Jiao's orders. He accused Jiao of being the reason Zhu had rejected him. "She only turned me away because you were already in her life. Seeing you makes my blood boil. Even if I die today, I'm taking Zhu with me." As he spoke, Wang Gan tightened the soul chains binding Zhu, causing her visible pain. He snarled that she had chosen the wrong man and would now pay the price. Elder Jiao moved quickly, warning Wang Gan to stop. He summoned his sword, and with swift precision, began cutting through the soul chains. Within moments, every single one of them shattered. Wang Gan staggered backward in disbelief. "Impossible. Those were my soul chains. How could they be broken so easily?" Elder Zhu, weakened and dazed, struggled to keep herself upright. Just as she was about to collapse, Elder Jiao caught her. "Senior sister Zhu, are you all right?" Blushing, Elder Zhu nodded and said she was fine. From a distance, a disciple from Second Peak commented that Elder Jiao had arrived at just the right moment. Another girl whispered, "Are you seeing this?" Master Zhu was blushing like crazy, watching the scene unfold. Mary felt her heart shatter. Sumuan, on the other hand, grinned and said she was thoroughly enjoying the drama. "Master's looking especially charming today." Elder Zhu turned to Elder Jiao and asked what they should do about Wang Gan. Without hesitation, Elder Jiao stepped forward and slashed downward, injuring Wang Gan. Bleeding and shocked, Wang Gan gasped, "How is this possible? I can't die here." But his strength failed him, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Elder Zhu opened her mouth to speak, but stopped herself. Elder Jiao, in the meantime, was thinking to himself how good he must have looked just now. Elder Zhu was so stunned by his presence that she couldn't speak. Embarrassed, she finally said, "Jiao, let me go now. You've been holding me for quite a while." Elder Jiao apologized and released her immediately. Elder Zhu smiled and said, "That sword technique, it was impressive. If I ever get some free time, maybe I could train with you." Elder Jiao nodded and explained that it was a new special technique he had recently developed. By the way, Wang Gan was nothing. He was only at the Nansent Soul realm. Even if he had been stronger, I still would have taken him down. Jing Yui was stunned by the casual confidence in his words. She turned to Mr. Weiju and asked if what Elder Jiao said could really be true. Mr. Weiju replied that the move Elder Jiao had just used was incredibly powerful, especially for someone who cultivated sword techniques. Very few cultivators can pull off something like that. Not only that, but he's radiating a special kind of energy. I can't even fully read his strength, that's how powerful he is. Jing Yui was floored. Even Mr. Weiju can't sense the full extent of his cultivation. "This is incredible." Mr. Weiju confirmed it. "I'm at the peak of the Nansent Soul realm, but if I had to fight him right now, I honestly don't know who would win." Jing Yui could hardly believe it. Could such a powerful genius really have been hiding in our country all this time? And to top it off, he's incredibly handsome too. As Elder Wang Gan's lifeless body hit the ground, everyone around began murmuring in shock. "Elder Wang is dead?" The demonic cultivators nearby began panicking. "We have to run. If we stay, we're all dead." Just as they turned to flee, Elder Jiao stepped forward and addressed them coldly. "Do you think the Hongmen sect is some kind of park you can stroll in and out of at will? You entered on your own terms, but you won't be leaving the same way. Every one of you will die here." The demonic cultivators fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Please forgive us. We were only following orders. We won't do anything wrong again, we swear." In the middle of the pleas, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. Miri and Sumuan turned, startled. "What was that sound? What just happened?" Elder Zhu, eyes narrowing, replied, "That explosion came from First Peak. Our leader is in danger. I'm heading there right now. Everyone, be on alert. Things are about to escalate." Elder Jiao tried to stop her. "Senior sister, don't go. The one responsible for the explosion is already headed this way." In that moment, a figure came speeding toward them from First Peak. Laughing darkly, the man shouted, "The Hongmen sect is finished. Your leader has already been captured." They recognized him immediately. Old Demon, an elder from the Ghost Sect, a powerful demonic cultivator, at the 5th level of the Nansent Soul realm. Old Demon stood before the sect members, declaring in a thundering voice that resistance was futile. He announced that he had already captured their leader and shattered the mountain's defensive barrier. He mocked them, saying they could no longer repair it, and that staying to resist was pointless. He offered them a grim choice: surrender now for a quicker, possibly merciful death, or refuse and suffer the same fate as their leader. He boasted that he had already destroyed the soul of the sect leader, and warned that anyone who defied him would meet the same end. Panic spread among the sect members. No one knew what to do. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators surrounding Old Demon began to chant in support of him, praising his power. Old Demon asked where Wang Gan was, noting that he hadn't seen him anywhere. A demonic cultivator nearby replied grimly, informing him that Wang Gan had been killed, slain by the Hongmen sect. Shocked, Old Demon demanded confirmation. Demonic cultivator affirmed it, claiming he had witnessed Wang Gan's death with his own eyes. Old Demon laughed darkly, demanding to know who had the audacity to kill Wang Gan. He questioned why he had never heard of a Nansent soul-level cultivator in the Hongmen sect before. One of his men pointed at Elder Jiao, identifying him as the killer. Elder Jiao admitted it proudly. Yes, I killed him, and there's nothing you can do about it. Old Demon scoffed. You're only at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. You're nothing more than an insect to me. How could you possibly defeat Wang Gan? Elder Jiao calmly responded, you'll find out soon enough. The same death that found him is coming for you too. Old Demon narrowed his eyes. I'm not as foolish as Wang Gan. There's no way you defeated him in a fair fight. You must have used a trick. But know this, I won't fall for any of your tricks. Suddenly, Elder Jiao charged forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Old Demon flying backward. Standing tall, Elder Jiao said, someone with absolute power doesn't need tricks. They destroy with strength alone. Old Demon growled in frustration. You arrogant brat, now you die by my sword. He lunged forward to attack, but Elder Jiao countered with his sword, blocking the strike. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed, releasing a burst of energy so powerful it swept across the battlefield. Elder Zhu quickly created a protective barrier and shouted to the others to fall back behind her, warning them that just the residual force from the fight could kill them. As she protected the bystanders, the demonic cultivators were being slaughtered. No one came to their aid. The narrator explained that Mary possessed an innate sword body, which greatly enhanced her perception. She could see every movement clearly. She analyzed the battle and recognized her master's sword, an advanced heavenly-level spirit sword refined with 10,000 spirit stones. Elder Jiao had reached the mid-tier of the heavenly realm, but the enemy's sword was even more terrifying, top-grade heavenly level. Mary thought to herself that despite her master's strength, he was in real danger. Anything could happen here. The old demon launched a devastating attack at Elder Jiao, forcing him to retreat. Bleeding and injured, Elder Jiao called out, asking his senior sister for her sword. Without hesitation, Elder Zhu sent her weapon to him. Elder Jiao then summoned 2 Earth-grade spirit swords from his spatial ring. Miri immediately understood his plan. He was activating the 7-star Immortal Killing Sword formation, using a total of 7 heavenly-level swords. The air around him crackled with power. Elder Jiao declared, it doesn't matter how powerful you are, even if you were a god, you're not leaving here alive. Your death is written in the stars. Mary's eyes sparkled with hope. The formation was a high-grade one, and with all 7 swords at the heavenly level, her master's power had surpassed normal limits. He had reached the immortal realm. She stepped forward and offered her own sword. Master, please take mine as well. It will help complete the formation. Jing Yui, watching with awe, said she had only ever read about the 7-star Immortal Killing formation in books. Seeing it in real life for the first time, she felt compelled to contribute. She tossed her dragon sword to Elder Jiao and urged him to use it. This will help you greatly, young master. With the last sword in place, the formation was complete. Elder Jiao declared to the Sun and Moon Ghost sect that no matter what they did, today would be their end. He launched a massive attack using all 7 swords. Old Demon sneered at first, mocking the use of mere knives. But when the attack struck, his defense crumbled. Gashes began to appear across his body. Reeling from the damage, he tried to compose himself. Don't get arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand the demon separation blades. He turned on his own men and began killing them. His subordinates cried out in betrayal. Master, why are you doing this? We were fighting for you. Old Demon laughed maniacally. I need blood. The more blood there is, the stronger I become. It doesn't matter if it's from my enemies, or my own people. Elder Jiao looked on with disgust. If you could turn on your own, there's no hope for redemption. Killing you is not a mistake, it's justice. The two clashed again, both masters pouring everything into their final blows. Miri was the first to speak up. What's going on? Old Demon just blocked the master's attack. Old Demon calmly explained, my sword is extremely powerful, especially after it has tasted blood. At that point, nothing can stand against it. Right now, it's already reached the lower tier of the immortal realm. As long as there's a single living being left in this world, I cannot lose to you. Elder Jiao responded coolly. Is that so? Let's see who wins then. With that, Elder Jiao summoned a massive dragon using his energy. Old Demon struggled against the dragon and muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? How can the 7-star killing formation be this powerful? Even I can't hold out against it. Elder Jiao analyzed the situation silently. He's right, if this were a normal 7-star immortal killing formation, it wouldn't be able to overpower him like this. But the one controlling this array, he possesses a heavenly level innate sword body. Utilizing that innate sword body, the wielder had fully grasped the inner power of this formation. Elder Jiao could sense it clearly. The blue and purple sword wielded by senior sister Zhu was forged using the purple key of the Hongmen sect. That's the reason it holds the power to suppress demonic energy. But the most extraordinary component wasn't this sword, it was the dragon sword. The very reason his 7-star killing formation had become so formidable. It had allowed him to manifest a dragon made purely of spiritual energy to fight on his behalf. I'm certain now, the girl who gave me the dragon sword isn't some ordinary person. Her background must be incredibly deep. Panicking, Old Demon tried to flee, yelling, "Please don't kill me. The Elder of the Sun and Moon God sect from the Dragon Flame Kingdom is my master. If he find out you killed me, he will come for you, and wipe out everyone you care about." Elder Jiao remained unmoved. "That doesn't concern me. I'll deal with your master when the time comes. But I'm going to kill you first." With a swift motion, he struck Old Demon down. Meanwhile, Elder Wang, who had been hiding nearby, witnessed the entire battle in stunned silence. Elder Jiao suddenly sensed someone behind the rocks and narrowed his eyes. Elder Wang was horrified. How could this be possible? Jiao Zhuan actually killed Old Demon. It's over, none of us will survive. Not Jiao Zhuan, not even the entire Hongmen sect, and certainly not me. The Sun and Moon God sect, they're part of the Imperial Dynasty and incredibly powerful. Even the king himself can't defy them. Our Hongmen sect is just a small sect in comparison. How can we possibly resist them? Just then, Elder Jiao's voice cut through the tension. "I don't know what the future holds. Maybe we'll survive, maybe we won't. But one thing I do know, you're dying right now." Terrified, Elder Wang stammered, "Even if I die today, you won't live for long either." His final scream echoed through the battlefield before Elder Jiao ended his life. Looking around at the bloodied corpses and shattered bones scattered across the ground, Elder Jiao muttered, "Finally, it's over. So many lives were lost today. What a brutal day it's been." At that moment, Elder from the First Peak was healing Grandmaster Zheng Yi. Elder Jiao asked, "How is Master Zheng Yi's condition?" Su Muhan replied, "He's stabilized, but his heart took a serious hit. He'll need to rest for years to fully recover. I'm afraid he won't be able to resume leadership duties." The disciples from the Second Peak whispered among themselves, worried, "If our leader can't guide us anymore, what will happen to us?" Elder Zhu added with concern, "The current situation is very dangerous. Our Hongmen sect can't go on without a leader. We must appoint an acting leader to maintain order." Just then, Jing Yui stepped forward and said confidently, "In my opinion, Elder Jiao is the best choice. He has proven his strength and potential here today." Elder Jiao turned to her and asked politely, "May I ask, which sect are you from?" Jing Yui smiled. "My name is Jing Yui. It's been a pleasure meeting you all." She gestured to the man beside her. "This is my personal guard, Mr. Weiju." Su Muhan tilted her head and asked, "Your name is Jing Yui? That sounds familiar." Suddenly, Elder Jiao stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Third princess. It's an honor to meet you." The disciples from the Second Peak gasped. "She's the third princess?" Jing Yui chuckled. "So, it seems you figured out my identity." Elder Jiao admitted, "I only guessed when I saw your dragon sword. That kind of weapon isn't something an ordinary person could possess. It could only belong to the third princess. And when I heard your name, I was sure." Jing Yui smiled. "Elder Jiao, you're quite perceptive. Since you already know who I am, let me speak frankly. I came here today to invite your sect to participate in the 10,000 Dao competition, which will be held in the capital 6 months from now." The nearby disciples murmured with excitement. "That's the grand event." Jing Yui explained, "Yes, the competition is hosted by the royal family of the Qin dynasty. It's an incredibly prestigious tournament that draws powerful sects, top cultivators, and elite organizations from all over the continent. Everyone fights to prove who's truly the strongest." She paused and added, "But this year, the rules are different. It won't just be sects and martial artists. Noble families will also send their representatives. If Hongmen's sect agrees to participate, Elder Jiao will be the official team leader. As the leader, he'll receive a spirit stone vein, access to magical weapons, and abundant cultivation resources. And if your sect win, you'll earn the title of Gu Zhong and be given the opportunity to serve the emperor directly. With royal support, no one would be able to stop your sect's growth." She looked around and smiled. "I don't want any of that for myself. All I ask is that you participate." Elder Jiao began explaining that even the noble families were involved in what was happening. He recalled the Lord of Luyan City, who had also been one of its elders of Luyan's sect. At the time, Elder Jiao admitted, something about him had felt strange, but now everything was starting to make sense. It had become clear to him that the secular world and the martial world were more deeply connected than anyone had realized. Jing Yui agreed, saying that Elder Jiao was highly perceptive, and had understood exactly why the Emperor was orchestrating these events. Elder Jiao continued, explaining that in his opinion, the Emperor's ultimate goal was to suppress the powerful noble families. This revelation shocked everyone present. Elder Jiao then went on to explain the background. When the dynasty was first founded, the noble families had fully supported the imperial court. Their help had been crucial in establishing laws and governance across the kingdom. However, 1,000 years had passed since then. Over time, the noble families had grown excessively powerful. They now influenced court decisions and even manipulated outcomes based on their personal interests. Some had even grown so ambitious that they were trying to challenge and overthrow the royal family itself. He explained that this entire scheme had been designed to elevate a relatively weak clan, and use them as a proxy to control the nobles, someone who could serve as the emperor's right hand. With such a plan, the power and resources of the noble families would be divided, many of which would then flow toward the imperial court. The emperor's true gain in all this was not wealth or resources, but the systematic weakening of the nobles so that they could no longer pose a threat to the royal family. Jing Yui added that Elder Jiao's insights into politics were impressive. She praised how accurately he had pieced everything together. After offering him a respectful bow, she said she was deeply impressed by his recent battle, where he had defeated 2 cultivators from the Nansent Soul Realm with ease. She said she would be honored if he participated in the upcoming competition. Jing Yui hoped Elder Jiao would understand the broader context and make a wise decision. Meanwhile, Sumuhan and Miri were left wondering what was truly going on. They were stunned to see the third princess of the Qin dynasty showing such respect toward their master. They began to question what made him so special. Elder Jiao then raised a concern. He asked whether Jing Yui wasn't afraid that they might still side with the noble families, or leak everything she had just shared. Jing Yui replied calmly that this wasn't a secret. In fact, the noble families already had their people embedded in the court. Every time the royal family introduced a new law, those individuals would immediately begin working against it, even before it reached the public. She said it was likely the nobles already knew about the upcoming rule changes in the competition. However, they couldn't stop it. On the contrary, it was an opportunity for them too. If they had powerful participants and the royal family lost, then the nobles' power would increase even more, possibly enough to eliminate the royal family completely. Hearing this, Elder Jiao realized everything made perfect sense now. He was also genuinely impressed by the third princess. She wasn't doing this out of self-interest, she was acting for the good of her family. And their own sect had much to gain from cooperating as well. He thought to himself that he should agree. Elder Jiao then asked Jing Yui if she wanted him to lead their team in the competition. He didn't reject the idea but noted that the rewards being offered were insufficient. Weiju interjected, telling Elder Jiao not to be so greedy, that what he was being offered was already more than generous. But Jing Yui silenced Weiju politely, saying she would handle this herself. She turned back to Elder Jiao and assured him that he could speak freely. Any request he had, she was open to hearing it. Elder Jiao responded, saying he wanted her to become his disciple. Jing Yui was surprised. She asked if he wanted to become her master. System then explained quietly that this young woman was none other than Qin Jing Yui, the third princess of the Qin dynasty. Her comprehension ability was ranked at a perfect 100, and her talent at 55. She also possessed a supreme body, although it had not yet been activated. To awaken it, she would need to absorb dragon energy. Hearing this, Elder Jiao was shocked. He had only ever read about the supreme body in ancient texts. It was incredibly rare. A cultivator born with it could train at nearly twice the speed of an ordinary cultivator. Not only that, it came with innate dragon ki, which granted immense power and unique abilities tied to dragons, abilities that were both rare and extremely useful. Weiju, clearly irritated by Elder Jiao's request, accused him of being arrogant and said someone needed to teach him a lesson. But before things escalated, Jing Yui told Weiju to calm down. She then asked Elder Jiao why he wanted to take her as his disciple. Elder Jiao replied that there was only one reason. She had rare bones and profound wisdom. He had been searching for someone with her kind of potential for a long time. Jing Yui, caught off guard, said no one had ever told her that before. She explained that ever since she was a child, she had always surpassed her siblings in intellectual and scholarly pursuits, poetry, rituals, music, and political theory. But when it came to spiritual practice, she lagged far behind. This was why her father never took her seriously. She had always felt left behind. For the first time in her life, someone was telling her that she was truly gifted. Elder Jiao responded, "Third princess, why are you being so hesitant?" He offered to explain the full benefits of joining the 7th peak. "Miri, start your work." Miri stepped forward confidently and began her pitch. She explained that anyone who joined the 7th peak would receive special one-on-one guidance. The 7th peak also had a 3rd-level alchemy master who could refine high-grade pills. With her master's support, Junior's sister had opened a pill shop, which was now highly profitable. In fact, Mary said, no one in the entire Luyan city dared to challenge them anymore. But what truly set them apart was the presence of Master Jiao, an incredibly powerful cultivator. Everyone had seen what he was capable of. She emphasized that even if someone wasn't extremely talented, just joining the 7th peak would accelerate their cultivation. No one would be able to stop them. Elder Jiao nodded in agreement, telling Mary she was absolutely right. The 3rd princess, Jing Yui, asked curiously if it would still work for someone with no talent. Mary responded by offering her own story. She said that before joining the 7th peak, she had been nothing more than a servant. Everyone around her believed she had no cultivation talent, and would never amount to anything. But now, just 6 months after becoming a disciple, she had already reached the 2nd stage of the foundation building realm. Another sect member chimed in, saying it was true. 6 months ago, no one even knew Mary's name, yet within that short time, she had defeated every genius in their sect. No one had been able to stand against her. Someone else agreed, admitting that many had thought they could beat her, but none had even been able to touch her. Jing Yui was stunned. She couldn't believe that the girl once known as a servant in the 7th peak had come so far. She turned to Master Jiao and asked him, when this girl used to be your servant, then why did you accept her as a disciple? Mary reflected quietly, thinking that all of Master Jiao's other disciples had betrayed him. She had been the only one who stayed by his side, so perhaps he hadn't had a choice. But, she thought, it's not something Master Jiao would ever admit. Maybe he'd simply say he liked her character. Elder Jiao stepped forward and said that what had impressed him most about Mary was her talent. When selecting a disciple, what mattered most was talent, and he said with complete confidence that no one there could deny Mary's talent. He turned to the 3rd princess and said that if he claimed she had great potential, she should believe him. He promised to lead her to the peak of power. The 3rd princess finally gave in. She said that if he truly believed in her potential, then so be it. She bowed respectfully and asked Master Jiao to take good care of her. As she bowed, Elder Jiao helped her get up, telling her she would make an amazing disciple. Just then, the system spoke to Elder Jiao, informing him that since he had accepted a new disciple, he would receive rewards. The rewards included the Yin-Yang 5 elemental body and enhanced weapon spirit capabilities. Elder Jiao was stunned. Elder Jiao looked at his sword and realized it had connected with his mind. It now contained a weapon spirit. He was amazed. He thought to himself how rare this was. When a sword was refined for 1,000 years by a skilled cultivator, it could form a spirit that would protect its master. Such a sword could move on its own and even defend its master in battle. He had never imagined the system would grant him something this powerful. He silently praised it. Meanwhile, Weiju, clearly upset, scolded the 3rd princess. He said she must have gone mad, and asked what on earth she was thinking. Master Jiao couldn't possibly be her tutor. Jing Yui responded calmly. She said she had already made her decision and had thought it through carefully. She told Mr. Weiju not to worry. Weiju grew more concerned. He asked how he would explain this to the emperor. He was certain the emperor would be furious. Jing Yui reminded them of something they had just discussed, the future leader of the Hongmen sect. Now that she was officially a disciple of the sect, she wanted Elder Jiao to be appointed as the new sect leader. Elder Zhu supported the idea, saying it made perfect sense. Elder Jiao was the most powerful among them, and had a keen understanding of politics. No one was more suited to lead. Leader Jingyi also voiced his agreement, saying he personally knew Elder Jiao to be a kind and capable man, someone who would lead the sect well. Elder Zhu added that if no one had any objections, then it was settled. Their new sect leader would be Elder Jiao. Surprisingly, Elder Jiao objected. He recommended Zhu Xuan as the next leader instead. The crowd was stunned by his statement. Grandmaster Jingyi admitted that he had grown old and his health was deteriorating. He emphasized the need for a real leader, not just an acting one. Someone who could guide the younger generation. Elder Jiao addressed the crowd and reminded them that he constantly traveled the world, provoking enemies and attracting danger. Now that the 3rd princess was his disciple, his identity had become far more complicated. He insisted that he wasn't the right person to manage the sect. He strongly believed that senior sister Zhu Xuan was the best candidate for leadership. Students from the 2nd peak asked in disbelief whether their master would really become the sect's headmaster. Elder from the 1st peak spoke up, saying they had listened to Elder Jiao carefully and agreed that Zhu Xuan was a better choice. Elder Jiao had the 3rd princess as his student, which might bring powerful enemies in the future. They recalled how Zhu Xuan, at only 12 years old, had shattered the stone tablet and read from the sect's sacred heavenly book. According to their ancestral teachings, only someone destined to lead the sect could unlock the secrets of that book. Perhaps, it was divine will that Zhu Xuan should lead. Curious Elder Jiao asked what exactly the heavenly book was. Elder Zhu explained that the book supposedly contained prophecies about the sect's future. If the book mentioned a chosen one, they would use that as guidance to determine the next leader. Just as Elder Zhu was about to leave, the third princess said, "Mr. Weiju and I have some urgent matters to attend to, that's why we'll have to leave the Hongmen sect for now." Elder Jiao was disappointed he couldn't hold a proper welcome ceremony for her as his disciple. To make up for it, he gave her a sword and said it would protect her wherever she went. The princess was puzzled. How could a sword offer protection on its own? Elder Jiao explained that the sword was inhabited by a spirit and could fight by itself. Shocked, the princess asked how powerful it was. Elder Jiao replied that it wasn't particularly strong, just a practical weapon for basic defense. Weiju stepped in, saying he would personally guard the princess and that she didn't need the sword. Elder Jiao warned him that the sword could kill a Nansent soul cultivator in an instant. Weiju's expression changed to one of fear as he realized the sword was more powerful than it appeared. Meanwhile, the third princess chuckled. Scene shifts to Elder Jiao and Elder Zhu at the Heavenly Book Hall. Elder Jiao followed Elder Zhu outside to a cave where she had brought him to read the Heavenly Book. Curious, he asked what the book was and why he had never heard of it before. Elder Zhu reminded him that just a month ago, he had nearly died, but then made a breakthrough and returned even more powerful. Not only that, he had gained exceptionally talented disciples with limitless potential. She asked what had happened during that time. Elder Jiao laughed and admitted that he had possessed a rare golden pill. It had made him ill at first, but he later used it to break through and reach his current power level. Internally, Elder Jiao suspected that Elder Zhu was testing him. Given his rapid growth, it wouldn't be surprising if others became suspicious too. She nodded and accepted his explanation. They entered the Heavenly Book Hall, where Elder Zhu pointed out the book and explained its legacy. It had been passed down from the first leader of the sect to the second, and so on. She said that if the book was awakened, it could reveal the future for the next 100 years. If Elder Jiao was truly qualified, the book would recognize him. She instructed him to place his hand on the barrier surrounding the book and release his spiritual energy. The heavenly book would determine whether he was worthy of leading the sect. Elder Jiao followed her instructions and infused his energy into the barrier. Elder Zhu declared that he had passed the test. It seemed he truly was destined to become the next leader. But after a few moments, the book showed no response. Elder Jiao stepped back and announced that the book hadn't reacted, meaning he was not qualified to be the sect's leader. Elder Zhu, however, had seen the book move. She wondered to herself, if he truly wasn't worthy, then why had the book stirred at all? Was it possible that she herself was the one destined to lead? To find out, she placed her hand on the barrier. The moment she touched it, the barrier dissolved, and the heavenly book floated into the sky. Staring in awe, Elder Zhu realized the book had chosen her. She had been selected as the new leader of the sect. Elder Jiao congratulated her, saying that the book had recognized her worth. Still, Elder Zhu couldn't believe it. She recalled accidentally damaging the book as a child, so why had it chosen her now? She struggled to accept what had just happened, still in disbelief over her new destiny. Elder Zhu spoke with a serious tone, warning that fear had no place here. We'll see who's fit to lead and who's not later, but first, let's read what's written in this book. As the heavenly book opened, glowing text began to appear. The words revealed a prophecy. The fate of the Hongmen sect is about to turn. A new era is on the horizon, one where the sect will rise. It will obtain first place, gain royal favor, and all of it will be thanks to a dear friend. Elder Jiao was struck by how incredible the book was. It even contained references to the upcoming ranking battle, a detail the princess had recently mentioned. She marveled at how profound the heavenly book truly was. Suddenly, the text began to change before her eyes. A genius from this sect will soon emerge. It now read, he will leave a mark that lasts 1,000 years. His name is Jiao Zhuan. Jiao Zhuan had shown signs of greatness from an early age. His cultivation had advanced at a staggering rate. By the age of 20, he had already reached the foundation building stage. However, after that point, his cultivation mysteriously stalled. Elder Jiao thought to himself how remarkable it was that the book recorded his past so clearly, especially the first phase of his life. But it mentioned nothing about what lay ahead. Why doesn't it speak of my future? Could it be because I now possess a system that changes fate itself? He was finally beginning to understand why the previous leader had valued him so deeply. Even when he lacked strength, he had always believed in his potential, and now he knew the reason why. Elder Zhu thought although the heavenly book had not chosen Jiao Zhuan as its master, nearly every passage referred to him. She wondered if his destiny was so grand that the book could not contain it. Maybe the reason it didn't bind him is because he's meant to surpass even the role of sect leader. That's why it's letting him go freely. Just then, Elder Jiao turned to her and asked, "Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Do I seem like someone else to you?" He continued, trying to prove his identity. "I remember the time you wanted to watch a play and we went down the mountain together. When we came back, you told the master it was my idea. and I got scolded for it. I had to kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days. And another time, you accidentally blew up the master's alchemy furnace. I had just come out of the bath, and I wasn't even dressed yet. You saw everything." Elder Zhu's expression softened. "You truly are my junior brother. You don't need to say anything more." Elder Jiao chuckled. "I knew you were just teasing me. That's why I decided to have a little fun too." Elder Zhu then addressed him seriously. "The heavenly book chose me, which means I must accept the position of sect leader. But the book also clearly states that your fortune is extraordinary. You're destined for immense growth. That's why I'll need your help." She paused before declaring, "Starting today, you are the deputy leader of the Hongmen sect. You'll assist me in all matters." Elder Jiao was surprised and touched by her trust. "She really believes in me. She's always been so good to me." He then asked, "Elder Zhu, do you still have the yin and yang pendant?" She nodded. "Yes, I do. The technique I use requires dual swords, and to control both, I rely on the energy from this pendant. But, it's damaged now." Elder Jiao offered without hesitation. "Give it to me as a gift. I promise I'll repair it for you." Elder Zhu smiled. "Now that you're the deputy leader, you'll also need to learn the double sword technique." Elder Jiao felt a rush of excitement. "I finally have a real technique. Now I can improve even further." That night, the system's voice rang in his mind. The host has passed on a two-sword technique to their disciple. This is a low-grade heavenly martial art. As a reward, the host receives 1000x fusion ability. For 1 day the host may fuse any number of techniques during this time. The host has also gifted the damaged yin and yang pendant to their disciple. In return, 20 fully restored pendants have been awarded. Upon seeing the technique, Mary bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master." Elder Jiao smiled and instructed, "Go practice it well, and don't forget to teach it to Sumuan too." Later, he spoke to the system again. "You said I can fuse skills for 1 day. Which technique should I choose? If fusing raises the skill level significantly, I need to be strategic." The system replied, "Host currently possesses 57 sword techniques, 30 human level, 20 mysterious level, 3 earth level, 1 heaven level, 1 divine soul skill." Elder Jiao remembered, "I received that divine soul skill while teaching Miri in Luyan City. Now's the time to try fusing everything." As he initiated the fusion process, he shouted in pain from the energy surge. A few days later, at the sect's 7th peak, a few disciples stood chatting. "Have you seen the lightning hitting 7th peak? It's been happening for half a month now. Everyone's saying it's because of Elder Jiao's closed-door cultivation. I heard he's been training in seclusion for a month. He was already strong enough to kill Nansent Soul Realm cultivators before. Imagine how powerful he'll be when he returns." Nearby, a female disciple chimed in, "He's our deputy leader now. Under his leadership, the Hongmen sect is destined to thrive." A boy standing beside her nodded. "Our current leader and Elder Jiao have been close since childhood. The last time they joined forces, they wiped out the entire ghost sect." The 3 disciples continued chatting as they walked away, unaware that Myra, once Elder Zhu's disciple and now newly promoted to elder, stood behind them, silently watching. Myra scolded the group of young disciples, shouting, "You 3 are trash. You're not here to practice. You're just wasting time gossiping." The frightened disciples immediately apologized. "Second elder, please forgive us." Nearby, another disciple, curious, whispered, "Who is she?" A fellow disciple replied, "You don't know? That's our new second elder. She was promoted after the former second elder became the sect leader." They continued discussing in hushed voices. Ever since Elder Jiao reached the Foundation realm, he's been traveling constantly, but when he heard the sect was in danger, he rushed back and saved it. When he arrived, he was already at the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm. If it weren't for Elder Jiao, the previous second elder would have been considered the greatest genius of the sect. Scene shifts to Myra again. Now addressing her disciples sternly, she ordered, "Go train. No more idle chatter." The disciples quickly scattered. Myra muttered under her breath, "I know Master Zhu Zhuan and Elder Jiao were childhood sweethearts, but she deserves far better than him. Jiao Zhuan is completely unworthy. How could my master possibly like someone who hasn't progressed in cultivation for 10 years? Elder Jiao is nothing but trash. There's no way they can be together." At that moment, Elder Zhu appeared. Her tone was calm but firm as he asked, "Myra, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be bullying your fellow disciples. You've only recently become second elder. Remember, you were once one of them. You need to control your temper now." Myra replied, "Master, those disciples weren't practicing. They were gossiping about you and Elder Jiao Zhuan." Elder Zhu raised an eyebrow. "What were they saying?" Myra hesitated, then said, "They said the 2 of you are a perfect match, that you're made for each other." Elder Zhu's expression softened, and she began to blush. Myra smirked and teased, "Master, why are you blushing? Don't tell me you actually like him." "No way, that can't be." Elder Zhu cut her off, trying to stay composed. "Stop saying such nonsense." But deep down, Myra felt shattered. Suddenly, the sky above the 7th peak darkened. Cracks of lightning tore through the clouds. Onlookers gasped. What's happening? That's heavenly lightning, just like what's written in the ancient records. Scene shifts to the seventh peak. Sumuhan, watching the sky, said with concern, that lightning is incredibly dangerous. Miri added, such lightning only appears when someone breaks through multiple realms at once, or when a legendary treasure is formed. Could Master have made a breakthrough? I've been in the Hongmen sect for years, and I've never seen anyone undergo such a powerful breakthrough. This is extraordinary. Sumuhan glanced at her senior and asked, Senior sister, this could be dangerous. Should we leave? Elsewhere, Elder Jiao stepped outside calmly. He addressed the crowd. No need to panic. I'm here now. I'll handle the lightning, Miri whispered. Wasn't Master inside in seclusion? Elder Jiao, meanwhile, was deep in thought. The fusion of skills has benefited me greatly, but I didn't expect such a violent reaction from the heavens. The system's voice rang in his mind. Skill fusion successful. Host has acquired a new heaven-level high-grade technique, awaiting naming. Elder Jiao smiled. Then I'll name it. The sword comes. Instantly, every sword in the sect trembled. Disciples cried out in shock as their swords flew from their sides. Drawn toward Elder Jiao by some unseen force, Myra panicked. What the hell is going on? Even Miri's sword is trying to leave. Elder Zhu looked at her own blade. 2 swords, blue and purple, that had been with her for 10 years. Even they want to leave. One by one, the swords flew toward Elder Jiao. Myra clutched her sword tightly, shouting, You bastard, Elder Jiao. First you took my master from me, and now you're trying to take my sword? I won't let it go. But even her sword broke free and soared through the sky. Elder Zhu muttered, something massive is about to happen. Scene shifts to Elder Jia standing alone, surrounded by intense energy. He grinned, this is going to be fun. Let's see how powerful a true heaven-level technique really is. With that, he unleashed the sword comes directly at the thunderclouds above. Massive swords formed from his energy, tearing through the storm clouds. His power split the sky open. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Disciples gasped. What kind of power is this? He just tore apart the thundercloud. He hasn't even reached the Nansent Soul realm, and yet he can split the heavens. Another said, does that mean Elder Jiao has created his own heaven-level technique? Off to the side, a disciple whispered in awe, our leader, Elder Jiao, is truly a legend. More murmurs echoed, he's a genius, we're lucky to be under his guidance. Myra, still reeling, could barely comprehend it. A heaven-level technique? Elder Zhu thought, this kind of talent, it's not something just anyone can achieve. Elder Jiao agreed silently. This skill was no ordinary technique. If I face anyone now, I can fight with full confidence. Miri ran toward Elder Jiao and exclaimed, Master, that was amazing. Sumuhan followed, smiling, congratulations. Master, Elder Jiao responded, we should get going. The Dao Festival is about to begin. Scene shifts to the Imperial Palace of the Qin Dynasty. Emperor Qin addressed Weiju. So according to you, the elder from the Hongmen sect is at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, and using his power, he defeated numerous peak Golden Core experts, and even killed the old demon. All of that, and it didn't seem to trouble him at all. Weiju explained that everything he had previously said was true. There wasn't a single lie in his statement. Emperor Qin, responding thoughtfully, remarked that the Hongmen sect was, by all accounts, an average sect, neither particularly weak nor exceptionally powerful. However, he acknowledged that it was an ancient sect, established around the same time as the founding of the Qin dynasty itself. Weiju then reported a strange and troubling detail. During the recent battle between Elder Jiao and the warriors of the Sun and Moon Ghost sect, Elder Jiao had used a bizarre and incredibly powerful technique that allowed him to control thousands of swords simultaneously. He emphasized that the technique wasn't just strong, it was mysterious. Unlike anything he had seen before, he speculated that the technique was likely not the Elder's full strength, and warned that there might be even more to come. He admitted with some unease that even he might not be able to fight Elder Jiao, whose power was at least on par with someone at the peak of the Nansent Soul realm, perhaps even at the threshold of godhood. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin was visibly shocked. He couldn't believe that a genius of such scale could emerge from a sect as small as Hongmen. He admitted, this truly changes things. I can say now with confidence, this sect holds tremendous value. Emperor Qin then spoke highly of Jing Yui, stating that she had always proven herself, no matter the situation. If someone as competent as her trusted the Hongmen sect, then he was willing to place his trust in it too. He instructed Weiju to continue following Jing Yui closely. They would observe how the Hongmen sect performed against the noble families during the upcoming Dao Festival, and only then would he make a final decision. Before leaving, Weiju mentioned one more matter. He reported that the princess had become a disciple of Elder Jiao just to summon him. The emperor's mood shifted immediately. He was furious. How did this happen? Weiju calmly explained that Elder Jiao was extraordinarily powerful, far stronger than himself. The third princess had carefully considered the decision and chosen this path voluntarily. Emperor Qin fumed. blaming the noble families for pushing the situation so far. A princess becoming a disciple in an ordinary sect is disgraceful. I don't like this one bit. He ordered that no public announcements be made for now, and that they would wait until the Tao festival concluded. Only then would they determine the next course of action. He then commended Weiju for his good work, and instructed him to keep reporting any new developments. After the emperor departed, Weiju sighed, hoping he hadn't triggered the emperor's wrath. If the emperor were to act harshly toward Elder Jiao, it could be dangerous. Elder Jiao, after all, was no ordinary cultivator. He was a rising star, unpredictable and potentially devastating. Weiju believed it would be wise to maintain peace from both sides. Who knew? This elder could one day grow strong enough to destroy even the imperial court. Scene shifted to Jade Dragon City, the capital of the Qin dynasty. At the grand gates of the capital, a man stood awaiting the guests. His name was Zhao Hongda, a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, and the gate defender of Dragon City. The elders of Hongmen's sect arrived with their disciples. Myra looked around in awe, commenting that the capital truly lived up to its reputation, impressive and beautiful. Zhao Hongda stepped forward and welcomed everyone warmly. I greet all guests of the Hongmen sect. You are all welcome here in the capital. I am Zhao Hongda, representative of the city guard. Whispers spread among the gathered crowd. Some recognized him and murmured, "That's General Zhao himself. A man like him personally coming to greet them? That's rare." Others noticed the elite guards behind him and remarked, "Look, even Wei Gongfang is here." Another warned, "Don't say his name aloud. Call him Weiju. He's one of the emperor's most trusted warriors. Calling him by name here is a death sentence." Elder Jiao, observing silently, concluded that the third princess must have arranged all this. It was clear she is a true member of the imperial family. She cares a lot about his master's respect. Zhao Hongdao led them through a magnificent palace and said, "You'll stay here during the Tao festival. If you need anything, the attendants will be available to assist you at all times." Elder Jiao was impressed. This is truly the imperial capital. Even the housekeeper is a Golden Core realm cultivator. Myra was skeptical, eyeing an elderly attendant. He looks like a harmless old man. How can he be that powerful? Elder Jiao smacked her lightly and said, "Go sit with the children. Don't act so smart." Myra protested, "I'm an elder now. You can't treat me like this." Elder Zhu dismissed her, saying, "This is the Tao festival. I've gathered some information on the participants. Let's discuss the potential competitors." Myra quickly volunteered, "Master, I want to join too." But Elder Zhu waved her off. "Go play with the others. If we need you, we'll call you." Myra sulked, thinking, even after becoming an elder, they still treat me like a child. As she watched Elder Jiao conversing with Elder Zhu, she fought back tears. "My master doesn't need me anymore. She wants me to stay with the kids now." Miri, noticing her distress, gently asked, "Second elder, why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Myra commented that it didn't matter to her, they should just go outside. Elder Zhu explained that there were 3 major sects that would be critical in the upcoming trial. She showed him a jade slip containing the relevant information. As he examined the slip, he discovered that the top-ranked sect was the Taizu sect, an ancient sect over 1,000 years old. Much like the Hongmen sect, the Taizu sect had produced numerous cultivators across generations. Its current leader was said to be just one step below becoming a god. The sect also had over 100 cultivators in the Golden Core realm. Aside from Taizu, the leaders of the Qinsheng sect and the Wangfang sect were also extremely powerful. Although those sects were established more recently, they had grown remarkably strong. Elder Zhu noted that they had very limited information, especially about the noble families. There were 3 powerful noble families: the Qin family, the Wang family, and the Lin family. Each of them had cultivators in the Nansent realm, and aside from them, there was no detailed information about the other participants. Elder Jiao thanked Elder Zhu for the information. The scene shifted to Myra, who was walking through the market with Su Muhan and Miri. Nearby, a young girl was being harassed by a group of men. The girl shouted that if they wanted her tiger demon, they would have to pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, they were wasting her time and should just leave. Myra remarked that it looked like someone was causing trouble, and suggested they check it out. The man harassing the girl told her she should be smart, and follow him home for just one night. In return, he wouldn't just give her low-grade stones, he'd offer medium-grade spirit stones instead. His name was revealed to be Dang Zhu, a noble from the Longyan kingdom. One of his guards chimed in, urging the girl to comply with their master. He promised that if she obeyed, she wouldn't have to work hard for the rest of her life and could live comfortably. The shopkeeper girl cried for help, saying she was being harassed. Dang Zhu coldly told her that screaming was useless. No one would come to her aid. After all, they belonged to the Longyan kingdom, and the people of the Qin dynasty couldn't touch them. The surrounding crowd whispered nervously, recognizing that Dang Zhu was indeed from the Longyan Kingdom. Some began to back away, worried that even being nearby could get them into trouble. Suddenly, a whip flew through the air and struck one of Dang Zhu's guards. Furious, Dang Zhu demanded to know who dared attack his people. Myra stepped forward and calmly admitted that she had done it. She told him to release the girl and stop harassing her. Dang Zhu was immediately captivated by the beauty of Myra, Sumuhan, and Miri. He sneered and said that such rare beauty was hard to come by. As a trade, he offered to release the girl if all three of them agreed to become his concubines. Miri muttered in disgust that the man was a complete scumbag. Sumuhan whispered that since he was from the Longyan Kingdom, they couldn't afford to offend him, otherwise, it would only bring them unnecessary trouble. After all, even the prince from Longyan were considered more important than their own king. The onlookers murmured among themselves, realizing that Dang Zhu was behaving arrogantly because he held higher status than even kings. Sumuhan explained that all sects, families, and kingdoms were divided into levels. First-level forces commanded the highest respect. The Longyan Kingdom was a fifth-level power, with several sixth- and seventh-level vassal kingdoms under its control, one of which was the Qin dynasty. Because of this relationship, they were obligated to pay tribute to Longyan every year. If they got into conflict with an important figure from Longyan, it wouldn't just bring trouble to them personally, it could bring disaster to their entire sect and country. Dang Zhu smirked and said Sumuhan was quite clever. He liked her a lot. But he then changed his mind. Instead of taking them as concubines, he declared they would now be his slaves. If they refused, he'd return home and report that the Qin dynasty was disrespectful and full of insolent people. He warned them that they didn't want to know what would happen next. At that moment, Jing Yui stepped forward and calmly asked how they had provoked him. She pointed out that everyone had treated him respectfully so far, yet he was bullying their people. She added that if he were an ordinary man, his head would have already been smashed into the ground by now. Dang Zhu recognized her. You must be Jing Yui, the princess of the Qin dynasty. You seem to think too highly of yourself. Just wait till I report this to the emperor, none of you will be spared. Jing Yui stood her ground and said it looked like the Longyan Kingdom wanted to start a war. Dang Zhu challenged her. Are you really going to act against me? Think carefully. If anyone here tries anything and I survive, none of you will make it out alive. Not one. He stepped forward and dared them to attack. Come on. Why don't you have the guts to strike first? He then declared that since they couldn't do anything, they would all have to come to his residence and obey him, or none of them would be spared. Miri, now visibly angry, told the princess to step back. Dang Zhu laughed, impressed by her boldness. This one's fearless, charging at me first. But before he could react further, Miri rushed forward and struck him. Dang Zhu shouted in disbelief, "You dare attack me?" But it was too late. He collapsed to the ground, dead. Miri looked down at the body and said coldly, "I've killed that trash." Jing Yui, horrified, exclaimed, "Miri, do you realize what you've done? You could be executed for this." Miri declared that she didn't care about the consequences. "I don't have a family anyway, so if anyone must be punished, let it be me. No one else here has anything to do with this. If someone needs to be judged, punish me alone." Suddenly, a portal opened in the sky. Emerging from it was a powerful figure, Dang Lushen, 7th stage cultivators of Nansent Soul Realm. Lushen, witnessing the event, growled in anger and asked, "Who is the bastard that dared to attack the warriors of the Longyan Kingdom?" General Zhao quickly raised a protective barrier, while Myra conjured a defensive shield. Myra sneered at the old man, saying she was itching to kill him but knew she didn't have enough cultivation power to do it. In response to the rising tension, General Zhao swallowed a pill to boost his cultivation. He turned to Princess Jing Yui and urged her to stay within the shield, promising to protect her at all costs. Princess Jing Yui silently observed that General Zhao had forcefully elevated his cultivation from the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm to the 7th level of the Nansent Soul Realm. She realized this pill was dangerous and damaging to the body. As the transformation took effect, General Zhao's shirt tore apart from the sheer force of his energy. With determination, he warned, "If you want to touch the princess, you'll have to kill me first." General Zhao and Lushen clashed, but despite the power boost, Zhao was quickly defeated. Lushen mocked him, saying, "So you're the great protector of this place. Looks like you're nothing after all." With that, Lushen flung Zhao aside. Princess Jing Yui gasped in horror, thinking, even after taking the pill, General Zhao still lost? What are we going to do now? Even Master isn't here. Just then, Elder Zhao entered the scene and shouted, "You mutt! How dare you insult someone of the Qin dynasty?" Without waiting, he launched an attack on Lushen. Lushen, initially confident, thought the strike would be easy to block. "This energy is nothing. I can stop it with my bare hands." But to his shock, the attack overwhelmed him. "What's going on? I've mastered the 9th level body refining technique. Why can't I block this?" Lushen was sent crashing to the ground. Princess Jing Yui thought to herself, General Zhao couldn't even lay a finger on this man. but Master defeated him with just one strike. It's so frustrating I can't tell anyone he's my master. I want to scream it to everyone. Around them, the crowd murmured in awe. Who is this man? We've never seen someone this powerful before. Lucian also began to panic internally. I've mastered body refining techniques, but I couldn't even counter a single swing of his sword. Could these people at Nansent's Soul Realm be on a whole different level? He looked at Elder Jiao, baffled. He's so young. How can someone that young be this powerful? The third princess approached Elder Jiao and began to explain the situation, but Elder Jiao cut her off. You don't need to tell me anything. I already know what happened. He explained that the Longyan Kingdom soldiers had bullied their weaker people, attempted to force one of their girls into concubinage, and behaved disgracefully. They deserved what happened to them. That man deserved to die. Lu Shen, now enraged, stepped forward and roared, I'm standing right here. How dare you insult someone from my kingdom? I'll kill you. He launched a palm strike, but Elder Jiao casually blocked it with ease. Elder Jiao smirked and said, that was too weak. If you want to kill me, you'll have to hit harder than that. Lu Shen was stunned. What is happening? This guy's cultivation level is lower than mine, yet his special power is razor sharp, like a sword itself. I can't beat him with brute force. His special ability is too strong. Lu Shen switched tactics and charged forward with a series of punches. Elder Jiao commented, so, he's using raw physical strength now? The narrator then revealed that Elder Jiao possessed the Yin and Yang 5-element body, one of the strongest physical constitutions known. As the two clashed, Elder Jiao responded with a mighty punch, shattering Lu Shen's arm. Lu Shen fell back in agony, screaming, my arm. It's broken. Elder Jiao coldly replied, that's just your arm. There's still a lot more that's going to break. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Lu Shen thought, I have no choice now. I have to use it. He quickly swallowed a pill. Princess Jing Yui watched in fear, just like General Zhao. He took a cultivation pill. He's going to become much more powerful now. Lu Shen's aura surged, and Elder Jiao's sword energy collided with his enhanced body, but to no effect. Lu Shen laughed triumphantly. You're far too weak. You can't harm me with such little power. He lunged at Elder Jiao, but Princess Jing Yui warned him, Master, be careful. He's stronger now. Elder Jiao noticed the same. His strength just increased massively, but it doesn't matter. With that, Elder Jiao unleashed a powerful sword slash. Lu Shen winced. What is this power? His sword energy is stronger than before. What kind of abilities is he using? Meanwhile, General Zhao observed from the ground. I've never heard of a Jiao Zhuan from the Hongmen sect, but this guy is powerful. It's a good thing I treated him with respect earlier. If I hadn't, things could have gone very badly. He looked down at his armor. Thank goodness this is made from special material, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to stand upright in front of the princess. Elder Jiao stood deep in thought. They had all sensed a sudden and dramatic surge in Lu Shen's aura, and no one could figure out what kind of technique or power he had just used. Jing Yui broke the silence. She said that now things had escalated far beyond their expectations. She urged Master Jiao to send word to all the members of their Hongmen sect, and have them return to the capital immediately. Otherwise, they might be targeted as well. Miri agreed with the urgency of the situation, but proposed an alternative. She suggested they leave the country altogether. As long as we stay here, attacks will keep coming. We'll be putting everyone in danger. But Elder Jiao firmly rejected the idea. He insisted, we're not going anywhere. If we run now, the blame for everything that has happened will fall squarely on you. And when Emperor Longyan finds out, he won't spare any of you. How do you intend to deal with that kind of wrath? Miri stepped forward with resolve and admitted the truth. I'm the one who killed that man from the Longyan side. I'm willing to stay behind and take full responsibility. Jing Yui looked at her in admiration. She told Miri she was incredibly brave for putting her life on the line just to save one person. Today, you saved humanity, and if Longyan ever tries something like this again, we won't spare them next time. Elder Jiao asked with concern, what exactly do you mean by that? Are you saying the people from the Longyan kingdom behave this way regularly? Jing Yui spoke up. Yes, the people of Longyan have started doing this again and again. They weren't like this before. But lately, many of their officers have been roaming around vessel countries, scouting lands and probing territories. She continued, explaining that the Longyan kingdom had become increasingly greedy. They're eyeing the treasures of neighboring nations. All they care about now is gaining more power, even if that means oppressing others. The atmosphere turned grim as she concluded. That's likely why they're targeting so many places and causing this unrest. And now, it seems there's nothing left to stop it. A national destiny war is on the horizon. Everyone fell silent. She declared that this would be a war unlike any before, a war that would decide the fate of the nations, and determine who would gain power and who would be left with nothing. Narrator began explaining the political landscape. In this world, each empire consists of 9 levels, and within one major kingdom, there are often 7 or 8 smaller nations. The Qin dynasty is one of these smaller kingdoms. Above it lies the Longyan Kingdom, which is vastly more powerful. Even above Longyan is the fairy court, and above that stands the kingdom of gods. At the very top is the Holy Pilgrim Mage sect, with the Supreme Court reigning over all. The one who plays the biggest role in igniting a national destiny war is none other than Jiang Tang. Some time ago, there was a massive war between the Longyan Kingdom and the Kinyu Kingdom. Both suffered heavy losses. Since then, Longyan has started deploying its agents to other nations, spreading chaos and provoking citizens, forcing weaker countries into retaliating so that war is inevitable. Their aim? To make the vessel countries initiate the conflict, giving Longyan a justification to go to war, and recover its former glory through conquest. The third princess explained further, whenever a national destiny war breaks out, vessel countries are pitted against one another. The losing nation is absorbed into the winner's territory and loses all independence. She admitted that at first, she thought Longyan's bullying was merely to show dominance, but now she realized they had a much bigger agenda. They wanted the Qin Kingdom to strike first, so Longyan could play the victim and escape blame. She recalled how Dang Jian came unprovoked and harassed their people. Even when he saw royal women walking in the market, he didn't stop. In the end, he disrespected her personally. Now she feared that all of this was a calculated move, to provide Longyan with an excuse to attack the Qin dynasty. If they attacked without provocation, the emperor might punish them, but if they could prove Qin struck first, they'd have full justification. Scene shifts to Imperial Palace of Qin dynasty. At the palace, several envoys from the Longyan Kingdom had gathered. They were being led by Chief Envoy Dang Yang, the father of the deceased Dang Jian. Dang Yang announced that he had arrived to collect the annual tax, which, this year, had been tripled. But that wasn't all. He also declared that, by order of the Crown Prince of Longyan, they would take third princess of the Qin dynasty. Third princess will be married off into the Longyan Kingdom, as concubines, not brides. The court officials were horrified. The Qin Kingdom's butler objected, accusing Dang Yang of deliberately humiliating their nation. Yes, we may be weaker than Longyan, but we are still a vassal state. You cannot treat us like this. Dang Yang responded with arrogance. You Qin Kingdom people are nothing compared to us. I am the chief envoy of Longyan. My status here is equal to your king's. You're just a petty official, and you dare speak this way to me? If I so much as whisper a word, your king will have you executed. Your king is like a dog to me. Whatever I say, he'll obey. The court official shouted back, warning Dang Yang to watch his mouth. At that moment, the king of Qin Kingdom entered and addressed the room. Chief Dang Yang, I have respected your status as the envoy of Longyan, but if you continue to speak this way, I will not forgive you. If you want things to go smoothly, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. But Dang Yang wasn't intimidated. He smirked and replied, I want to see what your weak little kingdom can actually do to me. Go ahead and try. He then claimed that all of this, taking the third princess, the marriage orders, weren't his own ideas. I'm merely conveying the will of the crown prince. If you want to avoid war, hand the princess over quietly. Otherwise, none of you will survive. The king of Qin Kingdom stood his ground. And if we don't, what will you do? Dang Yang gave a chilling response. You'll find out very soon. Just then, one of Dang Yang's guards came running into the royal court. He urgently informed that the third princess and the Hongmen sect had joined forces and killed Dang Yang's son, Dang Jian. Outrage surged in Dang Yang. How dare these lowly dogs kill my son? I was only pressuring them before, but now I despise them. I will destroy the entire Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, the king of the Qin dynasty observed the chaos with a heavy heart. He listened closely as the others mentioned the Hongmen sect, and began to piece things together. It must have been Elder Jiao Zhuan. That's the name Weiju had warned me about. Only Elder Jiao is capable of defeating someone in the Nansent Soul realm while being in the Golden Core realm. In his fury, Dang Yang shouted toward the throne, King of Qin Kingdom, explain what the hell is going on. If you don't give me a proper answer, your entire kingdom is finished. The third princess killed my son. I will not forgive her, but first, I'll kill you. He lunged forward and launched a powerful attack toward the king. Before the blow could land, a figure appeared and intercepted the attack with ease. A formidable master stood between the king and danger, none other than Jing Lao of the Yuan sect. Jing Lao spoke coldly, who dares attack my king in my presence? Anyone foolish enough to try will lose their hands. The king, though protected, was deeply concerned. The Longyan kingdom is vile. They're provoking us intentionally. Jing Lao used telepathy to speak directly to the king. Your Majesty, things are spiraling out of control. You must act swiftly. I can guarantee your safety as long as you remain here, but I cannot extend that promise to every military and civil official in the court, or even your family. We don't have enough masters to protect everyone. If we hesitate any longer, the consequences will be catastrophic. The king nodded grimly and replied aloud, Elder Jiao Zhuan defeated Wang Yan, a first-level Nansent soul cultivator. Jing Lao, are you confident you can take him on? Jing Lao raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, Are you suggesting that Elder Jiao is solely responsible for this chaos? He's undeniably powerful and has revealed strange new abilities, but I doubt he could defeat me. Still, are you planning to pin this entire incident on the Hongmen sect just to protect your throne? The king sighed, that's not my intention, but we have no other choice. If we don't shift the blame, our dynasty may not survive. Xinglao nodded slowly. In that case, don't worry, your majesty, Elder Jiao may be young and clever, and yes, he likely used some trump card to defeat Wang Yan. But that doesn't make him invincible. If he has trump cards, I have plenty of my own, and I will do whatever it takes to defend our dynasty. Just then, a golden sword came flying through the air at tremendous speed, aimed straight at Chief Dang Yang. It was Elder Jiao Zhuan's sword. Chief stepped in to defend. Who dares attack me from behind like a coward? But the sword sliced clean through Chief's protective barrier. The entire hall froze. Even the king and Xinglao stared in awe. What kind of power is this? That sword just severed Dang Yang's special hand technique. Only a handful in the world could manage such a feat. Xinglao's eyes narrowed. I couldn't fully stop that attack, and Chief Dang Yang is no pushover. Whoever sent that sword just now is beyond dangerous. The narrator continued the story. At that moment, Xinglao and the king were speaking telepathically, believing no one else could hear their private exchange. Neither of them realized that Elder Jiao had already overheard every word. What they didn't know was that Elder Jiao had come fully prepared. Standing beside him was the third princess, who addressed the emperor directly. She told him not to worry and assured him that everything that had happened was under control. I'll explain everything to you later. Onlookers watched curiously. Some whispered, that's the third princess. But who is the man standing next to her? No one seemed to recognize him. He didn't appear to be a known noble or cultivator. Had he been famous, someone would have surely seen him in the capital before. This was the first time any of them had laid eyes on him. Even the Chief Dang Yang was puzzled. He thought to himself, who is this man? He didn't use any flashy or overpowering techniques. He simply used basic swordsmanship to slice through my spiritual hand. I've never heard of such a person. Could he be one of King's hidden trump cards? Someone they've been saving for a moment like this? Let's see what else he can do. The King of King Kingdom had similar thoughts. Elder Jiao is far more powerful than I expected. He intercepted my private telepathy. Even Xinglao couldn't stand up to him. Who exactly is this man? And can I trust him? Through telepathy, Elder Jiao calmly reassured the king. Your Majesty, don't worry, I'll handle everything. You don't need to lift a finger. Just listen to what the third princess has to say. Everything will be fine. At that point, the third princess, Jing Yui, stepped forward, knelt down, and spoke with sincerity. Father, I came here today to apologize. I've made a grave mistake. The king asked her directly, tell me what crime you've committed that you now seek forgiveness for. Jing Yui confessed, my crime is this. When the envoys from the Longyan kingdom mocked and bullied me, and even joked about making me their concubine, I should have stayed silent. When General Zhu stepped forward to fight them, he shouldn't have done that either. He should have remained quiet. Even as they humiliated me, the officials from Longyan harassed and provoked us openly, and I spoke out. That too, I should not have done. Even when the Longyan envoys insulted you, when they disrespected our entire kingdom, we should have said nothing. We should have endured it. Even when they threatened to attack us, even if it meant our deaths, we should have bowed our heads and accepted it. Because they are greater, and we are lesser, we're beneath them. Even if those envoys insult us, provoke us, even commit evil things in front of us, we are not allowed to resist, and if we do, if we even utter a single word, we become the villains. I got angry, father, when Dang Jian spoke of making me and my friends concubines. I couldn't take it. I drew my sword and killed him. I did it out of rage, without thinking through the consequences. My reasons were small compared to what I should have known, that we are nothing in front of the Longyan kingdom. We have no right to speak of justice. Everything that happened is my fault. Punish me however you see fit. I'll accept it without complaint. Her words left a heavy silence in the hall. Many were shaken. Deep within, the righteous hearts of the people were stirring. Elder Jiao, standing quietly, thought to himself, well done. She delivered her lines exactly as I instructed. Everything has gone smoothly. This should eliminate any major political obstacles now. The emperor looked at his daughter and said, Jing Yui, you seem confused. But in his heart, he felt conflicted. Of all my children, Jing Yui is the most capable. If she had been born a boy, she would have been the perfect heir. I've even thought deeply about her future. But now, perhaps everything must end here. To protect my people in this dynasty, I may have to exile her, or worse, make an example out of her. Just then, Elder Jiao spoke with solemn determination. Your Majesty, I give you my word. I will protect this entire dynasty, not just the kingdom itself, but all the nobles within it. If any of them are plotting treason, I'll defeat them. And even if this sparks a national war of destiny, I'm ready. I alone am enough to crush the entire Longyan kingdom. None of them will survive in front of me. I'll stake everything on it. Your Majesty, do you dare place a bet on me? The king narrowed his eyes and replied, "You're bold, arrogant, even, what you're saying is no small matter. Are you truly claiming you can defeat the entire Longyan kingdom alone? That kingdom is on a higher tier than ours. For us, just surviving against them would be difficult, and yet, here you are, saying you can take them all on yourself?" Elder Jiao turned to the emperor and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, if you're willing to agree with what I propose, then please don't worry. I assure you that everything will be taken care of. All I need is your command. I'll take my forces and wipe out every single envoy who dares stand in our way. Whatever happens next, we'll face it." The emperor looked at him and replied calmly, "I know your condition. I know you're not doing all this for nothing. A man doesn't take on such a burden without a reason." Elder Jiao nodded and revealed his motive. He declared that his true wish was for Jing Yui to be the next ruler. He promised that not only would he fulfill the emperor's mission, but he would also build the kingdom into a thriving, prosperous nation, one worthy of being called a first-class kingdom. He swore it on his life. The emperor quietly thought to himself, "This man is strange. He's ready to offend the entire Longyan kingdom just for my daughter, Jing Yui. He's even pulling his own Hongmen sect into this mess." Anyone else in his position would have fled by now, and gone into hiding to save themselves. But instead, he's standing here telling me he'll destroy Longyan kingdom. Can I really trust this man? Elder Jiao, sensing the emperor's hesitation, pressed him further. "Your Majesty, you need to decide quickly, right now. It's not just your daughter's life at stake, it's the fate of the entire nation. Your decision will determine whether the country survives or not." After a moment of deep thought, the emperor finally gave in. "All right, I promise you, everything will go exactly as you've said." Elder Jiao bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This deal will prove to be very beneficial for you." Just then, Chief spoke up in frustration. "King of the Qin dynasty, what are you waiting for? Your third princess has already admitted her crimes. Why haven't you issued an order yet? She should have been executed by now. Don't tell me you're actually thinking about sparing her. If that happens, know this, we'll declare war on your kingdom." Before he could say another word, Elder Jiao interrupted him. "Who the hell do you think you are, speaking like that about our third princess? You better keep your mouth shut while you're in our kingdom." The chief scoffed and dodged Elder Jiao's sudden attack. "And who the hell are you to attack me like that? Now I want to see how you plan to escape, because I'm not letting you go." With that, the chief lunged forward to strike Elder Jiao, but Elder Jiao was already behind him, using his incredible speed. As Elder Jiao unsheathed his sword, he taunted, "You don't seem that old, so how come you're so slow? What, didn't have breakfast this morning?" Elder Jiao's blade sliced through the air toward the chief, but the chief activated a barrier just in time, blocking the attack and shielding himself. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank God for this barrier. If I didn't have it, I'd be dead by now." Meanwhile, the other envoys started yelling in outrage, "Our chief is under attack. The Qin dynasty has committed a serious offense. We can't let them off the hook. As soon as we return, we'll report all of this to the king. Even if it leads to a war of destiny, so be it. We'll make it clear, this is all the fault of the Qin dynasty. Longyan kingdom did nothing wrong. We were just doing our job, and these bastards started attacking us." Just then, Elder Jiao launched a new wave of attacks on the envoys. As he charged, he shouted, "Don't worry about the chief, start worrying about your own lives. Who told you that only your chief is going to die here? Everyone present will be wiped out." As they fell, the envoys cursed him, "You bastard. You're worse than scum. You'll pay for this, you maniac." The chief, shaken and confused, muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on? Has the Qin dynasty gone mad? Why are they reacting so aggressively? And who is this guy? He's not afraid of anything. Who the hell is he?" Staring at the corpses, Chief Envoy Dang snarled, "You've made a grave mistake, King Qin. What you've done here today will never be forgiven." He summoned his treasured sword, vowing to annihilate them, but Elder Jiao's eyes lit up. "Oh, so you were hiding a sword this whole time?" "Finally, something interesting," Elder Jiao said, pulling the sword toward himself using mysterious force. Ambassador Dang gasped as the sword slipped from his grasp. "What's happening? I've lost my connection with it. It's as if it's no longer my sword." Elder Jiao, now holding the weapon, admired it. "This is no ordinary sword. It's easily an Earth-level masterpiece." As he shrunk the sword down, Elder Jiao remarked sarcastically, "Ambassador Dang has given me quite a generous gift. How could I refuse it? I'll make sure to take good care of it." Dang was in disbelief. "How is this even possible? I spent 10 years refining that sword, and he took it from me in an instant?" He stared at Elder Jiao and realized the terrifying truth. The man before him wasn't just skilled, he was a true monster in human form. Dang knew now that challenging him was the biggest mistake of his life. He only wished Elder Jiao might spare him, though he knew that was unlikely. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin watched the fight from afar through a telepathic link with Master Zheng. He asked, "What kind of sword techniques is Elder Jiao using?" Master Zheng admitted. These techniques are of such a high level, even I can't fully decipher them. That man is extremely dangerous, Emperor Qin asked. If you can't see through his technique, what would happen if you had to fight him? Master Zheng responded solemnly. Even with my own sword, I doubt I could harm him. Elder Jiao is a true master of swordsmanship. Against him, my sword would be useless. Back in the battlefield, Ambassador Deng launched a desperate final attack. I may die here, but I'll take you with me. Elder Jiao remained calm. The Longyan Kingdom really has deep pockets. You've sent countless Earth-level weapons my way, but I'm sorry to say, they're mine now. Then, in a rare moment of mock generosity, he added, but I'm not so greedy. I believe in returning gifts. With that, Elder Jiao sent a barrage of stolen swords flying, straight into Ambassador Deng. Deng begged for his life. Please, don't kill me. But it was too late. The swords pierced his body, ending his life on the spot. Onlookers from the Qin dynasty watched in awe. Who is Elder Jiao? We never imagined someone so powerful was on our side. He just destroyed the entire Longyan delegation by himself. If we have someone like him on our side, we can do anything. At that moment, Emperor Qin stood and addressed everyone with authority. Listen carefully. Whatever happened here today, no one is to speak of it until the festival ends. If anyone leaks this information, they will be executed by my own hand. Everyone nodded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty, we understand completely. Elder Jiao addressed Third Princess. Third Princess, you must remember your promise. However, the Third Princess appeared confused, not quite able to grasp the full meaning of their words. Elsewhere, Emperor Qin was quietly observing the situation. As he thought to himself, he finally understood why Jing Yui had accepted this man as her master. It was clear now, this was not someone they could afford to offend. To cross him meant only one thing, death. Back in the capital, Elder Jiao and the Third Princess had returned to Hongmen's sect. The sect members were elated at Elder Jiao's return. Miri exclaimed joyfully that their master had finally come back. Elder Zhu commented that it was such a relief that nothing had happened to junior brother, and that he had returned safe and sound. She asked if the matter he went to resolve had been dealt with. Elder Jiao reassured her, saying, Senior sister, there's no need to worry, all the problems have been taken care of. The Third Princess silently observed how the Hongmen sect members interacted. She was astonished by how closely bonded they all seemed, more like a family than a sect. It was touching to see such unity. Elder Jiao then addressed everyone, saying that despite their return, problems with the Longyan Kingdom were far from over. He reminded them that before Longyan could launch a full attack, they needed to significantly strengthen their power. He handed a pendant back to Senior Sister Zhu. I told you, I'd replace your broken pendant with a complete one. This is my gift to you. Senior Sister Zhu examined it and responded, You're right, this pendant contains powerful yin and yang 5-element energy. It's no longer incomplete, it's whole again. But how did you do this? Elder Jiao smiled and simply said, I used a special technique, there's no point in explaining it now. He then turned to his 3 disciples, Come with me, today. I will show you how to become truly powerful. The Third Princess wondered if she was going to receive power directly from Master Jiao. Soon, they were all inside a chamber where Elder Jiao began transferring his cultivation energy to the Third Princess. She was stunned. Her master was transferring his own cultivation to her. But wasn't that dangerous? Normally, when someone did that, they would be left extremely weakened, yet her master seemed unaffected. She glanced at her 2 senior sisters and noticed that they were not surprised. That must mean he had done the same for them. Most masters would be terrified to attempt such a thing. Just what kind of terrifying sect was this Hongmen sect, where the elders transferred power so freely without fear? After some time, Miri exclaimed, I've reached the 7th level of foundation building. I feel so much stronger now. Sumuhan also reported progress. I've reached the 5th level of foundation building. Thank you, Master, I feel incredible. The Third Princess reflected on her journey. For 7 years, I thought I would never build a foundation. My life has taken so many turns. But then I met Master Jiao. It's only because of him that I've broken through. She reached the 2nd level of foundation building. Meanwhile, the system notified. Host has transferred 500 days of cultivation. Host have received a reward of 10 times, 5,000 days of cultivation. Elder Jiao nodded with satisfaction. You've all trained hard. Go and rest. I will be entering seclusion for the next few days to cultivate. A few days later, the 1000 Sect event was underway. Elder Jiao and his disciples arrived at the venue. Senior Sister Zhu commented, Junior brother, your cultivation has improved dramatically. Elder Jiao confirmed, Yes, I've reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. You've improved too. You're now at the 8th level. Soon, we'll both reach the next stage. Looking at the sky, she asked, What's that? Everyone turned to look. Spiritual ships were descending, massive vessels used only by the most powerful noble sects. One after another, the ships landed. The first carried the Wang family, the second the Lin family, and the third the Qin family. These were the three most powerful noble families, and each had brought their finest cultivators. The audience murmured in awe. The noble families hadn't just arrived, they'd brought a show of force. Senior sisters, you said. The weakest among them is at the 5th level of foundation building. That's impressive, Elder Jiao agreed. Yes, they're nobles for a reason. It was clear that the nobles had come not just to participate, but to assert dominance. Even Emperor Qin recognized their intent. This wasn't a visit of friendship. It was a display of superiority, and he would never forgive them for it. The heads of the three noble families approached the throne with respectful expressions. They collectively apologized, stating that they had arrived quite late and asked for forgiveness from His Majesty Qin. Qin family head added that it was truly an honor to meet His Majesty person. Wang family head commented that, regardless of their late arrival, many weaker sects were already present. He remarked that it was only fair to let them compete first, although everyone already knew who the real winners would be and how the rankings would fall. The Lin family head stated frankly that had it not been for the personal invitation from the third princess and His Majesty, none of them would have bothered to attend the event. It was only out of respect for the royal summons that the three heads had come together, something extremely difficult to coordinate under normal circumstances. Members from the other sects grew agitated, demanding to know who they were calling small sects. The Jianghu sect was incredibly powerful. What was so great about the noble families? They are arrogant freeloaders who didn't even have their own resources. If they crossed paths, they wouldn't be spared. Death would be their only fate. They were disrespecting both the other sects and the emperor himself, and that such behavior would surely lead to a humiliating defeat. The three family heads grew visibly furious. Without speaking, they began to release their powerful auras. The pressure in the air thickened immediately. The weaker sect members who had been yelling just moments earlier were now trembling. What is this power? We can't even sense its full range. It's overwhelming just to speak. Elder Zhu commented that, just by looking at the noble families, it was clear they were arrogant and domineering. Elder Jiao nodded in agreement. Yes, senior sister, you're absolutely right. Their dominance is overbearing. It's critical we suppress it, or they'll think they can do whatever they want here. We need to show them that there are those even more powerful than they are, people who can put them in their place with a single move. Emperor Qin then stood and declared, now that all the sects and families have arrived, there's no reason to delay. Let the tournament begin. Weizhou echoed the emperor's sentiment and announced the official start of the Dao event. A massive portal opened before the audience. Weizhou explained that the Dao event would be divided into 2 rounds. For the first round, each sect would send in 100 foundation building realm disciples into the secret realm. He clarified that upon entering, participants would appear in random locations within the realm. If anyone suffered a serious injury inside, they would automatically be transported back out. No one would die during this phase. The scene shifted to the disciples of the secondary sects, who respectfully asked their elders and masters for blessings before heading into the realm. Declaring their intent to win, all the participants began entering the portal. Weizhou continued to explain that the first round would last 7 days. Inside the realm, the disciples were expected to collect as many treasures as possible. After the 7-day period, those who returned with the most valuable treasures would qualify for the second round. He emphasized that if they wanted to move forward, they'd have to gather a significant amount, otherwise, they'd be eliminated. Senior sister observed that while noble families and top 10 sects had sent large groups of disciples, the Hongmen sect had only dispatched 5. She worried aloud, asking how 5 disciples could possibly match the efforts of 100 others. She feared they were already at a disadvantage. Elder Jiao reassured her, saying she shouldn't worry at all. He explained that every disciple they sent was elite, each one worth at least 20 others. We've made no mistake, sending 5 disciples was the right decision. They won't tarnish our name, they'll do something remarkable. Elder Jiao then informed everyone that the sky-gazing mirror had been activated. From their seats, they could now observe everything happening within the secret realm. I trust our disciples, they won't disappoint us. Inside the secret realm, one of the disciples remarked that they had successfully entered, but asked what their next move should be, whether they should split up or stay together. Miri responded excitedly that she sensed an incredibly dangerous energy from the direction ahead. It felt like a powerful beast or a trap guarding something of high value. We need to move fast. That area looks rich in treasure. It's perfect for collecting. She then addressed her fellow disciples. Listen to me, we only have 5 people. If we work separately, it won't matter. We can't compete with 100 other kids gathering artifacts individually. So, instead of competing directly, we'll set up a trap, let them do the hard work. Once they collect the treasure, we take it. Everyone nodded. Miri smiled. This way, we won't have to waste time. Just a bit of fighting, and we win. Su Muhan praised her senior sister, calling her a true mastermind. She said the plan they had come up with was nothing short of brilliant, something only a master strategist could devise. According to her, there was no doubt the plan would work, but not everyone seemed convinced. The others questioned her intent. One of them asked what exactly she meant by all this. Were they supposed to start fighting and robbing people with just 5 members on their team? He expressed serious doubt, wondering how 5 people could possibly take on 100. Raising her hand to speak, Sumuhan addressed everyone confidently. She told them not to worry at all. Their group was equipped with high-level weapons, powerful enough to easily handle 100 enemies. On top of that, they had excellent recovery medicine. That meant they could fight continuously without tiring. She explained that by using their weapons and pills, they could practically raise a small army. Their plan was simple: defeat everyone in their path and loot them along the way. The elder disciple then asked if they could actually use all the magic weapons and pills they had. A boy from the second peak added that their skills were incredibly dangerous. He said that with abilities like theirs, there was nothing they couldn't do here. But a girl in the group raised a concern. She wondered aloud what people would think of them. Wouldn't everyone start calling their Hongmen sect a gang of thieves? Wouldn't this ruin their reputation? Mary quickly shut down the doubts. She told them not to worry about such useless things. Instead, she urged them to focus on the real goal. If they secured first place in this competition, their master would be overjoyed. She reminded them that they were doing this for their master, and reputation didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. With those final words of motivation, the team moved forward. The scene shifted to a mountain landscape. There, they spotted a golden flower known as the Tianjin flower, a rare and highly valuable healing elixir. A few young cultivators, upon seeing it, exclaimed that the flower was of top-tier quality. One of them said that if they managed to collect it, their ranks would skyrocket. Another agreed, saying that obtaining the flower would make breaking into the top 10 much easier, and that no other sect would be able to stop them. Still, someone found it odd. They'd been at this location for hours, and yet, no one had picked the flower. He pointed out that for something so precious, it was strange that it remained untouched. One of them speculated that there had to be something wrong. Perhaps a guardian spirit beast was protecting the flower. He explained that anyone who got too close would be attacked by the beast. That's likely why no one had dared approach. Everyone knew how powerful spirit beasts could be, and that defeating one wasn't easy. But he proudly declared that they were from the Tianyan sect, and for them, grabbing that flower would be no problem. No matter how powerful the guardian spirit beast was, they could take it down. With that, they began advancing toward the flower, ready to claim it. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Mary watched them with a calculating gaze. She smirked to herself, thinking, "Go on, pick up the bait we've set, and then get caught in the trap." She knew exactly what was coming next. She asked her group if they were ready. An eldest disciple replied that he had a lightning magic weapon, one so bright it could turn night into day, or in daylight, blind everyone. Sumuhan praised his cleverness. They threw the weapon's light toward the Tianyan sect's group, blinding them. Confused voices rose, wondering where the light came from and whether a spiritual beast was involved. Meanwhile, students from the second peak activated their formation techniques to trap their enemies. The Tianyan sect children soon found themselves unable to move. Mary then signaled Sumuhan that it was their turn. They launched coordinated attacks, Mary striking from range while Sumuhan fought with her weapon. Under the continuous assault, the Tianyan sect's group was defeated. Mary celebrated their victory, and Sumuhan remarked that it had been surprisingly easy. Eldest disciple thought to himself that their power had grown so much, he would never risk offending them. A second peak girl commented that they had done their part and should now check what their victims had been carrying, because the real fun of stealing comes after the loot is in your hands. The scene returned to the real world, where the audience noticed that the Tianyan sect had been eliminated by none other than the Hongmen sect. Spectators muttered that Hongmen's tactics were shameless, unlike anything they had seen in previous Dao festivals. The emperor asked about the current scores. Weiju reported that the Tianyan sect was the 8th force eliminated by Hongmen. He explained that Hongmen now held the most treasures, with the Qin family in second place. Though Hongmen had double the Qin family's haul, Emperor Qin remarked that, regardless of their methods, Hongmen was an interesting sect that always did something new. Second peak Elder Myra sarcastically asked Elder Jiao if this was what he taught his disciples. Elder Jiao replied that what mattered was whether their sect benefited, not what methods they used. Elsewhere, the head of one of the 3 great families criticized Hongmen's sect for using underhanded tactics just to make a name for themselves. He warned that in the second round, they would face his sect one-on-one and would not survive. Suddenly, another family was eliminated, the Lin family. This shocked everyone, as few possessed the strength to take them out in the first round. Observers noticed arrows on the bodies, confirming Hongmen's involvement. They mocked the Lin family, saying a small sect had humiliated them. The Lin family head became furious, releasing his energy to silence the crowd. The audience realized how powerful he was. Addressing the emperor, he accused the Hongmen sect of using unfair methods to eliminate other sects and requested their disqualification. Second Elder Myra retorted sharply, saying that the old man from the Lin family was talking far too much. She pointed out that the Hongmen sect had only 5 disciples, whereas the Lin family had sent a full 100 participants. In her view, if Lin's people were skilled enough, they would not have lost to just 5 children. She accused the Lin family head of failing to defeat them with skill, and instead trying to use raw power to bully them. She warned him that the king was not under his authority and would not obey him. Elder Jiao urged her to calm down, but Emperor Qin was quietly reflecting. He thought to himself that the 2 girls from the Hongmen sect were extremely skilled in attack. Even wealthy families' children, armed with magical items, could not match them, especially since the Hongmen sect disciples often gave a warning before attacking, yet still no one managed to avoid their traps. The fact that 5 children had repeatedly defeated groups of 100 was extraordinary. At that moment, Weiju spoke up, asking for the emperor's attention. After hearing what Weiju had to say, Emperor Qin laughed and remarked that the Hongmen sect truly was remarkable. Then the emperor turned to the Lin family head and noted that he seemed to feel wronged. Believing Hongmen sect had used underhanded methods, the emperor offered to question the children who had been eliminated to find out exactly what had happened. When the emperor asked the Lin family children to explain, they stood silently, glancing at each other. Weiju grew angry, demanding to know why they were not answering, and accusing them of acting as though they were too powerful to respond. Releasing a surge of energy, he frightened everyone present. The Lin family children realized they would have to speak or face his wrath. They confessed that they had been preparing a sneak attack to take the Tianjun flower when members of the Hongmen sect ambushed them instead. Stealing the flower, they admitted they had underestimated their opponent's power, especially one girl in a pink dress who fought with astonishing strength. In their words, she was like a monster, and none of them could stand against her. Emperor Qin addressed Master Lin, saying he had heard the children's account. Since they came from such a prestigious family, he doubted they were lying. It appeared that the powerful children of the Hongmen sect had simply overpowered them, and that this had not been an unjust sneak attack. In the audience, people whispered that the Lin family was incredibly wealthy, and yet their head had just tried to silence everyone by releasing energy earlier. Now, they joked, he was saying nothing, perhaps because the emperor had stopped him. Many mocked that a small sect with only 5 children had defeated 100 of Lin family's disciples. One man even said the Lin family should heat water in a bowl and drown themselves in it. The Lin family head was furious at the insults but could do nothing. Nearby, the heads of the Qin family and another great family watched. One noted that Lin's expression was murderous and said that, if the emperor were not present, Lin would have already attacked the Hongmen sect. The Qin family head agreed that losing to a small sect was shameful and wondered how Lin could show his face. Suddenly, another sect's children were eliminated. The audience recognized them as belonging to the Qin family, and their bodies were pierced with flying arrows. This meant, once again, that Hongmen sect was responsible. One of the other family heads laughed, asking the Qin head what he had to say now. Since he had been so proud earlier, the Qin children had also been defeated by the same 5-person sect. The Qin family head admitted angrily that his disciples had been useless. Emperor Qin then asked if he wanted to claim that Hongmen had removed them unfairly and that they should be disqualified. The Qin head immediately flew to where his children were and demanded an explanation. One boy explained that they had done their best. They had seen the Lin family in the Hongmen sect fighting, with the Lin family being badly beaten, so they decided to take the Tianjun flower for themselves. However, they had not realized that the Hongmen sect had set a trap. As soon as they entered, they were caught, beaten severely, and sent back out. Enraged, the Qin family head threw the boy aside, calling them completely useless. The head of the Wang family declared proudly that, among the 3 great families, only his remained in the competition. He believed the Wang family would surely win the first round of the Dao festival, but just then, voices in the crowd cried out, someone else had been eliminated. To everyone's shock, it was also a member of the Wang family. Now, all 3 great families had been knocked out. People speculated that only the Hongmen sect disciples might be left inside, but no one could understand how they had managed to defeat the Wang family. The Wang family head was stunned and demanded to know what had happened. When the eliminated disciples emerged, some were still fighting playfully, laughing and telling their young master not to lose. The Wang family head stormed forward and slapped one of them, furious. Why are you still fighting here? Don't you even realize you've already been eliminated? The stunned disciple blinked in confusion, asking, wait, we're out. The head scolded him harshly, calling him an idiot for not even knowing. One by one, disciples from the Taiyuan sect, Wang Fang sect, and all the other sects began exiting the arena, until only one sect remained inside, the Hongmen sect. But moments later, even the Hongmen disciples came out of the secret realm. Eldest disciple asked in disbelief why they had been brought out, saying they hadn't even lost yet. Sumuan, smiling, said it seemed they had actually won. The Wang family head fumed, calling the younger generation of his clan useless and saying they had tarnished his name. Meanwhile, Li Ji and Fang, leader of the Wang Fang sect, received his defeated disciples. They admitted they had lost, but he told them it didn't matter, they had tried, and that was enough. Similarly, Taoist Chong Lin, leader of the Taiyuan sect, listened to his disciples confess their defeat. He said he had brought them here not to win, but to show them the true power of cultivators in the world. Winning or losing meant nothing, their efforts were commendable. Senior Sister Zhu then asked why so many had been eliminated so suddenly and whether anyone was injured. Elder Jiao turned to Miri and asked how the Wang family, Chen Shneg sect, and Wang Fang sect had performed. Miri explained that after eliminating the Qin family disciples, they were surrounded by the Wang family. The fight was intense, and at one point she feared they might lose. So she told her junior sister, Su Mohan, to take everyone and retreat while she stayed behind to handle the situation. The young master of the Wang family insisted on dueling her one-on-one, but when he lost, he couldn't bear the humiliation. He called his men to surround her, but by then, she had already prepared the 7-star killing formation. As soon as they closed in, she trapped them inside. While fighting the Wang family, she noticed members of the Chenxing sect hiding in a corner, watching and waiting to strike. She quickly eliminated them as well, which caused the Chenxing sect to believe that the Wang family had attacked them. This sparked chaos between the two groups, allowing her to slip away and observe from a distance. More people began arriving, members of the Wang Fang sect, Taiyuan sect, and many others. Soon the area was so crowded that Miri lost count of how many opponents she faced. She realized that if she could eliminate everyone, it would be the best outcome. Using her skills and strategy, she forced them all out of the realm. Elder Jiao praised her, saying that all the resources he had given her had been used well, and she had proven herself to be an outstanding disciple. Miri grinned and told her master that since she had done such a great job, she expected a very generous reward. Meanwhile, the Chen family head struck one of his disciples in anger, calling them useless. The man begged for forgiveness. The Qin family head was silently reflecting that although Hongmen's sect was small and lacked overwhelming power, they were masters of tactics and had managed to defeat all 3 great families using only strategy. Emperor Qin also commented that Hongmen's sect was far from ordinary, and he took great satisfaction in seeing the 3 families so troubled for once, as they usually troubled him. He remarked that thanks to the 3rd princess, they now had Hongmen's sect on their side. Weijia then announced that the first round was over, and the victor was indeed Hongmen's sect. Normally, there were ties between several sects each year, but this time there was only one clear winner. The other sects would now be ranked according to points. The next day, a showdown would take place in which the top 10 sects would send their 10 strongest masters to prove their potential. Elder Jiao was overjoyed, saying they would celebrate, while Miri agreed excitedly. Meanwhile, members of other sects were upset, and the Qin family head was thinking that it was outrageous for such a small sect to act so boldly. He decided he would have to teach them a lesson, believing that if they were allowed to leave victorious, no one would respect the great families in the future. He then used his skills to attack Elder Jiao. Elder Jiao thought it was foolish to attack his swordsman with such a weak move, and easily blocked it with his hand, saying that such an attack was far too weak to harm them. The Qin family head was frustrated and angry that he couldn't even land a blow. The 2 sect masters present then discussed the move. The first remarked that the technique used was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and it was fortunate that it had been used to defend rather than attack, as an offensive strike of that level could have caused massive destruction. He also noted with surprise that this kingdom possessed masters who had already reached the peak of swordsmanship, something he had never seen before. The second master reflected that Hongmen's sect had been a hidden sect until recently, and now that they had emerged, there seemed to be no one who could defeat them. He added that the Dao festival promised to be full of unexpected events. The scene then shifted to Emperor Qin's study. Emperor Qin was asking if all preparations had been completed. Weijia reported that the imperial army had successfully surrounded all the noble families, leaving no one able to act against them. He also said that they had set up many formations to detect any outside intrusion, and that Mr. Zheng was using his tools to monitor every corner inside and outside the capital for anything unusual. If something happened, Jing would immediately inform them. Weijia told the emperor not to worry, as they only had to wait for the elder Jiao to defeat the nobles. After that, everything would belong to them. Weijia then cautiously asked the emperor if it was true that he planned to give the throne to the 3rd princess. Emperor Qin replied that, as Weijia could see, Elder Jiao Zhuan held great power, and the 3rd princess had become his disciple. This made it logical to give her the position, as she was the smartest of his children. If Elder Jiao turned out to be a good man, he would help her become queen. If not, he would try to take the throne himself. The emperor instructed Weijia to tell General Ming to be prepared, as they had no idea what could happen next. They were surrounded, with enemies both outside and inside their borders. Weijia said, apart from the matter concerning the war, there was something else he needed to report. The emperor asked him what it was. Weiju explained that Mr. Jing had learned of an extremely powerful individual, someone they did not recognize, who was approaching the capital. They had no idea what his intentions were. Shocked, the emperor asked if such a mysterious and powerful man was truly heading toward them. He then instructed Jing to strengthen the city's barrier immediately so that no matter how strong this person was, he would not be able to enter until the ongoing competition was over. They could not allow anything to happen during this time. Following the emperor's command, the barrier was activated. Meanwhile, a powerful master was seen flying toward it. As he approached, he wondered why the Great Qin dynasty's capital had a barrier at all. It normally never did. Shrugging off the question, he decided it didn't matter. He had more than enough power to break through it. This man was Yifan. Gathering energy in his hands, he unleashed a fierce attack on the barrier, creating a massive hole. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had met the people here, but now Yifan had returned. He recalled that in his previous life, he had possessed a special body and exceptional cultivation, allowing him to enter the secret land at will. Using his techniques, he had once hidden large amounts of loot there, even carving his name into the Qin dynasty's imperial monument, without anyone being able to catch him. He remembered that during that time, he had also been attracted to several women, especially the third princess, who was not only beautiful but also possessed extraordinary luck, capable of greatly improving the fortune of anyone she was with. His goal back then had been to grow stronger, level up, and eventually become the king of the Qin kingdom. However, things had not gone as planned. He had grown old too quickly, died, and left the world with the bitter regret of having been born to rule. But dying is nothing more than a thief who had lived an unsatisfying life. Now, things were different. The gods had given him another chance. Reincarnated, he vowed to become emperor this time. He planned to re-enter the secret land, gather vast amounts of power, and, if possible, capture Jing Yui, which would accelerate his cultivation and make everything else easier. The next day, Weiju announced the beginning of the final battle of the 10,000 Dao Festival. He reminded everyone that they were responsible for their own lives and deaths in the arena, and urged caution because no one could say who might perish. Any sect that managed to survive until the end would be granted the title of Guzhong Champion, receive royal support, and serve the royal family in the future, enjoying many privileges. The participants included the Lin family, Qin family, Wang family, Qinsheng sect, Taiwu sect, Hongmen sect, and several minor sects of little influence. Watching them gather, Yifan found it strange that Jing Yui had not become empress as he had expected. His eagerness to meet her grew. After all, it had been 5 years since he had last been in this world. In his past life, he had the ability to foresee events, and he knew that when Jing Yui eventually became empress, she would be attacked. That attack was about to happen soon. If he could save her, he might become her hero, and perhaps their relationship could grow closer. Knowing exactly what would happen for the next 5 years gave him immense confidence. Winning Jing Yui's heart would not be difficult. Meanwhile, Weiju declared that all participants had arrived, and the fight began. On the battlefield, the Hongmen sect found itself surrounded by the 3 great families in the Qinsheng sect. Onlookers noted that this was expected. Yesterday, the Hongmen sect members had been acting arrogantly, so now their rivals wanted to eliminate them. Qinsheng sect master commented that he knew Taoist Li well enough to say, he never liked taking advantage of others, relying solely on his own strength. Thus, it was clear why the man was simply watching for now. Taoist Li replied that there was nothing they could do yet. They would act after seeing how the battle unfolded. Taoist Li then remarked that the last time they had met, Qinsheng sect master had been at the 2nd level, yet his cultivation had not improved even after a year. He asked why. Sect master admitted that he had been practicing sword cultivation with all his strength and had no difficulty with the techniques. They were all top tier, yet, despite his efforts, his cultivation had completely stalled. No matter how hard he trained, it would not advance. When he had first learned the heavenly sword technique, he had thought himself a genius, but now he was stuck. Years had passed without any progress, and he felt as if all his hard work had been wasted. There seemed to be no point in continuing, as he could no longer advance in sword cultivation at all. Taoist Li advised that if someone was struggling to make progress despite repeated attempts, the best course of action would be to consult a powerful master. With proper guidance, they could significantly advance in swordsmanship. He mentioned that the leader of the Hongmen sect, Jiao Zhuan, had demonstrated remarkable strength. If one could somehow extract Jiao Zhuan's supreme technique and master it, the benefits would be enormous, because without an exceptional technique, achieving such power was simply impossible. Moreover, Jiao Zhuan belonged to a very small sect, which meant he would be unable to retaliate against someone much stronger. Taoist Li clarified that his sect had no interest in worldly affairs. Everyone from my sect is Taoist, and shared no enmity with anyone. However, he had been friends with Qinsheng sect master for many years. and for the sake of their friendship, he personally wanted to fight Jiao Zhuan. He admitted he would even enjoy the challenge. The sect master watching from the stands was surprised. He wondered if Taoist Li was really entering the fight just for him, but it didn't seem so. Just as Taoist Li was preparing to attack, the entire battlefield began to shift. Fighters from multiple groups started to fall one by one, struck down by a mysterious force. Only a single surge of energy could be seen sweeping across the arena, destroying everyone in its path, and no one could tell what was happening. Soon, the leader of the Qin family was left standing alone, while all his younger clan members lay defeated around him. As the energy faded, Elder Jiao Zhuan stepped forward and declared that many believed the Hongmen sect had reached first rank by trickery, but he insisted they would prove their strength openly. Without relying on schemes, they could crush their opponents and reclaim the top position once again. Elder Zhu scolded Elder Jiao, telling him he should not cause such destruction, but Myra disagreed, praising his actions. Around them, the crowd was murmuring in confusion, wondering what had just happened. A single burst of energy had knocked out even the strongest fighters, yet no one had seen who was responsible. Weiju announced the results. The Qinxing sect, the Wang family, and the Lin family had all been disqualified. As their entire contingents had been defeated, Yi Fan observed all this thoughtfully, recalling that in his previous life he had seen many factions in his visions of the future, but this particular Hongmen sect was completely unknown to him. He wondered who they really were. Meanwhile, the head of the Qin family was furious, enraged. He transformed his body for battle and vowed not to spare the Hongmen sect. As he attacked, he mocked Elder Jiao, telling him to ask for advice now, because after this strike he would not even be alive to seek any. Elder Jiao retorted that he would never ask advice from a mere body cultivator. He warned the Qin family head to protect his own body carefully, otherwise it would soon be torn to pieces before he even realized what had happened. When their attacks clashed, the Qin family head was stunned that, despite being a body cultivator who had trained his physique for life, Elder Jiao stopped his attack barehanded, and even released a terrifying energy from his palms. He questioned whether Jiao was truly a sword cultivator at all. Elder Jiao admitted that his current power was insufficient and decided to use more strength, instantly throwing the Qin family head backward. He said physical strength alone wasn't impressive. He had faced many people even stronger in physique. The Qin family head bowed, admitting Jiao's power was extraordinary. The audience whispered in disbelief, wondering how such a powerful clan head could be forced to kneel. One elder explained that he wasn't kneeling voluntarily, he had simply been defeated and had no options left. Elder Jiao turned to the leaders of the Qinxing sect and Taiwu sect, reminding them they had been talking about him. He asked whether they now wished to fight. The Qinxing sect leader introduced himself as Li and explained he wasn't challenging Elder Jiao to battle but rather seeking advice. He had been stuck at the same realm for a long time, and Jiao's guidance would be invaluable. Spectators were shocked. The most powerful sword cultivator of the Qinxing sect was openly asking Elder Jiao for instruction. They wondered just how strong Elder Jiao really was, and what the limits of the Hongmen sect might be. Jiao replied that he was willing to teach swordsmanship but gave two options. The first was to formally accept him as a teacher. In that case, he would happily share all his techniques. The crowd reacted with disbelief. How could Li Jiangfang, known as a top-tier sword cultivator, be asked to become someone else's disciple? Some commented that if Li Jiangfang ever used his sword seriously, no one could defeat him. Others mocked Elder Jiao's arrogance, wondering how he dared speak that way to such a great hero. Elder Jiao then presented the second option. Li Jiangfang could prove his worth by defeating Taoist Li Chongling. If he managed that, Elder Jiao promised to help him improve. Taoist Li scoffed, asking if this was an open invitation to attack him. Elder Zhu muttered that Jiao had not changed. He still never did anything without showing his arrogance. Li Jiangfang pondered what to do. He had no objection to becoming Jiao's disciple, as Jiao Zhuan was undeniably powerful, but he sensed there was a deeper meaning to Jiao's words. Cultivators rarely spoke without purpose, and perhaps Jiao Zhuan simply wanted to test his strength. Li Jiang realized that Taoist Li Chongling was a formidable opponent and the best available test of his power. While their cultivation levels were close, even a single realm of difference could decide victory or defeat. Fortunately, Taoist Li wasn't a sword cultivator, so fighting him would not be overly dangerous. Taoist Li wondered whether Li Jiang would really attack, but Li Jiangfang declared there would be no need to hold back, activated an immortal sword formation, and told Taoist Li Chongling to prepare for battle. Taoist Li said he had only been talking about the advantages of the situation, but things had backfired on him. He felt as if he had struck his own foot with a stone and now had to fight for no reason. As Mary watched, he thought that Li Jianfang was using the finger-binding soft sword, the very same weapon that even Master Jiao used. Jiao Zhuan noticed this too and thought that Li Jianfang must have many such swords lying around, which was why System casually gave them away as rewards. At that moment, Li Jiangfang launched an attack on Li Chongling. Li Chongling blocked it using his spell barrier. In the audience, the children whispered excitedly that this was going to be an amazing fight. The strongest monk of the Qin Kingdom, Li Chongling, against its most powerful sword cultivator, Li Jiangfang. Everyone agreed this would finally reveal who was superior. Li Chongling said that his demon seal was an extremely powerful barrier, nearly impossible to break. He told Li Jiangfang not to waste his efforts trying to resist and suggested he step back, but Li Chongling laughed, pointing out that Li Jiang's sword had lost much of its power, and would not even leave a scratch on his body. Li Chongling advanced and delivered a fierce punch. Li Jiangfang's formation broke, and he was knocked off balance, colliding with another fighter. Elder Jiao remarked that this was Taoist Li Chongling's technique, which looked fascinating and extremely powerful. Li Jiangfang admitted to himself that he had lost because he did not understand the true meaning of his sword. He realized it was foolish to face a perfect monk like Taoist Li Chongling, whose cultivation was already complete, while harboring any weakness. Rising to his feet, Li Jiangfang conceded defeat. Taoist Li Chongling acknowledged it graciously, saying that he could not do much more than this. Elder Jiao then announced that he had accepted Li Jiangfang as his disciple, adding that fighting for one's disciple was never wrong. Taoist Li Chongling remarked that the upcoming fight would be interesting. Elder Jiao, meanwhile, thought to himself that this would test how strong he had become physically, and how much his spell twist method had improved. Li Jiangfang, shocked by Elder Jiao's words, asked what he meant. Elder Jiao explained that although Li Jiangfang had failed in the second option, the first option was still open to him and would benefit him greatly. He advised Li Jiangfang to change his tone when speaking to his master. Hearing this, Li Jiangfang grew happy and, bowing deeply, declared Elder Jiao to be his master. Taoist Li Chongling said that Jiao Zhuan seemed like an interesting man, especially since he had managed to take such a powerful fighter as a disciple. Taoist Li wanted to see how powerful Jiao Zhuan truly was, and anticipated a thrilling battle. Advancing forward, Taoist Li threw a mighty punch, which Jiao Zhuan blocked effortlessly with his hands. The audience marveled at the intense energy radiating from both fighters, recognizing that they were top-level cultivators. Li Jiangfang observed the fight, realizing how much clarity of heart and mind mattered in battle. He noted that a normal monk used external techniques to defend, but a higher-level monk used internal Tao methods, freeing his body's energy and striking within moments. A clear sword heart worked similarly, eliminating hesitation before an attack. Li Jiangfang admitted he had lost because he thought too much before striking. While Taoist Li Chongling attacked without a moment's doubt, he also reflected that while Taoist Li Chongling fought using Taoist methods, Master Jiao Zhuan fought using ancient arts. Their power gap was incredibly small, making it difficult to say who would win. Li Jiangfang finally understood his mistakes and knew he had chosen the right master. During the fight, Taoist Li Chongling fully released his demon seal, praising Elder Jiao's immense physical strength, and admitting that it forced him to fight seriously. Taoist Li said that while Jiao Zhuan was a formidable swordsman, body cultivation alone could not defeat him. Then Taoist Li unleashed a devastating punch, only for Jiao Zhuan to stop it instantly. Jiao Zhuan remarked with delight that fighting Taoist Li was exciting. He admitted he rarely had time to cultivate his body because he focused on spiritual cultivation, and most of his battles were against spirit cultivators. As a result, he had never truly tested the limits of his physical strength. Fighting Taoist Li would show him how powerful he had become and how far he could go, and regardless of the outcome, he was enjoying every moment. Taoist Li Chongling thought to himself in surprise that Jiao Zhuan was extraordinarily powerful. Taoist Li was using his entire body to attack, yet Jiao Zhuan blocked everything with a smile, showing no sign of difficulty. Taoist Li wondered how a spiritual cultivator could possess such overwhelming strength. Elder Jiao said, Taoist Li Chonglin that he should prepare to fight him. Taoist Li Chonglin thanked him, but in his heart he thought this opponent was not ordinary. He realized Jiao Zhuan would attack with tremendous power, so he too would have to use his full strength, otherwise, he would lose here for no reason. Before Taoist Li could finish thinking, Elder Jiao's fist was already at his face. Taoist Li was shocked, wondering how Jiao Zhuan had attacked even before he had prepared his move. He marveled at such incredible speed. Taoist Li's protective barrier shattered instantly. Jiao Zhuan's punch carried immense force, leaving Taoist Li wondering what he should do now. The spectators were stunned. Someone in the crowd remarked that the leader from Taiwu sect had the Dragon Demon Seal, which allowed him to fight both offensively and defensively. Even when Li Jiangfang had used his full strength, he could not crack that seal. Yet Jiao Zhuan broke it completely with a single punch. Everyone was left wondering how powerful Jiao Zhuan truly was. Elder Jiao told Taoist Li Chonglin that he had no way out and that the fight was about to end. As he spoke, Elder Jiao Zhuan launched another devastating punch, sending Taoist Li flying backward into a stone wall, which shattered on impact. People whispered among themselves, astonished that the strongest body cultivator in the entire country had been defeated, and that too by a sword cultivator whose name had never even been famous before. Emperor Qin himself thought it was unbelievable that Jiao Zhuan had beaten Taoist Li Chonglin so easily. Among the younger disciples, he kept saying that Jiao Zhuan was a true genius. Despite being only slightly older than them, he possessed unimaginable strength. Li Jiangfang thought to himself that Taoist Li Chonglin had taken a direct punch, and from this he could clearly see that Master Jiao not only had greater power, but also far better understanding of combat. His reaction speed was unmatched. He noted that throughout the fight, neither Jiao Zhuan nor Taoist Li had used any tricks. It had been a fair and honest battle, and Master Jiao had won outright. Taoist Li Chonglin, rising to his feet, admitted defeat. He stood and told Elder Jiao that he truly was extraordinarily powerful, and no one could doubt his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Fan reflected that even Taoist Li Chonglin was no match for Jiao Zhuan. In the past, when people spoke of the strongest fighters, two names always came up, first Li Jiangfang, and second the even more powerful Taoist Li Chonglin. Yet Jiao Zhuan had defeated both without even blinking. The master wondered why. In his previous life, he had never encountered Jiao Zhuan, someone whose name had not even become famous at that time. Elder Jiao praised the fight, saying he had greatly enjoyed it. As he departed, Taoist Li Chonglin remarked that in every generation, one truly exceptional person appears, someone who surpasses everyone else. This was the law of nature, and it would only benefit their kingdom. On the battlefield, Elder Jiao declared, "Your Majesty, as you can see, no one else remains standing. Please announce that our Hongmen sect is officially the #1 sect in the entire kingdom." Emperor Qin reflected silently. Elder Jiao truly is an incredibly powerful master. At first, I was furious with Jing Yui for choosing him as her teacher, but now I see she made no mistake. In fact, it benefits our country greatly. The emperor agreed aloud. "Yes, you're right. No one here objects. Let it be announced." Ninjing then proclaimed, "From this day forward, the Hongmen sect shall be recognized as the #1 sect of our dynasty. The Qin family takes second place, and the Lin family third." Hearing this, the Qin and Lin family heads were visibly upset. The emperor then addressed everyone. "Since all the nobles are present today, I have another announcement. I have decided to grant third Princess Jing Yui the official title of Crown Princess. We can hold the ceremony right here." Whispers erupted across the battlefield. "What? Making her Crown Princess means declaring her the future emperor? This isn't right." The heads of the Qin and Lin families stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this is a mistake. Granting her this position is the same as naming her heir to the throne. Are you openly declaring her the next emperor?" Just then, Princess Jing Yui arrived, voice sharp with defiance. "And what exactly is the problem with me taking this position?" Inwardly, she thought bitterly, "These three great families are nothing but scheming cowards. I knew they'd try to cause trouble." The Lin family head argued, "In the entire history of our dynasty, no woman has ever become emperor, and beyond that, her cultivation is far too weak. If another nation attacks in the future, how could she lead us? We doubt her ability to rule. Therefore, we cannot accept her." Jing Yui clenched her fists, thinking, "Exactly as I expected. They're using my cultivation as an excuse." Mysterious Master smirked to himself, preparing to step in. "She's so weak now, far weaker than she was in her past life. Maybe if I intervene and calm everyone down, she'll start liking me." But just as he was about to speak, Elder Jiao stepped forward. "All of you are powerful people." "Yes, but I have a question. What exactly is your issue with Jing Yui becoming emperor? Is it that you want the throne for yourselves?" Jing Yui looked at him in shock. "Why is Master stepping in for me?" Elder Jiao smiled reassuringly. "Disciple, do not worry. As long as I'm standing here, no one can cause you any harm." He prepared his stance and announced, "Anyone who has doubts about her strength can come to me directly. I'll deal with you myself." The crowd murmured in awe. "Wait, what? Third Princess Jing Yui is actually his disciple?" No one knew this. Just how many secrets does the Hongmen sect hold? Jing Yui's heart swelled with gratitude. "Master, you're amazing. You came forward for me without hesitation." Elder Jiao turned to her. "Jing Yui, speak your mind. No one here can stop you." Jing Yui raised her voice boldly. "As has already been announced, the Hongmen sect is the #1 sect in our dynasty, and I am one of its members. So why is it such a problem for me to become emperor? Or should I say, you've already spoken with the first and second prince, and you simply want one of them on the throne. That's why you're standing in my way." The Qin and Lin family heads froze in shock. "How does she know about our plans?" The Qin family head retorted angrily. "Your Majesty, you know very well, the throne is no child's game. Yes, Hongmen sect is powerful now, but they are unstable. Who can guarantee they'll survive in the future? How can we allow someone backed by such uncertainty to inherit the throne?" The emperor frowned. "I've listened to all of you, yet you can't reach any conclusion, so, we'll let the Qin monument decide who our future emperor will be." At that moment, the sacred Qin monument appeared. Elder Zhu whispered, "This is just like our Hongmen sect's destiny book. It reveals what's written in one's fate. The Qin dynasty's monument has always foretold the true heir. The spirit within it will clearly declare who's worthy of the throne." She glanced at Jing Yui and thought, it seems the third princess has already made her arrangements. If she hadn't, the emperor wouldn't have dared to make this announcement in front of everyone. Our sect must support her at any cost. Just then, Jing Yui steps forward, approaching the monument. She's thinking to herself, today is the day I prove to everyone just how capable I truly am. As soon as Jing Yui places her hand on the monument, it begins to glow brightly. Jing Yui, watching nearby, says, "What on earth is happening here?" At that moment, Mysterious Master also starts walking toward the monument. He's thinking, the time has come to put my plan into motion. All the attention right now is on Jiao Zhuan, but that doesn't matter. Aside from the royal family, only those with spiritual bodies can enter this monument. No one else can get in. Saying this, Mysterious Master steps inside the monument. Jing Yui, I'm here to help you. Inside the monument, we see Jing Yui looking around in awe. So this is the Qin monument's inner space, the place that decides who will become emperor. Jing Yui, also inside, is shocked. Who would have imagined such a vast space hidden within a pile of stone? Suddenly, a statue behind her comes to life and prepares to attack. The statue speaks in a deep voice. "You have courage, standing before me without fear. But how dare you enter here as a woman? That means you're a candidate for the throne? Unforgivable. You're not worthy to be emperor, you deserve death." Jing Yui is startled, thinking, this is our founding general, the most powerful figure in our history. He led the conquests that built the Qin Empire. Without him, our dynasty wouldn't even exist. The general's aura surges, cracking the ground beneath them. "Considering that your ancestors were once emperors, I'll give you one last chance. Leave now, or I will kill you where you stand." Jing Yui steels herself. "Father never told me this trial would involve a fight. Is he attacking me only because I'm a woman? Do they all think I'm unfit just because of that? No, I'll prove to them I'm more than worthy to be emperor." She recalls everything she's endured. Those noble families tried to block me at every step, but I found my own way to handle them. To win this competition, I've visited over 100 sects. Even as the emperor's daughter, many rejected me. But that's how I finally met my master. He believed in me when no one else did. He told me I could become emperor. If I return now without succeeding, I'll disgrace him. A soulless statue has no right to question my ability. Most of all, I won't betray my master's faith in me. The general narrows his eyes. "You're brave, girl, but bravery won't save you. I gave you a chance to leave, you refused. Whatever happens now is your own doing." The battle begins. Their attacks clash violently, releasing waves of destructive energy. Meanwhile, Ribbon Master enters the space, observing with interest. So this is the Qin monument's inner realm. Incredible. From the outside, you'd never guess it was this vast. But it looks like Jing Yui's having trouble in this fight. Time to step in and help her. She's bound to start liking me after this. As Jing Yui fights, her sword suddenly flies from her hands. "My sword, it's moving on its own. Master said it would protect me whenever I'm in danger. Does this mean there's an even greater threat here?" The sword hurtles toward the general, shattering his weapon. The general exclaims, "Impossible. How did her power suddenly increase?" Jing Yui's eyes harden. Master was right. He's given everything to make me emperor. If I succeed today, it'll be because of him. At that moment, Mysterious Master appears behind her. "If you want to lay a hand on Jing Yui, you'll have to go through me first." Jing Yui glances at him in confusion. Who is this man? Mysterious Master attacks the general, flames igniting in his palm. The general frowns. This man has spiritual fire, a rare technique. With it, he could destroy my soul completely. If that happens, I won't be able to serve future emperors. I must not fight recklessly. Mysterious Master smirks. Now you understand who you're dealing with. I'll make it clear, you won't leave this place alive. The general responds, so that's how you entered, the spiritual body. Even without royal blood, you forced your way in. But you're naive if you think you can win. A mysterious warrior suddenly appears in front of Mysterious Master. Ribbon Master says, "General, it seems you've prepared reinforcements to deal with me." The general glares. "I've been guarding this place for 1,000 years. Much of my essence has already been destroyed. But I'll do whatever it takes to protect what remains. And you're not the first to use a spiritual body to enter here. Many have tried to become emperor with such tricks, yet none have ever defeated me." Just then, Jing Yui charges forward, sword in hand, launching her attack straight at the general. The general says, "This sword may look small, but I can tell it's extremely powerful." At that moment, Jing Yui's strike surges forward and completely destroys the general's body. As he fades away, the general mutters, "With just a single move, this girl has defeated me. She truly is worthy of becoming emperor." Immediately, Jing Yui's sword flies back into her hand. She steps forward as Mysterious Master appears, saying, Jing Yui, you've done an excellent job here. If you hadn't been here, I would have been seriously injured. Jing Yui asked sharply, who exactly are you? I've never met you in my entire life. Mysterious Master replies, you're right, you've never met me. But if I'm being honest, I've known about you for a very long time, and I deeply admire you. Jing Yui feels uneasy. This is strange. Father always said only members of the royal family could enter this place. So how did this man get inside? Once I leave, I'll have someone investigate him. Jing Yui then says aloud, we've destroyed the general. Now we have to find a way out of here. My father and master are both waiting for us. Meanwhile, Mysterious Master is thinking to himself, this Jizo Zhuan fellow, I'm getting angry just hearing his name. Jing Yui keeps mentioning him. I'd better stay cautious around that man. He clearly has his eyes on her. Mysterious Master then says, Jing Yui, don't leave just yet. Do you know that inside this sacred space are dragon auras left behind by previous emperors? If you absorb them, your body will become far stronger, much more powerful than before. Jing Yui asks in surprise, dragon auras? Ribbon Master nods, sit down here and try to cultivate. I promise you'll find a dragon aura in this place. Jing Yui begins cultivating. Soon, she reaches the very peak of her current realm. Mysterious Master says with admiration, you've already become far more powerful than before. Now you'll be able to leave this place with ease. Jing Yui asks cautiously, may I know why you helped me? Mysterious Master answers, didn't I tell you? I've admired you for a long time. Meanwhile, outside the monument, everyone is panicking. People say, what's going on? The third princess disappeared the moment she touched the monument. Even Emperor Qin looks troubled. Every person who wanted to become emperor only had to place their hand on the imperial monument. Their soul would meet with the general's soul, and after approval, their name would appear on the monument. But this is the first time in history someone has been pulled inside. What has happened to Jing Yui? Crowds murmur, where is this strange aura coming from? The high priest of the temple is furious. This is madness. We are talking about making a girl the emperor. Suddenly, many soldiers arrive. Led by someone important, the crowd whispers, who is that man? The first prince and second prince appear together. The first prince declares, we will not allow Jing Yui to become emperor. The emperor asks sternly, first prince, second prince, why are you here? The first prince replies, father, we are here to ask you to withdraw your decision. Jing Yui cannot be emperor. Look around you, the heavens themselves are punishing us. Black clouds cover the entire nation. If she becomes emperor, disaster will strike. The people agree, shouting, yes, the prince is right. This must be divine punishment for choosing a girl as emperor. The second prince adds, father, to protect our country, we have brought our forces here. You must not crown Jing Yui as emperor. The crowd panics. What's going to happen? Are the princes about to attack? Both princes warn, father, we sincerely ask you to reconsider. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. Even the royal guards bow, saying, your majesty, our third princess is not worthy to be emperor. Please remove her from the throne. Senior Sister Zhu asks worriedly, what happened to the third princess? The moment she touched the monument, she vanished. Elder Jiao reassure her, don't worry, Jing Yui is perfectly fine. In fact, she's gained a great opportunity. The system voice explains, Jing Yui has received her ancestor's dragon aura. Her dragon body is evolving, becoming 10 times stronger than a normal body. This will allow her to absorb spiritual energy far faster than anyone else. Elder Jiao marvels, I knew her chaos body would be powerful, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Truly incredible. The monument glows brightly, and everyone says, the third princess is returning. Jing Yui steps out and declares boldly, it has been confirmed. I am now emperor, who dares to deny it? The crowd gasps, it's really the third princess. But, who is that man with her? A holy light radiates from Jing Yui's body, proving to all that she is the destined emperor. No one could be a better emperor for our nation than her. Both princes are thinking to themselves, is this really Jing Yui? How did her power increase so much, so suddenly? The emperor, happy and proud, says aloud, this holy light shining around you proves it clearly, you are destined to become the emperor. Now I want to see who dares say my daughter is unworthy. Anyone who speaks against her will answer to me personally. Jing Yui bows slightly and says, father, thank you for your support. You've endured so many difficulties here because of me. Everyone around bows and shouts, long live the new emperor. She has been blessed with the holy light, which shows she will become the most powerful ruler in our history. The crowd kneels in respect, saying, our emperor is truly great. Meanwhile, the eldest prince is thinking darkly, father, after what I'm about to do, don't you dare blame me. He tosses out a token. Mr. Ouija notices it and wonders, that's in order to activate a teleportation formation. But who is he summoning? The eldest prince declares, I already made a deal with Longyan dynasty. Outside the city, 100,000 troops are waiting. They could attack us at any moment. I've opened the gates to bring them in. Soon they'll arrive, and when they do, no one here will survive. You made a terrible mistake by not crowning me emperor. Now all of you will die. Emperor Qin explodes in anger. How dare you join hands with our enemies? You've betrayed your own people. I never imagined our dynasty could produce such a disgraceful prince. You are a stain on both our family and our country. Mr. Weiju steps forward, saying, no matter what, I have to stop this formation from activating, or it will be too late. But before he can reach it, he's blocked. Mr. Weiju shouts, heads of the Wang and Lin families, what are you doing here? Are you betraying your own nation by siding with the enemy? Both family heads reply coldly, we tried so hard to gain power from the emperor, but he always denied us. So now, we will seize power for ourselves, even if we have to steal it. Elder Jiao Zhuan roars in fury, you traitors, and you speak so proudly about it. I will not spare anyone who betrays our land. All traitors will die. Elder Jiao attacks both family heads with devastating force, even cracking the defensive barrier. The Wang family head shouts, who is this bastard? Where did he come from? The Lin family head adds, he's too powerful. With strength like this, he could defeat us all. Meanwhile, second and first prince forces are under deadly attack. Mr. Weiju asks, Emperor, should I summon Mr. Jing to protect you? The Emperor replies firmly, I don't need anyone's protection. Send Mr. Jing to the battlefield instead. What we need now is to hold the line. I can take care of myself. Elder Jiao charges forward, slaughtering the eldest prince men. The eldest prince exclaims, who is this man? Where did he come from? The second prince panics, all our soldiers are dead. If we stay here, we'll be killed too, run. But Elder Jiao blocks their path. Even after witnessing my powers, you still think you can escape? You're fools. He attacks both princes directly. Just then, the teleportation formation completes. People gasp, what's happening? Is the teleportation gate opening? The Wang family head laughs, excellent, the formation is active. Now the army will arrive, and we won't have to fight at all. As the gate opens, soldiers fall through, but they're severely wounded. The family heads are shocked. What happened to them? Why are they all injured? The soldiers groan. We don't know, we were just waiting outside for the formation to activate, but suddenly a massive golden hand appeared. We couldn't resist it. Many of our comrades were killed. It felt like a god himself struck us down. Both family heads exchange a horrified look. A giant golden hand? That's Xinguang's technique. That means, he attacked them. Elder Jiao steps forward coldly. Your greed for power has doomed you. You will gain nothing now. Elder Jiao strikes both family heads mercilessly. Elder Jiao reports to the Emperor, Your Majesty, every traitor has been executed. There will be no more interruptions. We can begin the coronation ceremony. Elder Jiao calls out proudly, what are you all waiting for? Our new emperor is about to ascend the throne. Welcome her with honor. The whole nation should be celebrating. People murmur among themselves, whether we like it or not, we must bow. The entire crowd kneels, shouting, all hail the new emperor. We are ready to give our lives for you. What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.